Why didn't I think of that? Oh my God. I'm a centrist. And of course, once again, the centrist DNC's autopsy that was absolutely dog shit and everybody hates it, right? Actually proves my previous point that you had to be more centrist. True communism has never been tried. True centrism has never been tried. Okay? True centrism has never been tried. Okay. Let's get started. Let's get it twisted. We got the DNC autopsy, which is classic case of Democratic Party failure. As expected, the Democratic Party did it again. You might be under the assumption, you might be thinking that the Democrats were maybe somewhat competent. Maybe they were actually hiding the autopsy deliberately because the DNC autopsy was actually too damning. Okay? And then there was some Pod Save America coverage that came out a couple weeks ago that said, actually, it turns out it's dumber than you think. It's because Ken Martin asked his friend to do the autopsy and it sucked. Like it was, and I don't mean like it sucked as in it showed really scary information that the Democrats don't want to identify, but it was just like straight up incompetent. Like they weren't capable of putting together like a comprehensive autopsy that showed exactly where the failures were. And I thought to myself, there's no way it's that bad, right? And guess what? I was wrong. It is that bad. Yes, the autopsy came out. Ken Martin released it and basically said, guys, the reason why we didn't release the autopsy was because it was just really bad. And, you know, I don't think it was good enough to take out there. I don't think it was good enough for you to see it, but now you can see it. And also the guy who wrote it, my friend, he still is working for the DNC. That's literally what's going on. And CNN has published a copy of the report into why Democrats lost the 2024 presidential election, conducted at the request of the Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin. This version of the report, better known as the 2024 autopsy, was written by Democratic strategist Paul Rivera. The DNC withheld the report until presented with CNN's reporting about much of its contents. The copy published by CNN includes annotations of red that the DNC added to the version of Rivera's report. CNN has not modified the report and does not vouch for the accuracy of any statements within the report or DNC's annotations. And it's incredible. Here are some of the highlights, I guess. DNC Chairman Ken Martin released an incomplete and unedited version of the 2024 election autopsy. Number one, Trump's transgender-focused ad, Kamala is for they, them, is seen as highly effective and damaging. Harris did not shift position in response. Reports paint a dismal picture. Democrats have lost ground since the Obama era due to stagflation, failure to invest in states and local parties, and inability to project strength and unity. Criticizes Biden White House for not adequately preparing / supporting Kamala Harris, e.g. no polling on her like Jill Biden, poor defense against border czar label, false overall Democratic effort for failing to effectively define or attack Trump, relying on assumptions his negatives were baked in. Harris campaign criticized for taking too much for granted, over-focusing on suburbs and college-educated voters, neglecting rural areas, and relying on not Trump after an affirmative messaging or clear self-definition. Now, I want you to understand something. If you recall, my assessment from the start was always that this was going to be the most conservative and dog shit autopsy. So the very fact that they didn't even release that was unbelievably damaging. But I will admit, I did not think that part of it was because they were just, they had done a half-cocked, half-baked, possibly AI-written autopsy that was going to be so bad that there were no lessons in it whatsoever, especially after I heard Ken Martin talk over and over again about the lessons that we could take from the autopsy. Okay? Ken Martin has said that Rivera has been fired. Okay, that's cool. Martin announced to staff today in a call that Rivera is no longer working with the DNC. This is the first time they fired someone for doing a bad job, by the way, which is incredible when you think about it. Because the Democrats, Trump was right, first of all. They are the Democrats. I will say it. The Democrats is actually a correct assessment, it turns out. Maybe he still has a fastball. Maybe I was wrong. Okay? Maybe his fastball is still there because they are the Democrats. I said, jobs where you get rewarded for failing to accomplish basic tasks. Streamers, cops, CEOs, the DNC. Okay? It is incredible. It is incredible how bad this shit is. It's genuinely worse than you would expect. They should just give the party to us right now. Honestly, it's over. Just give it up. You don't want it. You're incapable of demonstrating basic competence. You can't do this job. Make Fast Shaker the DNC chair, probably one of the most successful operatives within the realm of Democrats. Just give it to him right now. Let's just retool the party in its entirety. You're done. You guys can go and play with the Republicans. Okay? Let's just do that. Now, of course, within the autopsy, or at least the final released version of the autopsy, as Prem Tucker points, there are no mentions of Gaza or Israel or Palestine. Now, of course, if you're a wannabe DNC operative, as many people are on the internet, this means it wasn't relevant at all. There's no mentions of it because it wasn't relevant. Now you guys are just mad because you want it to be relevant. Oh, guess what? Now there's two leading schools of thought here. They're competing schools of thoughts. Well, one is the idea that it actually was in the autopsy and then they took it out. And the other one is, yeah, of course it's not in there because these guys are morons. Okay? I think it could be either. They could have omitted this because when you look at the actual final takeaway from the autopsy, it's basically everything that the third way neoliberals have been saying, right? And that seems a little crazy. And if that's the final takeaway from the autopsy itself, well then yeah, it was a bad one. It didn't, they didn't actually do a fully fleshed out autopsy. Now, having said that, Edinger Mentum says whoever they got to write the DNC autopsy might have legitimately used ChatGPT. Look at this. There are many errors. This is from the CNN report. To Martin's point about this document not being ready for prime time, it contains a lot of errors and curious inclusions, even some that are puzzling to have in a draft. For instance, it lists two separate vote percentages for North Carolina GOP gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson, 45% and 42.7%, neither of which was his actual share, which was 40.1%. That you only arrive at these numbers if the AI is hallucinating. It, at one point, lifts up Washington Governor Bob Ferguson as an example of a candidate who did right things before later noting Harris. It misspells the names of politicians like Republican former Governor Matt Bevin as Brevin and Democratic former New Jersey Governor John Corzine. So, DNC Autopsy author Paul Rivera met with the pro-Palestinian group IMEU Policy Project in July 2025 and told them the war in Gaza hurt Democrats in the 2024 election, according to people familiar with the meeting. But the final report makes no mention of Israel or Gaza. Dave Weigel says DNC's position, they've published what Rivera gave them in December. Nothing was taken out. And all the DNC did was add the notes, the box about how stuff is wrong or missing. So if Gaza is not in there, it's because Rivera's report didn't include it. So either Rivera purposely did not look at Gaza or Palestine at all, okay, in the autopsy, either because someone directed him not to look at Palestine or Gaza or Israel at all, which is insane, right? Because you're supposed to cover every angle. There is no, even if it's irrelevant, right? Which is the argument that the pro-Israel, Israel firsters in the Democratic Party are going to try to say, oh, it's because it was irrelevant. Stupid. It was irrelevant. This confirms my priors. They didn't factor in Gaza because it was irrelevant. See? All you guys are obsessed with Israel. That's what they're going to say, right? Except there were a million polls leading up to the election that showed that it was significant, right? And even if it was insignificant, the autopsy should show that it was insignificant. The idea that a full spectrum coverage on what went wrong is not going to feature some of the things that were irrelevant and openly say that it was irrelevant is insane. Okay? If it's irrelevant, it should be in the autopsy, as Gaza was not relevant to the equation at all. In any case, Centrists, of course, have welcomed this revelation. It's just crazy because the Democrats always find a way to make the centrists look good somehow. Well, internally. Externally, centrists are despised, reviled. Everybody hates them. But internally within the party, they're always right. It's just so crazy. They always massage the numbers to figure out a way where the centrists' priors were always the correct one, you know? They just did not lean hard enough to the moderate pivot. They didn't lean hard enough to be moderates, it seems. Welcome PAC, which promotes centrist Democrats, says that the DNC autopsy is proof that the party needs to moderate. Why didn't I think of that? Oh my God. I'm a centrist. And of course, once again, the centrist DNC's autopsy that was absolutely dog shit and everybody hates it, right? Actually proves my previous point that you had to be more centrist. True communism has never been tried. True centrism has never been tried. Okay? True centrism has never been tried. We needed more Liz Cheney, not less. You guys are stupid. It only confirms your priors if you think Israel, Biden's age, inflation, and immigration had no impact on the election, which I don't think anyone believes. I think the most basic facts everyone agrees on is that inflation and age hurt Biden, but neither are mentioned in the report. People who are pointing to this report to mean anything have no idea what they're talking about. Yes, virtually every single factor that was unbelievably important are not mentioned in the report at all. Funny how that goes. How interesting. Yeah. Gaza is irrelevant to the equation. Biden's age is irrelevant to the equation. And inflation is irrelevant to the equation. Well, if that's what your argument is, then I guess there's nothing wrong with what the Democrats did, right? I mean, this is just a report that once again proves that Democrats did everything right and they still got indicted, you know? I did everything right and they indicted me. It turns out the Democrats did pretty much everything right, except they did not go far right enough. It turns out the only way that the Democrats could have done better, could have performed better, is if they pivoted to the center a little bit harder. It's really funny that centrist PACs like Welcome PAC are pointing to this as a spectacular victory when the DNC chair himself is like, this is dog shit. It's poo-poo. It's unbelievably embarrassing. I fired the guy who put it together. I hid it for 2 years out of shame. And I'm probably going to be fired from my position. And centrists are like, oh, this is perfect. This actually shows that we were right all along. Incredible. What is this? David Hogg made a good video on this. All right, I'm skipping it. All right. Let's take a look. Third Way also posted and deleted a meme about the autopsy as well. Third Way put out a statement claiming the long-awaited DNC autopsy proved their worldview correct, only to delete it afterwards, pointed out that the document they claimed was proof of their analysis was riddled with basic factual errors and was woefully incomplete. Third Way President John Cowan on the DNC autopsy. No wonder the chronically online, highly educated, left-leaning team at the DNC wanted to bury this report. The autopsy draft released today validates the case we've been making post-2024 and are making again today as we gather over 150 Nevada Democrats to chart the party's future. Democrats must be able to win the middle anytime, anywhere, and they can do that only with a combative centrism that rejects identity politics, reclaims the vital center, and positions the party as fighters on the economic issues that matter most to voters. As the New York Times poll shows, even a majority of Democrats want the party to move center. That sentiment. For Democrats who want to win, this report should be case closed. They had to delete it. They had to delete it because everyone was like, dog, this report sucks. What the fuck are you talking about? You're such a goddamn idiot. But again, it doesn't matter. Because you can be a fucking idiot as long as you're an idiot for rich people. As long as you're a propagandist for rich people, your position is usually going to be fine, right? Your station will not be your station will not be in jeopardy. Another example of this, of course, is Bari Weiss. Bari Weiss is an unbelievably incompetent brown noser, but because she's a brown noser for the right billionaires, her station is usually fine, right? I mean, now they're talking at CBS because of her unbelievable incompetence, that maybe they should switch her around a little bit, but she's always going to have a career, right? The other point that they're trying to hastily slap together is this notion that the New York Times Siena poll also confirms their priors. But it's something that a lot of people don't understand. Voters identify free healthcare and other left economic populist policies as moderate. That's the problem. These guys think when the average American says, let's move to the center, let's move the Democratic Party to the center, they actually mean stop talking about trans stuff all the time, which is what they think is going on, which is not going on, because the only reason why the Democrats are defined by that is, and this is literally absolutely a major fucking part, a major part of the Kamala Harris failure, right, is because they are defined by their enemy, okay? Democrats are defined by the Republicans because they don't get to dictate the terms of their own party. They don't get to dictate who they are. They don't get to show the Americans who they are with clear-cut, definable policies. That's why I always ask every candidate that I have to do the Zoran method. Give me 5 fucking policies that you want to be defined by. Okay? Anyone that does not recognize that is either lying, being paid to lie, or is a fucking unbelievable dumbass. I'm sorry. It's very clear. You look at the way you look at like approvals for certain politicians like Zoran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders. These people are in the hard left or the hardest of left. Why do they have better approvals than, I don't know, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez? Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez or Josh Gottheimer are the perfect Democrats, right? From the perspective of the Democratic Party, the problem solvers caucus, like those are the blue dog Democrats are supposed to be the best Democrats. If you were to look at fucking Twitter and get your notes off of like DNC consultants and also those who LARP as DNC consultants for free on election Twitter, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez is the best fucking Democrat possible. She's the best, right? And so is Josh Gottheimer. So why are they not at the forefront? Why is Abigail Spanberger not one of the best Democrats out there? Why is her popularity not skyrocketing? Why is that the case? Perhaps because what consultants frame as centrism is not the same as what the average voter perceives as being closer to, a moderate politician. What voters look at in terms of moving to the center is free healthcare, free college education. Voters, American voters, by and large, consider those policies to be moderate policies. They think it's crazy that we don't have that. Okay? That's it. That's it. And I've been trying to fucking hammer this point across over and over again. No one in the United States of America thinks the most moderate politician is a politician that chooses to be center left to, I guess, quote unquote, far left only on social issues and totally right wing when it comes to economic issues. That's not a real person. That is probably the least popular type of politician you could arrive at. Okay? The most popular politician, on the other hand, is one that actually pushes a broad left-wing agenda when it comes to the economy and puts that at the forefront of their messaging, the forefront of their campaign, the forefront of their legislative agenda. Okay? All of the other stuff, whether you're socially progressive or socially moderate or socially reactionary, that stuff is secondary. What people care about is what you're going to do for them. Okay? That's it. And once again, as I've said over and over again, we do not have to compromise on trans issues at all. We do not have to compromise on trans issues at all, because if you just give people something to vote for rather than constantly vote against the Republicans, then you don't have to fucking talk about the trans shit at all. Then you look silly. Your opposition looks silly. If you're like, hey, I am going to improve your life. I'm going to improve your life. I'm going to fight to improve your life no matter what. That is my primary focus, is my primary purpose. That's all I want to do, is improve your motherfucking life. And here are the ways I'm going to do that. We're going to fix public transit in this country. We're going to do high-speed rail in this country. We're going to do, jobs guarantee, federal jobs guarantee. We're going to do social housing. We're going to do free healthcare, free college education. When you say stuff like that, when you put that at the forefront of your campaign, and then your opposition turns around and goes, but what about trans people? What about trans people? You look fucking stupid. Your opposition looks unbelievably childish and stupid. It's that simple. Okay? I brought it up right here. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? I'm trying to find it right now. There was a Trump video that I quote retweeted, but I can't find it now. I thought I did, at least. I thought I had a comment on this where I was like, imagine. Oh yeah, I said this. This is what your opposition looks like. I said, now imagine if the other side is offering Medicare for all, arms embargo, and sanctions on Israel, a federal jobs guarantee, social housing projects, and high-speed rail, right? Like imagine one party is saying, we are the Medicare for all party. We're going to give you free healthcare. We're going to give you free college education. We're going to actually fix the housing market. We're going to just build social housing, and we're going to do good labor unionized government-backed jobs to build those fucking houses. Same with the railroads, all this shit. And then this is what the Republicans are focused on.
His candidate, who's Ken Paxton, I think he'll win. I think probably he'll win very substantially. And I think he'll go on to defeat a very defective candidate, a candidate that believes in 6 genders, and he takes hits at Jesus Christ, and he's wearing a mask 6 months ago. Whereas anybody wearing a mask 6 months ago doesn't get it.
I mean, this is silly. The average American voter might be a little bit reactionary. The average American cultist might actually hear this and go, 6 genders, okay, that seems good for me, right? But there is a much smaller market for people who demand this, as opposed to people who demand material improvements in their lives. I feel like nothing I'm saying is shocking. I don't think anything I'm saying is even ideological. I don't think anything I'm saying is like reinventing the wheel in any way, shape, or form. I'm literally saying, if you promise to fix people's immediate material problems, okay, that plague them on a daily basis, okay, with clear-cut, well-defined policies, universal policies that are easy to understand, easy to identify, and your opposition is talking about how you want 35 genders and to snip people's penises or whatever, they're going to look gross and weird and strange. You're going to look competent. But the Democrats will never do that. The Democrats will never do that because they know that if they do that, then corporations that benefit from both parties address these issues, and corporations that make money off of the economic struggles that plague your life, corporations in the private healthcare industry, for example, right? Those guys will lose profits and they'll stop giving money to the Democrats. They'll stop hiring the children of elected representatives in the Democratic Party into high-paying jobs. That's it. It's not that confusing. It's not that complicating, okay? It's not that complicated. Paxton is just Diet Trump nicknames. Okay, whatever. We're not going to get into Ken Paxton right now. We're still on the autopsy. The guy that Martin hired to do the autopsy fucked up so bad and was still working for the DNC months later. He just got fired. Okay? For the record, the guy that was hired to do the autopsy was so spectacularly bad, and yet he was still working at the DNC, because this is another thing that I always talk about. Democrats love rewarding failure. Jamie Harrison, great example. Diligent fundraiser, fundraised a shit ton of money against Lindsey Graham, failed spectacularly, and the DNC was like, you're our guy, you should head it. And it turns out Ken Martin is also kind of a fucking kind of a failure too, a little bit. Now that Amy McGrath, 3-time loser in Kentucky, is free because she lost the primaries to Charles Booker in Kentucky, maybe we'll put fucking Amy McGrath in charge. Fuck it, dude. Anyway, it's just ridiculous. Let's take a look at MS Now and the way they're covering it.
Democrats just released a report about the 2024 election and their loss. This is that autopsy report, and it is incomplete, but it does paint a dismal picture for Democrats. It says the party has gone between stagnation and retrogression since Barack Obama's win in 2008, and that Democratic candidates have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership. And
oh, by the way, this was awesome. Conclusions. Perfect metaphor. Ben Rhodes says, Perfect metaphor for an institutional Democratic Party that seems unwilling to even face the moment. Disclaimer, this document reflects the views of the author. Conclusion, this section was not provided by the author. Not too many people here on Al Gore's internet are also the lead author of a sprawling 2024 autopsy-like report. Since the good Lord blessed me with this opportunity, she has also chosen to bless me with this. The funniest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Actual raffling. Oh my God. I don't even know why people on Blue Sky have just a like 2016 way of speaking still. Like they haven't, it's the most faillennial. Oh, this is irrelevant. I don't want to get bogged down with that. All right, let's continue.
Voters have drifted away. Let's bring back MS Now Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Fry. And Kevin, I know you just are getting an initial look at this. It's 192 pages. I know you haven't had a chance to read through all of it, but based on what you're seeing so far, what are the big takeaways? What do we know about this report?
Yeah, about 20 pages in. I will say, look, one of the things that has stood out to me is one of the things they have in, quite frankly, the opening, which is that they argue that the reduction in support for and training for state parties has contributed to a shift in voter registration issues, organizing capacity for the state at the state level, and persistent problems with their candidates to listen to voters. They also see this as being somewhat of a contradiction when it comes to what voters are backing policy-wise versus backing and supporting their candidates, saying, for instance, voters have backed through referendums in states issues, for example, dealing with health care, abortion rights, the list goes on, things that Democrats might actually typically win on, but at the same time their candidates aren't necessarily winning on those issues. They also say that regaining trust and confidence in the party where voters have an affirmative reason to support Democrats will take a comprehensive strategy and considerable effort over multiple cycles. So this is not some sort of short-term change they're seeing here, saying that Democrats need to do it right now because the future could become even more difficult to do so. Still pouring through some of the kind of the contradictions they see between how Senate candidates did versus the presidential candidates did, where they see that Kamala Harris, for example, failed to get across the finish line compared to other candidates. So a lot more to unpack here, but those are just within the first dozen or so pages, some of the initial takeaways about the kind of structural messaging and favorability issues that the party sees with just the voting public.
What's up with the timing? Why now?
That's a great question. One of the things that is notable about this is that the DNC's own chairman is basically coming out and
no, I don't look good today. I'm not okay. I am pale because I wanted to move the camera just a little bit. And of course, in the process of doing so, everything got fucking reset. I don't want to get into it.
Saying that, one, that there was essentially pressure on them to go ahead with
I'm
this.
both pink and pale at the same time. I don't even know how. I don't even know how this is fucking possible. I look like shit. He said that he wanted to
be honest and transparent with actionable and specific takeaways for the future of the Democratic Party. He says that when he initially received this report, it was not ready for prime time. And as you look through it, it's notable that there is, one, no executive summary, and two, there are lots of sections where you see comments from the DNC, from Ken Martin, basically saying, this data doesn't add up, this number is wrong, where is the calculation to back up this claim? So not necessarily everyone on the same page, it seems, as to what the takeaways are here.
Yeah, you look at, as I'm scrolling through, I went right to where it was supposed to have the executive summary, and it's completely blank. One thing that we are finding, though, in this report is that they're noting a rural miscalculation that, quote, Harris wrote off rural America, assuming urban-suburban margins would compensate, and, quote, the math doesn't work. Kevin, 2028 isn't that far off.
It's not, and 2026 is going to be a big test case for this. Can Democrats manage to make inroads there? Part of their messaging strategy and part of the takeaway, another takeaway that I saw on this, is that the Bidenomics messaging, quite frankly, was just not landing with voters. If anything, it was turning them off. And Democrats have leaned into affordability as part of their 2026 messaging, seemingly trying to rebut that. It does help, of course, that under the Trump administration, we have seen gas prices surge over the last several months because of the Iran war, other health care related price concerns, for example, that have given Democrats ammo in that vein. And so will that affordability message, will that make an appeal?
How are you going to live in sunny California and not have a tan? Again, we're focusing on all the good stuff, but I will eventually. I've been going outside more. According to another source on the call, Martin didn't refuse to take questions. Nobody asked one. Wait, what? Ken Martin just held a call for all DNC members. According to a person on the call, Martin essentially just read his public statement on the autopsy and then refused to take any questions. Nobody asked for questions. Okay. Again, this is why. Look. This is why I say these guys are unfathomably weak. This yields opportunity. This presents an opportunity. I don't know if Dave Weigel is like making a joke or not here. He probably shouldn't be fucking joking about stuff like this, to be fair, because he's a reporter. But I will say this. This is why I keep repeating over and over again that this fucking party is dying. Okay? They're dying. But what the fuck? Oh my God. I am so annoyed. Oh my fucking God. It's just everything is so broken. Possible. Everything is so broken. I'm never letting anybody touch my fucking setup ever again. I swear to God. All right. Here, there you go. You got Kaya Cam as well. Time for a studio. This is a studio. We're in a studio. Anyways, I was saying. Okay. What am I doing? Can you make Kai bigger? Kai has a great tan unlike her father. Yeah, because she actually goes outside a lot more than I do. The brightness is too low. I know. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. What I was talking about is this. Okay. These guys, the Democratic Party is weak. The Democratic Party is unbelievably weak. And that's a good thing for us. Okay. If your goal is to make necessary changes in the United States of America, it's basically an opportunity. It's like you have a friend who's really into cars, okay? And he has an incredible car that you want. He's your best friend. But he can't drive it any longer. He had a freak accident, so he can't drive cars any longer. You could just take the car now. Okay? You could just be like, "Hey, let me take this off of you. Real cheap." Do you see what I'm saying? I'll take this car off of you real cheap. Okay? You give me a good deal on this. You got a DUI. Maybe I'll let you drive it every now and then in the parking lot. Okay? Hasan Piker analogies, imagine a car. That's the way I see it. Law, I don't think the value of the car is affected. The value of the car is not affected. But there's no one driving it. No one capable of driving it. So it's just going to waste. Sitting around. Collecting dust in the garage. Okay? That's what I see. I see opportunity. I feel like it's a waste not to use this opportunity, this moment.
That goes beyond just the typical Democratic voting demographics. Will they be able to re-secure some of those voters? I think that's part of what Democratic leadership here on the Hill has been betting on, and that could serve as somewhat of a roadmap heading into 2024.
At long last, the
Kevin
2024
Fry, we'll let you get back to reading this autopsy report from the DNC from 2024, and we know you'll bring us more highlights as you get them.
Oh, God, they're so fucking bad. Like, it makes total sense why incompetent fascist Republicans keep winning in this goddamn country with objectively the most evil, like openly evil policies. Because it's not like the Republicans are running around being like, we have some really good ideas on how to fix this country. They are just open. They're open about it. They're like, no, we fucking hate you. We want to melt the poor. We want to kill a lot of immigrants in the process, or anyone and everyone that we have considered to be bad because they're brown, right? Like, we have all the worst ideas, and people still go, you know what, I'm going to vote for this guy. And if you're wondering why that's the case, if you're like, how is that possible? How are the Democrats still losing to this? Well, here you have it. It's because the party is unbelievably fucking incompetent. They don't want to win. They don't want to fucking win. They don't care about winning. They don't care about defeating the Republicans. It's that simple. They just want to sit around and fucking collect their money. That's it.
All right, y'all, got some breaking news here for you. So the DNC has now officially autopsy of the 2024 race, and it gets into why they think they lost. Now, Ken Martin is the head of the DNC. He had basically been going around in interviews and gaslighting us as to why he's refusing to release the autopsy. Well, now that it is released, allow me...
Yet you still work with them? You're a fucking idiot. You are the biggest idiot of all time. I cannot comprehend a bigger idiot. You might be dumber. As a matter of fact, you are dumber than fucking Ken Martin and the entirety of the Democratic Party, because they recognize what I'm trying to do and they're very worried about it. That's why they spend a good deal of their fucking time attacking me. You, on the other hand, don't understand what I'm trying to fucking do, and you just want to chirp from the sidelines. Okay? I'm not working with the fucking Democratic Party, you moron. Oh my God. Do I work for the DNC? Does it look like I work for the DNC to you? Are you that fucking stupid? How is this possible that, like, the dumbest people of all time, the dumbest people that work in such close proximity to power, at least are intelligent enough? What? Why did you respond to Salin, a Palestinian, in that tone? They're right. Wait, what? A Palestinian? How the fuck am I supposed to know what if anyone's background? What the fuck are you guys talking about? What are we doing? We're doing identity politics now? What the fuck is this bait? I don't know who Salin is. What the fuck is going on? It's got to be bait, right? What is this? Is this the new meta? That I'm anti-Palestinian? Is that what you're doing? Is that what the new thing is? Holy crash out? Yes, dude. Yes. It is a fucking crash out. It is. You got it. If that was your goal, if that was what your goal was, you fucking, you achieved it, okay? Oh my God. Double perma. Who wants it? Who else wants it? It is bait. Every day you aren't on Fox and CNN is a day where chat sucks is simple. Oh my God. Chat is low-key the no job convention. Yes. Listen, we're not doing fighting right now, okay? We're not doing that. It's not time for it. You're being insane, okay? You're being insane with this shit. I think there is a new movement that has been brewing in the sidelines that has always been something that I'm aware of, but haven't really paid too much attention to. From the Larishites to the revolutionary communists, shepherded by Chairman Bob Avakian, there's always been what I like to call the Schizo Left, okay? There's always been like a cult side of the left. People have yelled at me in the past about Black Hammer, for example, when I called them cranks and called them insane. At the time, there were a lot of people who were like, hold on, let's hear him out. You actually don't understand the revolutionary spirit captured by the Black Hammer organization, right? There are always people who see the most batshit fucking crazy person and go, that's my guy. I'm an insane person, and I feel perfectly represented by this also insane person, okay? One of the things I often do is just push aside or try to actively not talk about people who are in the schizoid communoid left, okay? They are out there. They're not like a very large constituency. They're not necessarily a sizable constituency at all, but because they spend every waking moment on the internet and don't have a job, right? So all they do is fucking chirp. They have an outsized representation on websites like Twitter, and also sometimes this fucking community as well. It's very strange. I don't know why this movement is I do know why this movement is growing, because every variant in the United States of America, every ideological tendency in the United States of America has different schizo variants, because we are a very mentally unwell nation, okay? So it makes sense. I'd say at least 1/3 of chat will fall for a Mussolini speech. Oh, 100%. 100%. They'd be going, hold on, let's hear him out. They already do that. His name is Tucker Carlson, and there are people who fall for it every single time. In any case, the DNC is a horrible institution. It is an institution that has bred so much failure, okay? And there are a lot of people who are no longer falling for the bullshit that this liberal institution has presented. Self-identifying liberals who are demanding more, okay? Self-identifying liberals who want more from their party. This is an opportunity, okay? This is an opportunity to show them that there is a different type of politics, a different way of understanding the world, one that actually focuses on class, one that actually wants to improve their lives. But instead of using this as an opportunity to foment class consciousness amongst the masses, most of the people just want to fucking chirp in Twitch streams. They want to chirp on Twitter. They don't want to actually go out and talk to people. It's fucking frustrating. All they want to do is yell at the people who do that. All they want to do is yell at the DSA. It's always about criticizing the different methods of organizing that other people are using. It's never about doing the fucking work. And I don't understand where this comes from. Sometimes you just got to shut the fuck up and let other people cook, and you cook in the way that you want to cook. Okay? You do it. If it works, I'll work with you every single time. Okay? People get real mad when I say build the Vanguard King and I'll be there for you. And they get real upset. They're like, wow, this is so dismissive. No, man. My point, I'm being sincere when I say that. What makes you think if there was currently an active Marxist-Leninist Vanguard Party or an active, genuine, like successful, impactful Vanguard out there that I wouldn't work with them? It's very strange. If you just assume that the masses are gone and it's a foregone conclusion, build a Vanguard so you want to get in when the hard work of decades of organizing is done. Buddy, you're not doing it. That's my point, okay? You're not doing it. You're not doing it at all. All you're doing is this. This is what you're doing. We have a finite amount of time on this planet, okay? Lifespans are relatively short in the grand scheme of history. And if you're spending all of the productive hours that you have in the day chirping at a fucking Twitch streamer, then you're not doing it. Be more productive with your time. That's the whole point. You think trying to rage bait me so that I respond to you in a fucking angry way, and maybe it gets into, like a Fox News clip machine, is somehow going to make you feel better, is somehow going to make you feel like you're moving in the right direction. I always ask myself, is this productive? Who is this message for? Who is this argument for?
To say, I kind of understand why you didn't want to release it. Hey, bro, this thing's a mess, man. This thing is an absolute walk you through it. But right off the jump here, let me just say, 100% this was made with AI. Without a doubt, this was made with AI. It is an absolute joke. It is pathetic how off base this is. All right, so right off the jump here, let me just say, some of the reasons that they give for why Kamala lost, they say Trump's they-them attack ads on Kamala were seen as highly effective. That's where Trump was saying, she only cares about trans people.
Are you upset you were lied to about the anti-Zionists? You condemned us, okay, HasanAbi, you were wrong and we forgive you? Banned. If you're talking about Maureen Galindo, if the peak of your anti-Zionist activism revolves around who actually pisses off like the pro-Israel crowd or Jews the most, you're not a serious person. Okay? You're not a sincere person at all. I'm sorry, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Like, there are a lot of people who are just like now firmly within the ranks of the Schizo Left, where people are just like deeply unwell. Okay? And I don't even want to talk about this issue any further than I already have, because it is deeply frustrating. Like, perhaps you should just reach out to her and have a conversation with her if you love her so much, right? About what her worldview looks like, and maybe lead her back to some semblance of reality, rather than saying this is the peak of anti-Zionist activism in the country. A crystal mommy who keeps saying Jews control Hollywood. At that point, you might as well fucking talk about Nick Fuentes being the best at anti-Zionist advocacy, okay? You're reactionary. You're unbelievably reactionary. Very frustrating to see.
Whereas I care about you, the regular folks. To me, I think that's kind of stupid and dumb, because Kamala wasn't talking about trans people. She never mentioned trans people. So to try to tar her with that, it rings very hollow, in my opinion. We also have the Biden team was criticized for failing to prepare Kamala properly. They say that the Democrats were neglecting rural voters. And they also say that Democrats relied too much on saying we're not Trump. Hey, we're not this guy. We're anything but this guy. Okay, so that's some of the conclusions. We also have Kamala Harris on the ballot helped down ballot Democrats more than Biden would have if he was on the ballot. In the report, they urge a shift away from identity politics and toward middle class and kitchen table issues like the economy and affordability. They also say that Republicans were more effective at messaging and data use, and they learned messages from the past better, including from Obama's campaign. Now, having said all that, you ready for this? So, mentions of Gaza, Palestine, or Israel in the 192-page report. Zero. None. Not at all. It didn't bring it up at all. Okay?
The only reason why that attack ad, the Kamala is for they, them, worked, quote unquote, worked, and its impact could absolutely be discussed. Dude, I mean, this is so fucking annoying. I can't stand these motherfuckers so much. I try not to fucking left bash at all, but the motherfuckers that constantly complain about like any Democrat, the motherfuckers that just hate the Democratic Party, sometimes more than they hate the Republican Party. As a matter of fact, most of the time, more than the Republican Party, are so frustrating. Like I'll literally be like, oh look, Chris Rabb, he's like a genuinely radical person, right? Genuinely radical politician who spent a lifetime doing activism, working inside of his own state, within the confines of like state governance, obviously, but still tried to do his very best. What a wonderful moment that he got elected. What a wonderful moment that he's now in a position of power to make some changes. And people will be like, no, because he's a Democrat, of course he's fucking pro-Israel. He's a Zionist because he's a Democrat. Everyone is a Zionist. Everyone is a Zionist. Unlike me. Okay, guy who fucking chirps on Twitter. I'm doing the most anti-Zionism. I'm doing maximum anti-Zionism. Electing anti-Zionists into office is not anti-Zionism. Tweeting about how those guys are actually Zionists is anti-Zionism. Like, it's so frustrating. And then, like, I'll be like, dude, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. You're just fucking posting on Twitter. Like, you're not trying anything. All you're doing is posting on Twitter. And people go, wow, you sound like ContraPoints. Wow, you are so fucking, you're completely captive. You're completely captive to the pro-Israel Democratic Party. I hate having to have these stupid conversations with people who I previously thought were at least somewhat empathetic and somewhat intelligent. It turns out you can be an empathetic person. You can be on the right side. You can be on the right side of an issue and still be a fucking moron. Reactionary and parasocialists created the most unhealthy online combo I've seen in a long time. There's so many of them now, bro. I don't know what's going on. The last 2 weeks have been a nightmare. AOC bad, Plattner bad, Bernie bad, Galindo good. Yeah, where is this coming from? I genuinely don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand where this is coming from. Where they're like, yeah, no, Chris Rabb is a Zionist because he's a Democrat, whereas Maureen Galindo is anti-Zionist because Democrats hate her. Okay, there are plenty of people that the Democrats hate. Well, they hate me too, for the record, but of course that never factors into the equation. I'm a Zionist too. I'm literally pro-Israel. You should talk about this with the Chapo boys. No, because Seamus was on. Seamus and Dylan are people that I know very well. Okay, and Seamus had a very thoughtful opinion on this, where he's like, a lot of people, like he even catches himself while he's talking about it. I was listening to their latest episode where he literally says, I might be a little too critical of AOC because like I just have personal enmity and personal resentment against her. But the reality of the matter is like Tucker Carlson is not a fucking real anti-imperialist. Like I'm never going to shit on him for doing the right thing on the issue of Israel, which is literally my take. I agree with Seamus on this issue. I didn't hear the rest of what they were talking about, but he was straight up saying like, look, I don't think he just straight up was saying like, I don't think that we should just cast aside any aid like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson, but also at the same time, the idea that these guys are like even he recognizes that there are some people on the left who sincerely make it seem as though Tucker Carlson is like an anti-imperialist, and that's not the case at all. Maybe I haven't gotten to the other part of the story. They criticize your material change you try to achieve, but do nothing. Very cynical, zero optimism. Not about casting aside. It's about them useful. They don't seem to be that useful. No, I think that there is utility to anyone with a large platform that speaks out on these issues convincingly. Tucker Carlson certainly has a large platform and speaks on the issue of Israel convincingly. But to assume that Tucker Carlson is like a trusted ally in this fight or an anti-imperialist in any way, shape, or form is unbelievably stupid. Okay? I think too many Groypers on Twitter love that crazy procrastination lady. I think this is the far-right Carlson Groyper type trying to infiltrate. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. For a lot of people, they're so desperate for anyone to be fucking anti-Zionist that they will literally lean into anyone and everyone. It's the Randy Fine versus Dan Bilzerian equation, where they will just go, yeah, Dan Bilzerian is a better alternative than Randy Fine. Okay? And if your calculation revolves around, like, both of these guys fucking suck dick, but one of them is anti-Israel, one of them is pro-Israel, then yeah, Dan Bilzerian literally etches out against Randy Fine because they believe the same exact fucking bullshit. Randy Fine and Dan Bilzerian believe the same shit. They do. 99% of the way. Same with like Nick Fuentes versus Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes believe the exact same bullshit. But one gets recognized as a valid media person, Ben Shapiro does, right? And the other is understandably deplatformed and cast aside and has no place in like polite, civilized conversations in civilized society. Part of that is because you can believe every single thing that Nick Fuentes believes, with one exception, Israel, and you're fine. This is busted. This is broken. This is the problem. What I said about Maureen Galindo was, if you don't want a conspiratorial nut job that represents the anti-Zionist bracket on the Democratic Party primaries, then run better fucking Democrats. Your alternative can't be a pro-Israel cop that wants to fund ICE. If you run a pro-Israel cop that wants to fund ICE, you're going to funnel people to a crank that says insane shit. It's that simple. That's it. This is the United States of America. People believe in crazy shit, okay? People believe in a lot of violent rhetoric. People have only heard violent rhetoric. So when you actually redirect that violent rhetoric for the first time ever, not towards black people, not towards brown people, but instead to people in positions of power ostensibly, okay, or to a group, perhaps the only group that has any DEI initiatives that people care about, Republicans, right? Republicans that say like DEI is bad across the board except for Jewish people. Like, that is the dynamic that they're trying to present here. And everyone fucking pounces on that person. Most people go crazy. People look at that and go, okay, what the fuck is going on? Not everything is a psyop. Holy fuck, everyone's conspiracy brand is so painful to listen to. I don't even think Maureen Galindo is a psyop. I think she's just crazy. I think she's just like a sincerely crazy person. I think she is not very well read, not very educated, right, on this issue, doesn't understand it, and is just simply reacting to the things that she has seen thus far. And when you're like a little crazy on top of that, or very crazy on top of that, of course, that's going to be your output. Your output's going to be like legitimately insane. She's Marjorie Taylor Blue, okay? When I say Maureen Galindo is not very well educated, I mean on the issue of Israel-Palestine, okay? That's it. You can have someone be on the right side of an issue or even center their worldview around empathy, but then also be not have the solid fundamentals, and then just come out with like, and have any sort of proclivity towards like believing in conspiracy theories and whatnot. That's what's going to happen. That's the average American now. That's the median voter. That's always been the median voter. A lot of people don't understand that. Ironically enough, I've always been anti-crank. Okay, this is why a lot of people have yelled at me over and over again for years. I was always anti-Tulsi Gabbard, for example, and people yelled at me all the fucking time for this. Okay? I love cranks. I love watching them from afar. I'm fascinated with the way that they operate, but I'm not going to ever fucking sincerely talk about being a fucking crank, like, or how some kind of crank is a movement leader. Okay? I love watching Professor Jiang, but I'm not going to sit there and be like, what a brilliant, thoughtful person. She's an average Ohioan, but living in Texas. I mean, she's an average San Antonio Texan, too. Galindo/Tucker exposed a reactionary tendency among leftists to just want their adversary to theoretically bleed by any means necessary. They insist on any kind of pragmatism, even if it's in the direction of socialism being weak and wrong. Yeah. I think there are more psyops and astroturfing campaigns online than we realize. I bet. Sure, maybe. Better to be crank agnostic because they're a good gateway into politics, to be perfectly honest. Opposing them too harshly makes their newly awakened fans who will fall away after a month or two when they see how dumb they are less open to you. I know. But I do think it's good. We have to push back on it a little bit. Why else would I push back on anti-Semitism, for example? I mean, most of the, with the exception of the Zionist Christians, right, evangelical Zionists, most of those anti-Semites, most anti-Semites in the United States of America are anti-Israel. So why do I not let that shit slide? Why do I not let it go? Anti-Semites, and maybe even some on the left, say, oh, it's because you want to be a mainstream media figure and you have to pay the piper. You are not allowed to be a mainstream media figure if you say the secretive truths, right? That's their suspicion. That's not the case. That's not the case at all, because I'm not a fucking reactionary tailist, okay? Because it is fundamentally flawed thinking, the assumption that there is an international organized Jewry or any group whatsoever is operating on in-group, out-group dynamics in a way where they cannot change their fucking perspective at all, that they're organized and that they're moving in one direction. That's not how this works. That's not how the world works. People have class interests. People operate on those class interests. People act on those class interests. That's it. Except for Oklahoma City Thunder fans. They do obviously participate in Hasbara. It's very clear. Let's continue with Kyle Kulinski.
That is astonishing, especially given that we now have some data that has come out that shows it was a very big reason why Kamala wasn't able to juice the turnout among the base as much as she needed it. Okay, we already have polling data that indicates this was a huge, huge issue. Okay, more. In addition to flat-out factual inaccuracies that are in the report, and I'm going to give you some of those in just a little bit, but in addition to that, the report also doesn't discuss inflation, perceptions of Biden's age, and immigration. That's all left completely out of the report. Amazing, amazing. All right, now how do we know that this was written by AI? Well, let me give you the errors it contains. To Ken Martin's point about this document not being ready for prime time, which is something he said, it contains lots of errors and curious inclusions, even some that are puzzling to have in a draft. For instance, it lists 2 separate vote percentages for North Carolina for the Republican gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson. It says at one point he won 45% of the vote. At another point it says he won 42.7% of the vote. Neither of those are correct. He won 40.1% of the vote. Okay? In one point, it lifts up the Washington governor, Bob Ferguson, as an example of a candidate who did the right things, before later noting that he actually underperformed Kamala Harris. So their example of like the ideal is somebody who performed worse than Kamala did. It also misspells the names of politicians, like the Republican former Kentucky governor, Matt Bevin. They put Brevin instead of Bevin. And the Democratic former New Jersey governor, John Corzine. It's spelled John incorrectly. I mean, this is, again, this is amateur hour. This is amateur hour here. One of the things from the report that was like a big takeaway is that, hey...
Actually, dying how the crux of this report is the fucking North Carolina governor's race. Like, fuck, of course, dude. Democrats should just run against a black Nazi obsessed with racist porn in every race. Why didn't they think of that before? This type of analysis would get you laughed off. Even the stupidest parts of election Twitter, they unironically would have been 1,000 times better off hiring an autistic 16-year-old with a PFP of laser eyes of Brad Lander than doing what they did here. No, those guys also don't have good ideas, and I'm not going to give them any fucking credit either, okay? Anyway, but yeah, it's, I guess the Democratic Party never ceases to amaze me with, like, how bad they are. Like, how just openly incompetent they are, you know? That's just what it is. Beyond any sort of like ideological tendency, beyond any sort of association, beyond any sort of like higher priority placed upon defending corporations and whatnot, or defending Israel. Like, they are just unbelievably bad at their fucking jobs at its root, right? The most basic assessment of the DNC is that they are fucking dog shit at their jobs. And because their jobs are protected by corporate interests, by their defense of corporate interests, ultimately, as long as they keep that shit up, as long as they fight these enemies of corporate interests within their ranks, as long as they actively try to purge their enemies from within their ranks, and they spend most of their time and effort and energy on ensuring that there is no insurgent left that captures any center of power within the party, right? That causes people to second guess their previous reasons for voting for the Democrats in general, and demand more radical Democrats all around the country, seeing the success of the likes of Zoran Mamdani and numerous others. As long as that doesn't happen, everyone's happy. That's it.
Democrats need to run a race like the governor of North Carolina, the Democratic governor of North Carolina. And of course, the takeaway people are having is like, bro, he was running it.
Yeah, this is one of the greatest assessments of all time, okay? This is one of the best examples. One of the best examples. Abigail Spanberger, CIA's very own, right? Centrist Democrat, moderate, wins the race in Virginia. All of the fucking centrists get behind her and say, you're talking about Zoran Mamdani, who's in New York. New York is deep blue. His victory was actually irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Nothing to learn from that victory at all. Let's look at CIA's very own governor, right? In CIA's very own state, the state of Virginia. Okay, let's look at her fucking track record. Let's look at her approval so far. Carl Bayer did that. He looked at all the vetoes from Governor Abigail Spanberger over the last week, and they were even worse than you thought they were. Last Friday, she vetoed a bill that would have expanded and protected collective bargaining rights for state public sector workers. On Tuesday, she vetoed legislation that would have protected voters from illegitimate purges from voter rolls. Also on Tuesday, she vetoed 2 bills that would have provided an affirmative defense and strengthened protections for defendants afflicted with mental illness. Oh yeah, she also vetoed a law that would have established Virginia's first statute for allowing class action lawsuits. Also a veto on a law capping the use of private funds by election officials. And she vetoed a law that would have shielded universities from speech restrictions imposed by their boards similar to those pushed by Trump. On Wednesday, she vetoed a bill that would have outlawed ICE arrests at courthouses, polls, schools, and hospitals. That same day, she also vetoed a bill that would have legalized the sale of marijuana in Virginia. Also on Wednesday, she vetoed legislation that would have lowered prescription drug prices in the state of Virginia. What the fuck are we doing? If you look at her as like the North Star, as how all Democrats should be all around the nation, you just want the Democratic Party to be the gay Republican Party. That's it. You want gay Republicans, and maybe not even too gay. Not in your face with all the gay shit either, right? Like, that's what you want. I don't think that's what the base wants. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good politics, and I don't think that's good policy. It's fucking ridiculous. And I know she released statements as to why she had to veto all these fucking bills. I know. It's bullshit, okay? I heard especially the ICE one. Oh, well, if I didn't veto this ICE bill, then we would be putting security in a compromising position where ICE agents are going to go into those hospitals anyway. No, dumbass. When that bill goes through, that actually limits ICE's fucking movement because they don't want to be in this like weird friction with, local security in the hospital. So they don't go into the fucking hospitals. That's the whole point. I know it's super controversial to say this right now, but I really do completely agree with you. No, it's not controversial to say that. It's only controversial to say I completely agree. I know you're just joking, chatter. It's only controversial to say that if you're fucking insane, okay? And unfortunately, we do live in an insane country. And more people are becoming more and more insane by the day. Her fans are saying that she isn't against them. She just wants policy reworded, and she will agree because they're party apparatchiks, okay? They're loyal propagandists for centrist Democrats for some weird reason. I think it's unearned. I think this loyalty, this overzealous nature of like centrism fans is unearned. But they're just party defenders. That's it. They are regime pilled. Comparing Abigail Spanberger and Zoran Mamdani approximately half a year into their first term really demonstrates the stakes of the current battle for the future of the Democratic Party, says Aaron Regenberg, who writes for the New Republic. After their respective elections, a lot of third-way types argued that Zoran's win in New York City offered the Democratic Party few, if any, lessons, and the real attention should be on folks like Spanberger, Fast forward, and Zoran is reinvigorating municipal institutions and doing a whole spectrum of things to make people believe that democratic government can, in fact, make a positive impact in their lives. Compare that to Spamberger, who is vetoing laws to support collective bargaining, protect immigrants, and lower prescription drug prices. This really gets to the core divided between Dem factions right now, between those who think Trump and MAGA appeared out of nowhere, and so all we have to do is win one election against them, and those who understand that these forces arose out of a disillusionment with our democratic institutions, a belief that the system isn't working, so we need a strong man to blow it up, meaning that the only long-term solution that can avoid a repeat of this Biden wins in 2020 but Trump is back in 2024 loop is proving that democratic government can in fact work for regular people. This is at the heart of my fucking understanding of the problem as well. This is exactly what I kept repeatedly mentioning with the 2024 election. The idea that Democrats didn't learn the lesson of 2016, that they thought a return to normalcy is what people wanted. And then when normalcy came back, that people were going to be comfortable delivering normalcy a second term. That's not what was going on at all. The average person is fucking pissed off. They're pissed off because of inflation. They're pissed off at the institutions. They correctly identify that the current system is fundamentally flawed. But if one party is offering no alternatives to that whatsoever, and the other party is saying, we're going to break this system down and we're going to rebuild it in a way that suits your purposes, then yeah, they're going to go with, yeah, fuck the system party. The problem is the fuck the system party is very much a byproduct of the system itself. They're just using fuck the system and let's brick the establishment as a tool to galvanize the public, as a tool to basically win elections. And then they do break the system, but in a way that actually suits their purpose, in a way that is not disruptive to the pre-established hierarchy of capitalism, of capital, transcending above the needs of everybody else. In New York City, Zoran is doing the hard work of proving democratic and democratic, like, you know, small d democratic and big D Democrat Party government can make a positive impact in people's lives. In Virginia, Spamberger, after running and winning on an affordability message, is doing favors for Big Pharma to stop legislation that could control prescription drug prices, i.e. resorting to the same failed playbook that makes voters think, oh, GOP or Democrat, these politicians are all the same. At the state level, this is the kind of trajectory that will lock in a Republican gubernatorial victory in Virginia in 3 years. But the bigger picture, and as we think about the next presidential primary, this demonstrates that the question must be not just who can win in 2028, but also what will they do after winning to ensure we're not right back in the fascism loop a few years later. We've talked a lot about how economic populism is the best frame for winning upcoming elections, but we should keep in mind that just as importantly, it is a necessary governance strategy to lock those wins in for the long term. That was a great take from Aaron Regenberg. Izzy Breen, former comms for Ilhan Omar, says, hasn't even been a year and Zoran's governance is having massive impact on my family. Our Dare Care was able to open a 15-seat, 3K program because of the 2,000 extra streets the admin funded. Everyone we know got in somewhere they wanted. This is going to save us almost 50 grand. That's real material changes being delivered to the people after they voted for someone. When is the last time you felt that way? And we obviously don't feel it here because I live in Los Angeles. So I'm on the fucking outside looking in. Right? I'm on the outside. They're having a fucking grand old time in New York City, and we're all watching from afar. When is the last time you voted for a goddamn politician and that politician actually followed through on their fucking promises and that actually impacted your life in a positive way? When is the last time that's happened? When? So what is the expectation? That people have some semblance of fucking strange loyalty to this party that is actually never really even over-promising? But the things that they do under-promise, they don't even deliver. It's ridiculous.
Against a Republican who was a black Nazi who was obsessed with racist porn. He's like that guy was the worst candidate maybe in U.S. history, and that's the only reason the Democrat won, is because Mark Robinson is a fucking mess. That was the Republican, Mark Robinson. So, I mean, to say that's a dumb conclusion is the understatement of the century. I mean, obviously, every Democrat can't run against somebody who's got that long of a track record of being like an atrocious candidate. Duh. So that's...
And he also literally did not pay his debts. Like, it's such a funny... He was so funny, dude. What a fucking goated character he was. Where he had porn debt, man. He had motherfucking porn debt, dude. He was so crazy about his porn. He did not play about his porn, that he had debt. I've never seen someone have gooner debt like that.
Ridiculous. Also, here's a crazy fact. So the guy who Ken Martin hired to do the report, okay, obviously this was an AI job. It was horrible. It was terrible. It's not ready for prime time, as Ken Martin said. But he still was working for the DNC up until like today. Like he just got let go. Ken Martin announced to the staff today that the guy who wrote it, Rivera, is no longer working with the DNC. But like he was still on a project after doing this bullshit AI report that was completely fake and horrible. I mean, that is so embarrassing, man. It truly is embarrassing. And then also, I'll point this out for you guys. John Favreau said this from PodSave. He said, step 1, promise to release the autopsy. Step 2, put incompetent friend in charge. Step 3, incompetent friend produces incoherent product. Step 4, announce you're not releasing the autopsy. Step 5, lie about why. Step 6, gaslight people who ask, saying they're the problem. Step 7, face internal revolt. Step 8, release autopsy.
Yes, I'm going to fucking watch Zoran stream when he goes live, bro. Come on.
Oh, my word. Man, that's crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. So after all that, everybody now on the timeline is basically like, yeah, I kind of get why he didn't release it. I kind of understand now why he didn't release it.
Yeah, except for Third Way and except for all the centrist think tanks who looked at this, who looked at this report and was like, well, this confirms all of our priors. So it's a banger. They got so horny. They got so excited to be like, yup, that's it. That's the one, that they released statements that they had to then delete because everyone was like, this report sucks, idiot.
But having said that, he could have just told us the truth about this from the beginning, right? He could have just said, look, the guy I hired didn't do a good job. He used AI. It's a bunch of bullshit in there. And so, like, that's why we're not going to release it. But the most important point, and this is what everybody should be stressing, is this. Why haven't you since commissioned a real expert to do a real report? Because there's a real report to be made about what happened, right? There's a real report that, for example, centers Gaza, centers Biden's failure on foreign policy, which led to a depressed base, which led to reduced turnout. Right?
They did. He doesn't know. They did. Twitch did. That's insane. But I mean, Twitch is in the fucking pooper anyway, so who gives a fuck? Whatever,
right?
Let's continue.
There's a lot more to say about this. There's a lot to say about inflation. There's a lot to say about Biden's age. There's a lot to say.
Twitch was like, we have to get this sex pest who's written manifestos on being able to say the N-word back on the platform, please.
About doing the switch without actually having a process and, having, an open DNC where you could have actually had something at least relatively more democratic than what we had, where they picked Kamala. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here, right? And nobody's talking about those things. So he should have commissioned a new report, and he should have commissioned an actual expert to do their job right. And then we could be having a real discussion now about what actually went down. But instead, it's too perfect. It shows the incompetence of the people who work at the DNC. It also shows that they're liars who, covered their tracks every step of the way instead of just telling the truth here. And it shows this hellscape of AI that's taking over, where work is going to get more and more dreadful, and, we stray further and further from the light of God. So crazy stuff here, man. But DNC Autopsy has been officially released. It's an absolute mess. Somebody was saying it appears like it's 192 pages. It appears like there's factual errors almost on every single page. Factual errors. And it's like, come on, humiliating. This is absolutely humiliating. So do a real report and do your job properly. But in reality, like, you got to clean house at the DNC. Like, it should just be mass firings. There are a bunch of, like, corporate hacks who run that thing. We need real lefties, especially now that the Democratic Tea Party is in full effect and you got left-flank candidates who are winning all over the place. Like, bring in left-flank candidates. Faz Shakir, the person who ran Bernie's campaign.
Yes.
He should absolutely be the head of the DNC. And he ran for it, and he almost won. But he should be the head of the DNC because he would never be this incompetent, and he would do a much better job. Like, this is crazy. Bring in Faz Shakir, clean house, get rid of these people, and make the DNC something that actual
else filled the void with their own theories, right? Like the she lost Kamala.
He protected immigrants and uplifted the poor. And he used the most cutting-edge technology of his time to speak directly to the people of New York. In the 30s and 40s, I would like to think that if Twitch existed back then, he would have streamed too. Mayor LaGuardia spoke to New Yorkers on the radio on his show called Talk to the People. This is our absolutely shameless homage. Talk with the people. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook, and yes, TikTok. If you're watching this on Twitch, drop your questions in the chat, and I'll answer as many as I can. We'll also be posting these conversations wherever you listen to podcasts, on your commute, washing dishes, pretending to answer emails, because government should be accessible. You should hear directly from your city about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So let's get into it. Here are a few things we did just this week. Today, we were so excited to announce that we were going to be delivering 1,000 $50 tickets to the World Cup just for New Yorkers. Now, last year when I was running for this position, I spoke about how New Yorkers deserved to have cheaper tickets to actually make sure
we don't
that they
need
could
more
go and see the magic
propaganda.
of the World
Am I
Cup,
right,
not just have to
Hasan? What do you
feel it
mean? Yes,
in
we
the city
do.
that they know as
Who
their
cares
home.
about New York?
Today, we announced that thanks to a partnership with the New York, New Jersey Host Committee, we're doing exactly that. These 1,000 tickets are going to be sold $50 a pop to New York City residents. All you have to be is older than 15 years old and live in our city. And I'm sorry to Philly sports fans, that does not apply to you. Now, the way that you actually enter into this lottery is on Monday, Memorial Day at 10 a.m. We're going to open up this lottery from 10 a.m. to midnight, and it's going to be open every day for the next 5 days. You can enter into the lottery once a day. We're capping it at 50,000 entries per day. And if you win the chance to get a ticket, you'll also get the chance to buy an additional ticket, either for a family or friend or whomever you'd like. And with that ticket is going to come free bus travel from New York City to the stadium. Because we know that just as much as ticket pricing has been a prohibitive part for New Yorkers dreaming about going to the World Cup, so too has transit. And so this is going to be part of our initiative to make it easier for New Yorkers to actually be a part of this incredible tournament. Now, I want to also shout outs to something that we did a few days earlier, which is make an announcement that we are extending 100,000 offers of pre-K and 3K to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. This was part of our announcement that we were adding 2,000 new 3K seats. Now, as part of these invitations that we are sending out to children across the city to be a part of this program, to their parents, we were also really proud of the investments we were actually able to make into these systems, which means that this time around, we saw that 85% of families received one of their top 3 3K choices. And what we saw is that the average commute for families, we cut that by 6 blocks. Now, 6 blocks may not sound like a lot to you and me, but if you're walking with a toddler, 6 blocks is quite a bit of time. So we're very, very excited about this because we don't just want universal childcare to be something that's remarkable because of the fact that everyone can access it on a technical level. We also want it to be something that is easy for New Yorkers to be a part of, something that is in their own neighborhoods, something that they can look at instruction and say, this is a program that I want my 3-year-old, my 4-year-old, and this summer will start for the first time ever for your 2-year-olds as well with 2K. Now, the other thing that I wanted to flag for New Yorkers directly is that there are a number of New Yorkers who are at risk of losing their SNAP benefits. Now, this is going to start on June 1st due to new federal work requirements. In New York City, the group that is facing the highest risk of losing these SNAP benefits are 18 to 24-year-old men. So you are at highest risk if you are between the ages of 18 and 64 years of age, if you do not have or live with a child who is under the age of 14, and if you do not have a medical exemption from work. This is one of the reasons why we want to communicate directly to New Yorkers about the fact that here is a moment where your SNAP benefits may be at risk, and we're looking to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure that you can keep living in this city, that you can keep considering this city to actually be your home. Now, I've gone through a number of the things that we've been working through this week, and as you know, this is the first time that I've ever streamed or whatever it is that we would describe this as. So I wanted to make sure that we actually brought somebody on who was a little bit more fluent in the language of streaming and Twitch and everything else that comes with it. So please join me in welcoming New York City's very own Moose.
Donnie.
How you doing, my man?
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me. Chat, what's up? So that's chat right there. You know what I mean?
Chat.
So when you're talking to them, you got to refer them as chat, not like ladies and gentlemen. All the politics stuff aside, you got to have that swag. So it's like chat, you know.
So it's like, what's going on, chat?
What's going on, chat? You know what I mean? So that's step 1. Step 2,
okay.
What's actually cool about you being a Twitch live streamer now is you can communicate with the people and talk to the people one-on-one, which I love. So it gives them that one-on-one connection with you. And we can answer the people's questions straight off the bat.
Well, I actually got a question for you first.
Okay. Talk to me.
When was the first time that you streamed? Is that how you described it?
Yeah, streamed.
Streamed.
Yeah,
Right.
so streaming started to become popular, I would say about a year ago.
Okay.
So I started about 6 months ago.
Okay.
Is he a face
So,
person? No,
honestly, I think
he's a
streaming
TikToker.
is the new
I think he streams as well sometimes,
wave right
but
now. It's like going viral. So, because it gives
Trying to use words that I understand.
it gives people that feel like they have a genuine connection with you.
Yeah.
So that's why I love that you're doing it.
How are you typically at home? Where are you?
So people like that at-home connection, but you know what I think would be a good stream for you?
Hit me.
A day in a life with the mayor. So I think that should be the next one. Show the people how hectic your day is and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So we actually have some live questions from the people
Okay.
as we're streaming. So let's talk with the people. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So
Who we got?
Prime Juice GF said, can you summarize the steps that you took to eliminate New York City's budget?
Absolutely. I have no idea what that handle is, but I will absolutely
you would have been better for
answer
this,
that
King.
question.
Yeah.
So this question,
and it would have turned into a literal nightmare because every Zionist institution would be up his ass. It would be, he would get yelled at endlessly.
he inherited a $12 billion fiscal deficit. This is a generational fiscal deficit. The reason I describe it like that is because when you look at previous mayors and
I
what
think
they
Squeaks
inherited,
would have
when
been
they
a
came
better
in, it was nowhere
person
near this level.
to do this with.
And
No
what we were
disrespect to
looking
this guy,
at is
but
a choice to either try and balance this budget on the backs of working class New Yorkers who had nothing to do with this deficit, or to find a way to balance this budget by raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, as well as actually having a fairer deal with Albany. Now, what that means is Albany is the state capital of our state, and New York City is obviously one part of our state. And a lot of our funding comes through Albany. And under the previous governor, Andrew Cuomo, a lot of that funding was not actually a fair relationship. The city would bear more of the costs than the state would. There would be agreements about 50-50 cuts of the cost spending that we'd be doing, and then Albany would be paying less and the city would be paying more. We're very lucky that under this governor, Kathy Hochul, we've developed a partnership where we actually have a lot more fairness in that relationship. And now on the taxation side, another thing that we did is with the governor's leadership, we introduced and are now passing a pied-à-terre tax.
Oh, wow.
Pied-à-terre, you gotta say that 3 times fast.
Pied-à-terre.
Pied-à-terre, which is a reference to non-resident New Yorkers who have a secondary property in New York City that is worth more than $5 million. So this is not affecting a typical New Yorker. You have to not live in the city, you have to own property in the city, and then that property's value has to be more than $5 million. That itself is gonna raise $500 million for New York City.
oh God.
So all of these ways of having a fair relationship with Albany, of increasing taxes on the very wealthiest, and of actually finding the savings and the efficiencies in city government that have for a long time just been tolerated because that's how things are. Those were the ways in which we actually got to a balanced budget. Albany was a critical partner in that. The governor was a critical partner in that. The Assembly Speaker, the Senate Majority Leader. Another critical partner was all of you, frankly, because you are the New Yorkers who were calling, you were knocking on doors, you were making your voices heard. Because in another time, when you inherit a deficit, people will say, just go to austerity, just start cutting. We don't want to cut services for New Yorkers. It's a tough enough city as it is. It's time to actually invest in the people.
I love that. I love that. The chat is spamming right now, so
All right,
I got to
here we
ask
go.
you some more questions.
Hit me.
I'm sorry.
Hit me.
Someone said, what would you say to a young New Yorker who feels like New York City is becoming impossible to build a life in? What would you say to that?
First thing I would say is I hear you. It is the most expensive city in the United States of America.
It is.
You're not imagining the fact that it's difficult. You know, I was sitting with a number of young New Yorkers the other day, and they said something that really stuck with me. They said, there are fewer things worse in life than being young and broke in New York City. And it hit me because in that moment, what a young person feels like is they don't have a future here. That the only way they could afford to live here is maybe continuing to live with their parents for the rest of their lives. Maybe living in that basement for the rest of their lives. And that's not the city that we want to live in. We want to have a city where you can actually dream.
No one
of
said that,
your
funnily
life
enough.
here beyond.
Yeah,
the
I
life
don't
that
think
you're
they're
living
saying
right now.
that in the
So
chat.
obviously
I'll be
there's a lot
honest
of
with
hard
you.
work that is asked of
I think
anybody
it's
who's trying to
mostly
make it here,
ASCII dick
but we also
spam.
want to make it clear that if you work hard in the city, you can find a way in the city. That's why we're investing in childcare. That's why we're investing in housing. That's why we're investing in city-run grocery stores, because we want it to be that little bit easier. So when you're putting in 110%, you can look at city government and say, at least
I don't think it's
somebody's trying to be
pre-recorded.
I love that. Yeah, because honestly, I don't even live in the city. I live in Staten Island, and it's still expensive for me. But you know, I know it's.
Okay, you know what I love?
What?
So you just said you don't live in the city. You live in Staten Island.
It doesn't count as New York.
No, but here's the thing: is like when you grow up in New York City, to me, the city is Manhattan.
Exactly. It's just Manhattan.
The city is Manhattan, and then everywhere else is everywhere else, right? You got Queens, you got Bronx, you got Brooklyn, you got Staten Island. So you grew up in Staten Island.
I grew up in Staten Island, unfortunately. I love Staten Island, but
unfortunately? Come on.
it doesn't have that New York feeling. You know what I mean? Like hecticness and so much going on.
That's
Staten
why a lot of
Island is
people love
just
Staten
quiet.
Island, though.
Yeah,
They want
I mean,
that.
I guess if I was older, I'd love it. But right now, I'm too young. So someone also said, "Can you play Minecraft?
Okay,
Do you play Minecraft?"
I gotta be honest. I do not. I have not played Minecraft. How do you play Minecraft?
Honestly,
Is
I
it
don't
a
play
computer game?
Minecraft. Yeah, I think it's a computer
Reminder
game.
what good moderation looks like. Yeah. Yeah, this is the ADL page for how good the AOC moderation team look like. But there's a different ADL page now, which is precisely the reason why their moderation doesn't look like that moderation. Anyway. Yes, Zoran's going to play
908
video games before me.
What age group people play Minecraft?
I think it's
like a
like
kids- is it
from
like a-
4 all the way to like it could be like 30 years old. You know what I mean? I think it's a
That's
generational
a
game.
Pretty incredible range. Okay, all right.
Woody W said, Zahran, do you think Arsenal cheated their way to the Prem title?
Okay, Woody W. I don't know how to kick you out of the stream, but I think you deserve to be kicked out of the stream. If anybody's listening that can do that, I think they should
Somebody
do that to Woody
block
W.
Woody
You
W.
should get Woody W out of here. Chat, you know what I'm talking about, if I'm using that right. Look, I'm proud to be an Arsenal fan. 22 years. Do you watch soccer?
I'm more of a basketball guy, but I saw they just won. I saw they just won. Okay, I'll give you.
Think about it through the context of the Knicks.
Okay.
How long we've been waiting.
Yeah.
And every year we think it's our year.
I think it's been since 2002 for you guys, right?
It has been, I think
20
we were
years old.
24. Sorry, it's been 22 years, so I think it was 2004.
And you've been a fan since 22 years ago?
I've been a fan since like 2000, 2001. My uncle put me on. The short answer is no, we did not cheat our way to this title. We deserved this title. And that's how you know, because we won the title with a game to spare. Shout outs to my man, Woody W., for trying to come at the new Premier League champions of England. And soon, inshallah, champions of Europe.
Inshallah.
Come on now.
I actually have a question for
Hit
you.
me.
How do you feel about the Knicks?
I'm feeling incredible about the Knicks. Game 2.
Game 2 is
Tonight.
Did you watch Game 1?
I did watch Game 1. I also have to give a shout out to my friend Nikhil Sharma, because the only reason I could watch Game 1 was because he had YouTube TV and he gave me his login.
I have someone's YouTube TV too.
Let's go. So that's
But that
a lot of
comeback was
people.
insane,
A lot of people ask,
honestly.
"What's democratic socialism?" Sharing YouTube TV with your boys.
Exactly.
That's also a little bit of example of that.
We're all living the same life.
Come on, just log in. You know, I gotta say, Captain Clutch,
Jalen Brunson.
incredible. But that run was incredible.
Insane. I think there was like 6 minutes left,
Yeah.
and he made a bucket, then another bucket. I'm like, yo, we have a time. We
biggest
have a
comeback
chance.
in Knicks history. Right?
Yes, it's insane. I think it was in the playoffs. Yeah, for sure. I think they're gonna win it all this year. What do you think?
I'm saying, inshallah. Come on.
Inshallah.
Come on.
Maybe we'll be at the championship game together.
I'm just saying, we want to run back 99. Get to the finals.
Hopefully. I think we got a chance.
Come on. We got to have game 2. Let's not get ahead of
Let's
ourselves.
do it tonight. So, Prime Blank Oblivion said, "What's the best tacos in New York City?"
Okay.
I mean, I think there's only one answer to that. But let's see.
Oh, God.
Las Tacos.
Okay, all right. I was worried.
We're on the same page.
I just
We're on
wanted
the
to make
same
sure.
page. All right.
I didn't want to like offend you. I didn't know you had a spot. Okay, for me, I think it's tight between, you said Los Tacos.
Mm-hmm.
Los Tacos, number 1, and Taqueria Ramirez. Have you been there?
I have not been there. Where is that?
There are no good
Ramirez, I think, is
tacos in New York
Greenpoint.
City. I'll stand on that too.
Fire tacos.
Yeah, we don't got that at Staten Island. So I never
Come on.
Sorry, y'all
Los
got
Tacos number
pizza,
1,
y'all got
also
subs,
fire.
you got delis.
What's
Y'all
your
got
taco order?
everything.
I just like that. I like birria tacos.
Birria tacos
I like
great.
birria
What is
tacos.
this?
Dipped in that little soup thing. Yeah, it's
Especially
fire.
late at night.
Late at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zionist organizations and
It's
followers shall
bussin'.
throw.
You gotta say bussin'. Bussin',
bussin'.
it means like delicious.
It's free bussin'.
Yeah, free bussin'. Mark OHHHH said, any update on free bus progress?
Speaking of bussin', it's not too far from the topic.
Ooh, that was a good one.
You know what I'm saying? trying to link it up. Okay, so few things on this. This continues to be a priority for us because 1 in 5 New Yorkers can't afford the cost of public transit in New York City. And that was when it was $2.90. Now it's $3. So this is something that we're gonna keep fighting for, and this is something we're gonna deliver by the time that I'm done being mayor. We wanna make buses free across the city. When I ran for mayor, I talked about making them fast and free. So what we focused on first is the fast part. Right now, there's some buses that travel at around 5 miles an hour. So we're doing everything we can.
Reading chatter
to get more than a
usernames out
million
loud.
New
Ricky
Yorkers
Mistake.
bus
Yeah, I
rides
don't think
sped up
this guy's
by
not a
up to
streamer
6
either.
minutes.
He
6
streams.
minutes?
I think sometimes
A
on
lot of
Twitch,
time.
but he's
And so that bus action plan
he's,
is right now our focus.
a
We're
TikToker.
gonna keep working with Albany on how to actually make buses free across New York City while we also make them fast. Want to give one shout out though. There is one free bus in New York City today, Q70. You can take that in Queens. It's a great place to be. And we just opened up a little bit of a busway for the World Cup for the Q70, so it's going to move a little quicker.
Who you got for the World Cup though?
Brother, I feel like I would be a fool if I made a prediction. Do you have? Who do you think?
Yeah, I got
What you got?
Portugal.
Shooey! Portugal has a stacked squad.
They do.
They have a stacked squad.
They do.
We got to be, first of all, host nation, there's always a little bit of magic, right? So I'm praying for the U.S. men's national team today. I was standing next to 2 of our incredible players. We're rooting for them. And then also, I was born in Uganda, in East Africa.
You were.
So we have never qualified for the World Cup, which meant I grew up rooting for African teams across the continent. Where's your family from?
My family's from Palestine.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Not in the World Cup,
Not in the World Cup,
but it's all good.
Maybe soon.
Maybe soon.
You never know.
We still rooting for everybody out there.
Exactly.
And I think Senegal and Morocco also looking very good.
Morocco did amazing last year. Not last year, 4 years ago.
Where did you watch the games last time, Ryan?
At home with my mom. Yeah, but I'm actually excited that it's in America this
What
year.
a beautiful, sweet story.
You need to dab your guests
I was,
up more.
I was
Yeah,
Aladdin
you guys
on
would be
Steinway.
freaking out about the audio spiking
You
if I dabbed up my guests.
Astoria. What is your love with Astoria? Why do you love Astoria so much?
I mean, have you been to Astoria?
yeah,
I mean, it speaks for itself. Oh, wait.
I have a story.
Okay. I don't know.
It is vibes. It's good vibes. You know, you go
During
there.
Ramadan?
Yeah, during Ramadan. It's amazing. All the people are there. Everybody's happy. So I see it, but
I mean, it's okay for me. It's the sense of community. That's one thing I love, especially during Ramadan when you're walking on Steinway at 2 a.m. People are just sitting outside drinking coffee. Yeah. Uncles are just chain smoking and having espressos, right?
gives you that Europe vibe. Yeah.
Very much. And then I think the other thing for me, the food is incredible.
The food is amazing.
I mean,
I know you like the ziyara. Shout out to ziyara.
Shout out to Lefa at Ziyara. Although I love Ziyara, but never order Ziyara if you have to run to be somewhere. like it's never 30 minutes. With all due respect to Ziyara. Yes. I'm probably gonna get a phone call about that afterwards. Okay.
Jocelyn, New York, sorry, I'm not the best at reading, said, can you describe how DOT is responding to clearing out storms, drains prior to storms?
Yes, so this is actually a very pertinent question because yesterday we had a significant amount of rainfall across New York City. Now, in most parts of New York City, this was 2 to 2.5 inches maybe, and our storm system is built for 2 inches of rainwater. As we know now with the climate crisis, that amount is increasing.
Olivia
There were
Reingold looking up
parts
this
of New
guy's
York City
playlist right now.
where
No,
in
I don't think
5
this is going
minutes
to
there
have
was
that
half an
much
inch of rain. That equates to
impact.
6 inches in an hour. Actually, earlier today, I was
Maybe.
meeting with a number of families in Hollis and Queens who it wasn't just that their basements flooded.
Ain't no
even
fucking
first
dot
floor
question in
apartments
Twitch
were
chat.
flooded. And there was a woman who came up to me and she had tears in her eyes and she was sharing with me that it wasn't a 2026 problem. It wasn't a 2020 problem. She's been facing this for 34 years. Wow. And that to me is an example of a lot of the roots of the climate crisis that we, especially in terms of flood prone areas in our city. So when it comes to what the city's doing on the short-term basis, we are making sure that we are clearing out catch basins. We are actually investing in cloudburst technology. Have you heard of cloudburst technology?
I have not. I'll be lying.
I'm gonna hit you with what it is.
Okay.
So there's a basketball court in Queens that is an example of cloudburst technology.
Okay.
How is the
where
YouTube stream
you have
looking,
a basketball
chat?
court with a surface that can
I assume it's
absorb
even
excess
worse than
rainfall,
this.
Hold it for 24 to 48 hours, so the sewage system is not overwhelmed. Then when the rain
Does anyone have a link to the YouTube stream?
a day later, 2
Oh,
days
chat
later,
is
then
off
it
on the YouTube
releases
stream?
the
That
excess
makes sense.
rainfall, and then the system can actually absorb that. So we have invested, I think, close to $300 million over a 10-year period in additional cloud-based technology. And then we're also investing multi-billion dollars on a longer-term scale to actually address some of the longer-term sewage issues
It's
both
on
in
YouTube
Southeast
too, but
Queens,
chat
as well
is
as other
off.
parts of New York City. Because the videos that a lot of us have seen, especially that I've seen, I don't know if you saw any videos about the flooding
seen a
yesterday,
couple, yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's a way in which we've come to accept this as if this is New York City when it rains, and that's unacceptable. And so we're looking at every single thing that we can do to make sure we actually catch up to the climate crisis.
Yeah, everybody
amazing,
give
man.
a shout
You
out to the motherfucking mods,
You
by the
make
way.
being mayor look cool. I'll give you
ADL
that.
endorsed moderation
You got that
team.
aura to you, man. You got that aura to you. So we have another question from Fright Fest 2005.
Yeah, it's
Salted
ASCII
Raven.
getting ass fucked.
She said, or he said, what are some additional ways you intend to tax the hyper wealthy? What would you use the funds to improve?
This is a great question. So 2 ideas that we've put forward is increasing personal income taxes on New Yorkers who make more than $1 million a year by just 2%. So if you made $1 million a year, this would be just an extra $20,000 in taxes. The other thing is to increase taxes on the most profitable corporations. So this isn't like a mom and pop store in your neighborhood that you know. These are the most profitable corporations doing business in New York. And to us, the importance of this, it's not just about fixing a broken tax system. It's also about having this revenue to invest back into the working people of the city, which will reap benefits for everyone who calls the city home. I'll give you one example. Childcare. Childcare right now, do you have kids?
Sorry, but this is boring as
soon, I
fuck.
hope so.
I mean,
Inshallah.
we're just watching it because it's
I'm going to make it
novel.
easier for your mom to nag you about having kids because we're going to...
Okay, this is a novel experience. He's the mayor. He wants to do this like fireside chat shit.
$20,000 a kid.
Obviously, their first, this is the first time they're doing it. It's not great. It could be better.
This year and next year.
You know, it'll be better next time. But it's not a bad thing. If it's on Turn Your Stream Off, you'd have dozens of chatters spamming to watch it. I know. There's also that too.
That's a critical part of the kinds of investments we could be making. So when your friend tells you that they're settling down, the next sentence doesn't include they're moving to Long Island, or they're going to the suburbs, or they're going to Jersey, or they're going to Connecticut, because they can actually envision living in New York City.
That's beautiful, man.
So when you have kids, you got to stay here.
When I have kids, I'm going to hit you up.
You got to start dabbing people up.
Pinky promise.
Guys, to everyone spamming the chat, let's try to be a little respectful, keep it family friendly.
Appreciate it. Thank
So we all know you used to be a rapper.
Yes.
Nah, I'm just playing. Who is legend US Fair 5 _ said, who's your favorite underground rapper?
That's not good.
Okay, what counts as underground?
Like that low key, not Drake. Drake just dropped his album, by the way. Did you listen to it or no?
I'm listening to that Janice song.
Yeah, there we go.
It's pretty fire.
But not on Drake level, kind of up and coming.
Okay, up and coming.
Sure. Oh, God.
Up and coming. Okay. I feel like I'm a little bit washed now. In terms of, I feel like I've reached the age where most of the rap I listen to is the rap that I used to listen to.
Okay.
But I can tell you, when I was in high school in New York City, you know who I would actually listen to a lot? Okay, he's not quite underground, but I feel like he never really broke through into the mainstream in New York City. There was a Canadian rapper named Chaos.
Chaos.
K-O-S.
Shout out to Chaos. I never heard of you, but
4321, Zamboni. Great songs. Also, now you know the song "Waving Flag" by Kanon.
yeah.
When I get up, you know, right?
Yep.
Kanon actually has a lot of other great songs.
Okay.
And I used to listen
he
to
sang
Kanon.
that song "Waving Flag."
That was him.
Oh,
that was him. So he actually
okay.
has a bunch of great songs, and I actually went to a few of his concerts when I was in high school.
Wow.
At least you have a camera setting
which is actually
with plausible deniability to say where you beat red right now. I mean, it's not.
Me, man,
Is-
I
is-
just like Drake, man.
Look, it's awkward.
He's not a rapper,
You know,
but
growing
Michael
pains,
Jackson
growing
was really
pains.
good, so I just
Okay,
started listening
growing
to him.
pains.
So shout out to Michael Jackson.
That's the opposite of an underground rapper.
I know. I'm just mainstream.
You're naming
I'm a
the
hype
most
beast.
famous people in the world.
I get
Okay, so
fanboying for
Orion's
Zoran, but Newsom
online
proved
said-
this should not be done. It just doesn't work. No, I think if there's one politician who could actually do this, if there's one politician who could do this, it would be Zoran Mamdani. It's just that it has to be done. It has to be done in a way that is more organic, and they just kind of.
Just there meeting with Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa, Dyckman Street.
It's his first ever stream. He's not doing a very good job with it. Obviously, like AMLO and them, they do a much better job with it. But I'm sure that AMLO and Claudio Sheinbaum's first ever stream was probably ass too.
Yeah, it's like Stein.
Right, but much better mofongo. So go to Dyckman, get some mofongo, go to Mamonas. It's a good time. I would also say Jackson Heights is a really lovely place to check out. Go to Diversity Plaza. There's a lot of different places you could eat. There's a place called Amdo Momo. You ever had momos?
No, I haven't. But maybe you'll take me one day.
Yeah, maybe one day. All right. Amdo Momo, $8 momos. 8 momos. Pretty great deal. It's a great lunch special. Actually, it's just they offer it all times of day. And then Bay Ridge. Gotta go to Bay Ridge. Gotta go to Rozdana and get some Arabic chicken shawarma. It's chopped up. It's
I
incredible.
see you like your Arabic food, you know what I mean? Arabic food is good. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Chat, give us some suggestions as well, you know?
Where do you guys think we should go?
Where do you guys think? What's your guys' favorite places in New York?
For all of the tourists who are coming to New York City, we want to make sure that they're not just coming to Midtown and just going to the game. We want them to get around the entirety of the 5 boroughs.
Yeah.
So I want to hear from you guys. Where should they go on Staten
Oh
Island?
God.
Don't go to Staten Island.
Come
no,
on,
I'm joking.
let's go to Staten Island.
No, go to Staten Island. You go to the mall.
Glorp for
Staten
Mamdani.
Island.
Give me one
Parks.
restaurant.
They got some nice parks. Restaurants.
It's so I do have a
Ooh, that's
lot
a
of
good
respect
question.
for the random chatters
Go to Ayat. You ever been to Ayat?
who are
Ayat's
at
pretty
least
good. Shout out to
trying.
Ayat. Ayat's really good.
How do you see
Some,
the city exam
Palestinian
system changing
cuisine.
as a way to bolster the
Go
city's ability to solve
You
problems
been to Shawnee's house?
and reduce reliance on consultants? Like, there are people who are genuinely trying to ask questions, dude.
Soul food. So good. I'm gonna go there tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go there tonight. I'm gonna check
Gotta
it
go.
out.
But you gotta
Okay.
actually get a reservation now.
Oh yeah? Okay. Well, I got the
packed.
mayor to call him.
Just
So.
give him a call. Give him a call.
Okay. KD80 said, where does
Big
the
Kevin Durant fan.
compost go? Did I say that right?
Yeah, compost.
Compost.
But you got to say it the way that they wrote it.
Where does the compost go?
Thank you, KD80 for your question. So to give you a sense, your compost goes to several facilities in the region. If we're talking about Staten Island compost facility, we got one right there. Some of it also goes to the Newtown Creek wastewater plant. Everybody should be composting though, because that's what we want you guys to do.
Yes, it is. It is too highly produced.
Sure.
He should have unveiled this with like.
Okay, I think that's a yes.
Okay.
I mean,
And
there's-
last
I got-
question. I'm so sad to wrap this up because it's been amazing to. It's
been a great time.
Go live with you, man. Honestly.
Oh God, you need to stop dabbing up.
Gamble 2088 said, Mayor Mamdani.
These are incredible names. Do you know what that means? Is that a reference?
I have no idea what that means.
All right. Well, anyway, let's get to the
Don't read the usernames,
Mayor
man.
Mamdani,
Don't read.
what's one decision that you've made recently that you feel most people misunderstand, and what would you want them to make about it?
I actually really appreciate that question. You know,
Are you
One
backseating?
decision
I mean, this is literally the thing that I know
made that I
best,
feel like
better than
people-
anybody else.
here's one. You know, when we faced this
It's
$12
just-
billion fiscal deficit, we were able, through the use of reserves and
How many
savings,
are
we
they?
start-
How
able to
long
start
are they going to
chipping
do
away
this?
at it.
Like, are they going to keep
And
doing
then
this?
in the middle of February, I had to come
Do you
forward
guys
and
know?
present the first version of our budget. They call it a preliminary budget.
Can we
And
move
in that
on?
version,
2K chatters
I
left.
said that we
Okay,
had
shut the
two
fuck up.
paths
It's almost
of
over.
how we could get the
Calm
remaining
down.
deficit down to zero. I said there was a path of last resort, and I said that the reason it's last resort is it would mean raising property taxes. And then there was the path that we wanted to pursue, that we would spend every day looking to pursue, raising taxes on the wealthiest and having a fairer relationship with Albany. And I laid out these were the two options, and that in our budget, the only thing we could control was the last resort. But the option we were going to pursue was the higher taxes on the wealthiest, the fairer relationship with Albany. And for some people, when they heard that, they thought that that meant we actually wanted to pursue property taxes. And we spent every single day since then pursuing the other option. And we're proud that at the end of this process, we put forward a budget that didn't have to go to the last resort, that was actually able to raise taxes on the wealthiest, to have a fair relationship with Albany, to find those savings, find those efficiencies, and eliminate a $12 billion fiscal deficit. But that's one thing that I think sometimes gets lost in translation. But I appreciate that question, because oftentimes in politics, things move so quickly that you're not
the best way
given
for a
much time
politician to
reflect.
stream.
And I think this is an opportunity for that. So I want to also say thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this.
I don't think half the people watching the stream care about the production quality. No, it's just like it's too highly produced. It comes across as insincere.
To be a part of it.
But even if this format
I have a
worked,
question now.
Hit me.
How did you like your first Twitch stream?
Honestly, this is actually quite fun.
It's fun.
It's fun. It's nice to not also do this alone.
Yeah.
Because it feels like sometimes if it's just me, it feels a little stilted. You know, I feel like actually I'm chatting with somebody.
Yeah.
I'm chatting with the chat as well.
Talking with the people.
Talking with the. We don't say that.
I mean, talking with the chat.
Talking with the chat. We don't say people. We don't say ladies.
Before we end it off, you gotta hit this. You gotta say W's in the chat. So like if they spam W's, that means you got aura.
W's in the chat.
W's in the chat.
Why are we not saying chat?
Chat comes from Drake. You're not allowed Drake.
I should have seen this coming. All right.
But hey, it was a pleasure.
This was a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being a part of this.
Of course.
To all of you, to the chat, thank you for being a part of this. We're going to come back and do this sometime soon, and we're really looking forward to it, because we want to make sure that you don't have to go searching anywhere to find out what is city government doing, why are they doing it. We want to make it easy for you, and this is the best way to actually be right there in touch with you. And we want to thank Mayor.
yeah, they got to stop clapping. Okay, that was all right. I think for the first time ever. I mean, obviously there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and you know, I'll give them help if they want it. But before we get to the New York primaries, what is this? Scoop. DHS Secretary Mark Ray Mullen told travel executives that he's serious about curbing international flights to U.S. and airports and cities with sanctuary policies, which could force airlines to reroute and inflict economic pain. That's awesome. Faz or Ben Winkler? I mean, I would absolutely choose Faz over anybody else. I don't even know if he's down to do it. Yeah, this is also during the World Cup, which, by the way, from what I understand, people are also pulling out of the World Cup as well. That's also another incredible situation. Is Zoran live, or are you guys just with me? I feel like locking in for the Zoran live stream. Yeah, this is fire. They always do this shit where it's just like haters always eat the way that. This is how we used to be with Bernie when he first came on the platform too. Where whenever Bernie went live, people would just be like, dude, you have to watch Bernie. You have to watch Bernie. You have to watch Bernie live. And it's like we will. You know, this is novel. This is interesting. We'll watch it for the first. It's the first time he's doing it. I'm interested in what he will say. He's not actually live yet, by the way. This is, just the intro screen. So I don't know why you guys are like, it's classic case of people being like, he's live already. You have to go watch it right now.
DNC Autopsy report has been released, and it is kind of a disaster. As we had discussed on the show, it turns out that Paul Rivera, the person tapped by the DNC, by DNC Chair Ken Martin to produce this report, just kind of shit the bed and turned in.
If it's successful, other politicians will do it. Other politicians are not capable of doing it. Most politicians are not capable of coming across as like charismatic, empathetic, cool, fun. Why do you get triggered so fast, big bruh? Because of you, the chatters.
He's already been surpassed by AI.
Yes, he turned in this incomplete analysis. It's riddled with errors. It's not backed by source materials. It seemingly is written by AI in a lot of places. Ken Martin released a statement about the autopsy in conjunction with the report. I'll just read a bit of it. When I received the report late last year, it wasn't ready for prime time, not even close. And because no source...
All right, we saw
I've always thought that people who sort of admit mistakes and then say, okay, I'm sorry full transparency. Like, we want to incentivize that behavior, because we don't want people to think, why would I tell the truth now and release what I promised I'd release, because then I'm just going to get even more shit and it's going to be worse, because we've had these conversations being in politics. And so, like, Ken Martin gets credit, I think, for doing that. Like, it is belated, but he put it out, he apologized, so that is good. On the other hand, the more I like read his statement and read his Substack and then looked at the report, like, you know, he lied. Like, he promised a report. He put his incompetent friend in charge of it. The incompetent friend created an incoherent product. Then Ken announced that they weren't going to release the report for reasons that had nothing to do with the truth about why they weren't releasing it. Then, when anyone asked about it, including me, he decided to not just lie, but gaslight people into being like, you're the problem. You know, it's why don't you want to win? Why are you looking in the past? And then there's like an internal revolt at the DNC and among donors and DNC members. And so then they release this. Like, it's just not, he says in his Substack, this is one of the lessons that he has learned that he puts in the Substack piece about this, about the autopsy today. The Democratic brand is in trouble and needs repair. We have to restore confidence in our party and show we can really deliver on our campaign promises to the American people. People need to be able to trust the Democratic Party again. Trust is critical.
Yeah. So do you think we've resolved that? No. I mean, so look, I'm with you. Like, I'm glad they put it out. I appreciate that they did this. It took way too long, but whatever, we're here. Big picture, I don't think Ken Martin is the right person to be leading the DNC.
Oh, I was like, what the? Jasmine Crockett endorsed Wesley Bell? Ugh. All right, we'll get to it when he goes fully live, okay?
Right now. I feel bad saying that. There's a lot of people in the DNC building working really hard who feel demoralized and their job sucks right now. They deserve better leadership. And to your point, this is a totally self-inflicted wound. Like, Ken, if he just said from the beginning, hey, I screwed up, put the wrong guy in charge, report didn't get done, we're starting over, that would have been really bad, right? There would have been a lot of shots at him, questions of his leadership. This is exponentially worse. And you're right, he did lie about it. Like, he just did. And because of that lie, everyone—
All right, let's get back to the DNC autopsy.
Lost because of Gaza, he lost because, right? So that exacerbated problems within the party. It didn't fix them. So he has a huge candor and credibility problem right now. There's also the fundraising problem that you guys discussed in that interview. There's some numbers out this week. The DNC has 14.4 million on hand. The RNC has 123.9 million on hand.
And really, the DNC has -3 million because that's the cash they have on hand. If you then take away the debt, then it's -3.
Yeah, and also the DNC is—
The problem is most people don't understand Twitch culture. They just don't get it. And it's understandable. This is a very insulated, super insular, small corner, very niche. Cope eating. Yes, I'm eating my lunch out of cope.
Getting massively outraised by the DSCC and the DCCC. And I guess like this whole process just made me feel like this guy's not good at politics. Like, this interview came about because Ben Rhodes, or maybe me, tweeted something about fundraising. So Ken reached out to you to criticize you and say, oh, I'm always happy to come on. And then like kind of, I guess, was kind of like harsh to you guys at that party. And like actually walked up to me, like shook my hand and just kind of like silently mean mugged me and walked away. I remember being like, I'm drunk, but like not that drunk. So like he just like, it wasn't just that he was gaslighting you. He was like taking shots at you and kind of like, look, we've been friends for 20 years. You're one of the least confrontational people I know. But every 2 or 3 years, every friend, you have a blowout fight. And there was a look on your face that happened about 3 minutes into that thing. And I was like, I've seen that face before.
We know each other's looks very well when one of us is about to very well. No,
this is gonna go south.
Because I'm not, you know me, I'm never looking to attack someone or embarrass someone. In fact, I probably err too much in the opposite direction. But when someone lies to you and you know they're lying, and then not just lies but accuses you of being the problem when you know that they're actually covering something, it pisses you off. First
it's condescending.
Of all. But I will say this, because I'm sure some people might say, and I've seen some of this online too, which is like, too much on this autopsy, who the cares? If this was just a
Dude, what's crazy about this is there are some people on the internet that genuinely despise any sort of criticism that the DNC receives, and I don't know where they're coming from. They yell at anyone They don't yell at any they don't yell at any of the leftists when they should be just like screaming about anti-Semitism at people like myself. And instead they just like yell at Ken Martin. It's like, dude, if it's team sports, you want your team to get better. Okay. It's not team sports. It's obviously much more important than team sports. But like, even if it is team sports, you have to review the goddamn tape to make sure you don't make the same mistakes you lost.
One-off mistake by Ken Martin, and that was it. And it's a pretty big mistake. That would be one thing. From everyone we've talked to inside the DNC, outside the DNC, DNC members, fundraisers, donors, all these people, this is indicative of a larger problem with how Ken has operated, which is that he is defensive, insular, is not transparent about a lot of things, does not have good communication with other people in the party. He's got his crew of people that he brought in there and doesn't talk to a lot of other people. And I think that the credibility problem, yes, the autopsy is the most glaring example of it, but it goes beyond that. You mentioned the fundraising thing. And look, this is not a Democratic Party writ large problem. If you look at the April fundraising reports, and this has been true for the whole last year, NRCC barely outraises the DCCC, NRSC barely outraises the DSCC, and then the difference between the RNC and the DNC is just massive. Massive. So it's not the other party committees that are the problem, because if it was a wider Democratic Party problem, we'd see that in the DS and the DCCC.
And I think I don't know the numbers in front of you, but I think the DS did like 2x what the DNC did, and the DCCC maybe did 3 or 4x, right? So they're raising a lot of money over there. Yeah, and look, again, I'm not being critical because this person was kind of like prickly and rude to my friend. Like, who gives a shit? Be prickly and rude to us. Right? It made it a more interesting interview.
Fine.
But I think it's indicative of just like a political problem, which is like the fundraising is bad in part because Ken Martin took a bunch of shots at some of our biggest donors in the campaign against Ben Wickler, and then seemingly just refused to make amends for months and still hasn't. And so, like, look, we can muddle through these problems now, but the trust deficit, the political challenge here, the rubber meets the road when he has to set up a presidential primary process and balance a bunch of interests and keep people in line. And we just cannot end up in a place as a party where there's like a half dozen splinter groups setting up their own unsanctioned debates and no one is reining them in. It's just a disaster. And like, by the way, another option could have been saying in part what he said to you in the interview, which is like, hey, guys, we lost because Joe Biden is old and then inflation made people mad. We're not doing an autopsy. There's no silver bullet here. We all know what we fucked up. Oh, okay, that could have avoided the political problem. I think it's valuable. Like, there have been other people sort of, have released their thoughts on what went wrong and things we screwed up. And there's like kind of useful tactical points in there and things you learn. But again, it's just like the mishandling is like.
Lib Bizzle, everything the Pop Bros are saying is absolutely true. I know it from experience with Martin directly. It's also crazy people are criticizing him for doing this. I've called Ken Martin and the party out to his face, and he can't take a punch on any level. When done politely, he loses it. All ego. I just don't have any confidence that whoever replaces Ken Martin is going to be competent either. That's the other problem here. I don't think that they're going to, like, yeah, I think Ken Martin is clearly incompetent to a degree where it's hurting the party. It's very clear. But I don't think anyone who replaces him is going to be good either. This is not just like a structural problem within the DNC. This is just like the holistic problem with the Democrats. They're predisposed with business as usual politics. That's also lined their pockets up. It's their entire fucking worldview. They love seniority. It's a major issue at every level. Not only are they incompetent, though, they're also fucking, not very good at, they're also somewhat corrupt, or rather ideologically predisposed.
It's not confidence inspiring.
It's also, there's a pattern among the establishment of the Democratic Party for the last several years where when the online grassroots noise gets really loud, the response is, these people don't know what they're talking about. They're just, crazy lefties or libs or whiny people online, and we know best because we have the right information and we do this for a living, and so fuck you people, right? In no uncertain terms. And like, I understand the frustration being on the inside when people are chirping at you from the outside. We've been there, right? But when you're on the outside, you realize like, yeah, some of the carping on the online is really fucking annoying and not correct. But your job, if you're in the party and you're in leadership and you're part of the establishment, is to at least like listen to those voices, welcome them in, be transparent, be honest about what you know. I mean, I'm just thinking about this, like, obviously we've criticized the Biden administration and Joe Biden quite a bit, but I remember when Ron Klain became chief of staff, and the way that the Bernie folks and the Biden folks after that primary worked together, and Ron made sure he was listening to all parts of the party and wanted ideas from all them. And I think it was like a good way of handling it. Like, obviously, you know, things got worse later on, but I just think that the model of a successful party has to be like, yes, keeping people who are like, you know, yes, pushing back on people who are criticizing you unfairly, but at least listening to voices and trusting people with the information that you have.
Yeah, one thing. So much like the DNC, we are trying to build an independent, progressive, grassroots media company. So please subscribe to Pod Save America here on YouTube. It really helps us push back on the right-wing crap out of the RNC and Republicans and Fox News and everybody else. So subscribe to Pod Save America. We'd appreciate it. Just to go at the report again. I mean, CNN broke this story, and they reported in their big piece that there was a DNC retreat for top donors. And at that retreat, Paul Rivera, who created the autopsy, did an hour-long presentation that was, according to the story, in part drawn directly from the report. So let me just read from this article. Another part of his presentation tracked the candidates' areas of focus by content theme to argue that Trump advanced focus many times more on immigration than Harris did. Rivera used an unclear methodology for the breakdown, assigning percentages to 10 categories of content or theme for Trump, Harris, and their running mates. The percentages in every column, one for each candidate, added up to well over 100%. Right? So it just like speaks to how sloppy this is. And again, it's like it was so bad that you just released the statement saying you could, quote, not in good faith put the DNC stamp of approval on it. Why did you let this individual present some of the findings to your biggest donors when you have this huge fundraising problem, right?
Not only that, Tommy, in the CNN report.
Perhaps the answer to that question also is the same reason why Third Way and other centrist think tanks instantly said, see, this is a wonderful report. It proves everything that we were saying already. It's because this report was not designed to accurately, this report was not designed to accurately look at the failures of the Democratic Party. It was to soothe the corporate donors. It was to tell them we're not straying away from our priors. We are not changing course. We are 100% locked in. Here is proof as to why. Here is proof as to why we must maintain the same business as usual politics. Look at that. Look at that. Look at how crazy it is. Would you be surprised to find out that we actually did everything right? We actually followed all of your highest priorities, you know, being corporate friendly, and not really focusing too much on inflation, because who gives a fuck about the poors? And that Biden's age wasn't even that big of a deal. Oh my God, that's so funny. Favreau looks like a 60s Vietnam recruit. That's really funny. That's it. But do you understand? That is the reason. That is the fucking reason. Everything Hasan is saying is right now is absolutely fucking true, Chad. It's the only reason the autopsy exists is to assuage the fucking rich individual donors who are fucking bad at politics and don't know shit about winning elections. Yep. Would you be surprised if I were to tell you that the real reason why a lot of people have been attacking me is not necessarily because they think they can successfully turn me into a poisonous, toxic individual within the ranks of the Democratic Party, but to assuage those exact same corporate donors, many of which actually care about Israel a lot more than they care about Democratic Party's chances in the elections, and that maybe even some of the people who advanced this fuck Hasan agenda, I unironically knew that this would actually boost my profile, but they were doing it anyway because that is to, you know, satisfy the needs of some of those big donors. Because the answer is yes. Everything that these guys do in the consulting class, in the party, in the party system, they don't do it to like win elections. That's not the case at all. They do it to satisfy their donors. That's why. They know. That's precisely the reason why they know that Israel is unbelievably unpopular, and yet they still tell their politicians not to say anything about it. They still try to find a comfortable landing pad for politicians to speak on the issue of Israel in the least convincing ways possible. They don't want to win. They want to keep fundraising. They want to keep their jobs, and they know that the only way to keep their jobs, the only metric that matters is not victory. The only metric that matters is fundraising. And the only reason why they're fucking shitting on Ken Martin right now is because they've lost so much, they can't even fucking fundraise any longer. They've lost so much, and the National Democratic Party's prestige has died so much that they can't even fundraise, which is precisely the reason why they're trying to desperately find a way out of this situation. Losing is not a problem for the DNC. Okay? Losing is not a problem for the DNC. Not being able to fundraise is. Okay? Straight up. So it's ironic that we have now arrived. It's ironic that we've now arrived at a situation where the same endless need to make corporate donors feel comfortable is causing the party to fail so much and to communicate so poorly that those very same donors are like, okay, well, you guys are fucking losers. I'm pulling out. You can never satisfy these people. You're not going to be able to satisfy these people, especially if you keep fucking losing. But because we don't have a performance-based meritocratic approach to the consultant side of things, to the advisors, and they only, or rather, the only metric they care about is like, you know, not winning elections necessarily, but fundraising. And Jamie Harrison is one of the greatest examples of this, as I talked about, right? Great fundraiser, lost his fucking election to Lindsey Graham. Doesn't matter. He was a great fundraiser, right? So obviously, we have to put him as DNC chair. Anyway.
It says that Paul Rivera has been seen recently still hanging around the DNC, which has demoralized the staffers because they know that he was the guy who fucked up the whole autopsy.
Right.
So not only did you put this friend in charge of this, he's still there.
And he hadn't worked on a presidential campaign since John Kerry in 2004. It's like, look,
honestly,
I'm washed. I haven't worked on a presidential campaign since 2008.
Don't put me in charge of the autopsy. Right. And what really says it all is the conclusion. If you go through all the 152 pages of the report, which I have not, but you go to the end and it says conclusion, and then it's blank. And then the DNC annotation is, this section was not provided by the author.
TK. Yeah, it's not great. And there's like, I don't want to go belabor this too much, but the list of people they didn't talk to is just crazy. It's like top Biden administration officials. Prem Thacker at Zateo News pointed out that the DNC autopsy is 192 pages. There's 0 mentions of the word Israel, Palestine, or Gaza. Not even examining the impact of that issue on the results is crazy. So anyway, let's just watch a clip from your conversation with Ken Martin about this a few weeks ago, in case folks didn't watch it, and just to sort of understand where we're coming through on some of this frustration.
Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want?
Well, first off,
Okay, they can't have a full autopsy. They can't have a full autopsy. Because if they were to conduct the full autopsy, they would have to rewrite everything that the party stands for. It's literally that simple. Elections are basically a scam. Yes, chatter. The way that the system works in this country is basically, it's like a fucking, it's kind of like a multi-level marketing scheme almost. Like it's a pyramid scheme. It's a scam. It's not real. That's why I say all the time that the Democratic Party is not a real party. It's not a real political party. There have been very few instances where they've behaved like a real political party, like a real political organization. Like when they swapped out Biden, but even then they did it in the most like in the stupidest ways possible.
Yeah, there's no smoking gun in the report, and I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. The smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. There's no smoking gun here. People are obsessed about this in a way that continues to turn them away from wanting to focus on the lessons and instead think.
Okay, there was no smoking gun in the report. He's not wrong. But also, there was no lessons in the report either.
Thinking that there's some sort of smoking gun in here that's going to give them the one single reason that Kamala Harris lost the election, or the one single thing that we should have done differently that's going to actually help us win in the future. I don't know about you, John, but I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does, so we can't change what happened in 24.
When you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016, in your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. Let's focus on the elections coming up, John. You know what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024, and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important.
They're so right. The Pod Johns are so fucking right. And it's not like they're goddamn socialists, dude. They just don't want the Republicans to win. It's literally that. So in a way, their voice, their voice of concern is the voice of reason. And it also happens to be where the base is. Like, that's literally what's going on here, where they're like, dude, we don't want Republicans to win, man. So we have to figure out why it happened. I can tell you why. It's because these guys only care about maintaining corporate donors, maintaining the interests of corporate donors, and they have to constantly lie to the corporate donors and be like, no, you guys don't understand. It's actually a really solid approach. Our approach is the best approach. Everyone is looking for, $50,000 in tax credits for underserved neighborhoods. That was a banger policy. Couldn't have written a better policy myself if I tried, you know? My mother was a small business. That's what people want desperately from their party. Everybody is self-interested. And if you're this self-interested in a system that requires you to be subservient to the needs of corporations and the super wealthy, then yeah, you're only looking for ways to run the clock every single time you do one of these things. You might luck into a victory every now and then because the Republicans are dog shit and so unbearably violent and so incompetent that, like, the people say, okay, I will vote for anything, just anything but this, right? And that's the Democratic Party's approach to winning elections. Wait it out. It's ridiculous.
For everyone to know.
Yeah. This conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward.
So that was a frustrating watch. Again, like, he pitched the conversation. Like,
he did pitch the conversation. He didn't just pitch the conversation. Wait, you mentioned when he reached out to me, he said, like, if you're going to criticize me, let me have a chance to respond. On which, of course, I said, please come on the pod. We'd love to have you respond.
And I'm like 100% sure this would have just gone away.
Yeah.
If he hadn't done this interview.
For sure.
I'm almost positive of it.
Yeah, which is just so he did tell the truth there in saying that there was no smoking gun. Yeah. There was not much of anything.
No gun at
all. There was no gun. There was no smoke.
No ammo.
There was barely anything in that report.
It was just Chat GPT. Okay, so the question is, what now? I think Ken's term goes through February of 2029. He's elected to a 4-year term. I was talking to someone today about what would be required to make a change. Basically, he has to resign.
Yeah.
The person thought the way that could happen is, the money gets so bad that Ken can't make the payments to the state parties that are an important part of his political support, and his support just erodes. 2, it's, members could, read about what just happened here, watch back that interview, and go public with calls on him to resign or push him out. The party's elected leaders, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries in particular, could decide that this is too big of a distraction and there needs to be a change. And then there's a separate question that we should talk about in a minute about who comes next. But I don't know. It's just like, I fear that the status quo ante could hold here because you have all these state party chairs who are getting checks. And it's like, is that money worth it, guys? Like, money is so tight right now for the party. Can't we think about the greater good for the party if you're like not in a swing state, but still want your 20 grand a month or whatever?
Yeah, I think you're right that the story now moves to the money, because I think that I don't imagine him resigning over this autopsy kerfuffle. I think it could be an inciting incident.
Yeah.
But if after that interview, what most people in the know told me, and I know told you, is that the real problem has been the money, and not just the raising the money, but the management of the money at the DNC. And, again, they always have a talking point in response to everything. It's like, well, then you don't care about state parties and you don't want to invest. Like, yes, we want to invest in state parties. 50-state strategy. Love it. Important.
Right.
State parties have been underfunded. It's great that you're going to fund them again. Fine. You can't fund state parties if you don't have the money to fund the state parties.
Right. Like, I am sympathetic to the argument that, like, hey, guys, the point of the DNC is not to raise money for the sake of raising money.
No.
It's to...
This is where I disagree vehemently with the Pod Johns. Guam. Even if it doesn't work, you should still do it. Just because I think it's funny. Okay? That's my assessment. The American Mao will come from Guam. And Ken Martin, true revolutionary visionary who understands that, and he's working tirelessly for a ceasefire between the Pod Johns and Guam. I'm just saying, These guys don't get it. These guys don't understand it. The American Mao is right now living in Guam, but he hasn't been unlocked yet.
Invested and win elections. Absolutely right. But it's up like, but you can't spend recklessly when you're in debt. Like, what's going to happen? What happens when we can't like pay for stuff in Pennsylvania in the next cycle?
They asked Brian, CNN asked Brian Schatz about what he thought about this in the DNC, how it was handled. He said poorly. Keeping it private gave the implication that they were hiding something.
Yeah, it sure did. So I think there's kind of two, if he does resign, I think there are two options for the kind of person that could step in. Basically, it'd be a 6-month job, right? Like this, you are a placeholder. You're trying to get the thing back on track, get the fundraising back until there is a presidential nominee who will install their own person. I think the first bucket is kind of like a big name. Names that have been floated to me this morning include Terry McAuliffe, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, John Tester. And then there's like a separate bucket that's like more of an operative type behind the scenes. Some names like Roger Lau, our buddy Adisu Demisi, Faz Shakir. I'm sure all of them will hate me for floating their names here.
Plouffe.
David Plouffe.
You do need, and it's tough because you need
Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, right. You need someone who knows donors, can raise money, understands DC without looking like too much of an insider.
Yeah.
Right? So it's hard to have an outsider insider. Like you don't want someone who's going to walk in there just because everyone's like, well, we needed this fresh voice outsider, and then have no idea, don't have the relationships with the donors and everything. Right. So you need someone who can straddle.
You are literally a party boss.
Like we are a party boss.
You need
Which
to
is why like Faz is a great. I mean, yeah, Faz would be a great solution. Adisu as well.
And you still like also one thing you don't want to do is just kick up the intra-party left versus moderate fights
in the which is the problem that Rahm
comes
gets
2016. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, anything else on this?
I mean, it's kind of shocking. It's not much like what Trump does every day. It is not surprising, but it is a shocking level of incompetence.
Yeah, it was really quite poorly handled. It really sucks for all the people who work at the DNC who are just doing their best and trying to like help us build a grassroots movement, help us win elections.
And we say this about politics all the time.
Per Axios, they made a revision and deleted it. Super secret DNC autopsy. We listened to Longwell, bro. Ain't no way. It's true. Why did you slander Galindo? Oh my God. We literally unironically have Galindo heads in this fucking chat, dude. Brother, you are defending a person who's saying like Jews control the fucking media and shit. Please. What is going on, man? What is going on? Okay, I'm done. I'm done with the fucking Schizo Left, dude. Stop. We got Plattner heads. That's worse. No, they're the same people. It's the same people. It's the same people that are like, no, Maureen Galindo is the true anti-Zionism candidate. Whereas Graham Plattner's anti-Israel sentiment is actually insincere. He's a fucking war criminal and therefore, like, God. Did Plattner say Jews control the media? No. If he had, these guys would probably like him. What's really fucking annoying about this is like, I'm beginning to sound like these goddamn fucking liberal Zionists who are like, oh my God, you're anti-Semitic. Like, bro, chill. Can you fucking stop, please? Oh my God. I'm literally turning. You cannot, under any circumstance, unironically lean into, no, it is all Jews as a fucking true marker for anti-Zionism. What's also really fucked up about this is you just keep causing me, because I'm so fucking stubborn and so goddamn annoying that whenever you bring this up, I have to literally respond instead of just ignoring it. I can't fucking ignore it because it's my own community. I have to fucking like hopefully pull people back, because like my assessment from the start has been that she's a kook, right? She's crazy. She's a kook. But if you don't want people to vote for a fucking kook, which by the way, her kooky attitude might unironically be more in fashion in San Antonio, Texas, than like a straight ticket person, right? My argument is that she's not a serious person and she's crazy. Okay? But my statement to the Democrats is this: if you don't want a crazy person who's saying all this unhinged shit be the only anti-Zionist voice. Run fucking actual valid anti-Israel people. Okay? Don't run a pro-Israel cop who wants to fund ICE. If you run a pro-Israel cop who wants to fund ICE, on the one hand, in San Antonio, Texas, that's an establishment Democrat. And then on the other hand, you got like a crystal mommy who's saying like legitimately insane things, but also is sincerely anti-Israel. You're basically forcing people to bracket themselves into that situation, into that choice. You're forcing people to go, you know what? For me, this is very important. It's a very important issue, so I don't really care. The craziest part of Maureen Galindo's saga is it's barely being reported locally in Texas 35. It's like the SA Current and TPR, and that's it. Worse, a lot of folks in... See? This is precisely what I'm saying. She didn't say anything about Jews. This performative Pearl Cushing's getting old. Hoping she wins. I'm all in for Maureen. I fucking called it. I called it from day one. I called it from day one. I called it from day one. I told you. I told you. I fucking told you. Now, you want to know the real truth? You want to know the real scary truth? If you consider that to be a truth nuke at all? I think even if you ran a regular anti-Zionist against her, she might have a better chance. Because I think that the broader electorate is a lot closer to her fucking insane worldview than they are to someone who's like, well, I'm a sincere anti-imperialist and I'm an anti-fascist and I'm an anti-Zionist. I've been talking about this for 3 years now at this point. The median voter is much more persuadable on the boundaries of anti-Semitism as opposed to anti-Zionism, anti-fascism, anti-genocide, and also anti-imperialism. And considering that Israel touches virtually every single aspect of American existence, and it's true. That is true, by the way. That's not a fucking anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. It literally is true. Why is it that Israel gets to determine the lieutenant governor of Daniel Biss in the year 2018 when he's doing a gubernatorial run? Daniel Biss, who himself is Jewish and has relatives living in Israel, Israel all of a sudden is like, oh, you have a DSA lieutenant governor? Well, DSA has a policy of BDS. They're anti-Semitic. You have to drop him. And then Daniel Biss drops him. I mean, what kind of fucking democracy do we have? If there is that degree of involvement, it's that simple. People, dumb people, or insincere and cynical people looked at the conversation that I had with Nithya Raman and were like, wow, it's really unbelievable that this guy is asking Los Angeles mayor about Israel. Who gives a fuck? I wish we lived in that world. I wish that the Los Angeles mayoral candidate Nithya Raman hadn't made decisions related to Israel as a member of the Los Angeles City Council. But the reality of the matter is we don't live in that world. We live in a world where not just Nithya Raman, but every single Los Angeles City Council member has voted either in favor of certain restrictions on speech or against certain restrictions on speech in the interest of Israel. Instant Independent says, I mean, you are correct, and it's why the electability fantasy of the DNC/media narrative about restrained elites advocating incremental change has done so much harm to Democratic primary voters' understanding of general election electability. Transformational radicals are simply more electable in a society of hopelessness. That is our world, and it is that straightforward. 100% no notes. And sometimes that transformational radical change candidate is literally a crystal mommy, a Marjorie Taylor Blue, if you will. I mean, the very fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene was, that bold and ambitious candidate for the Republicans implies that it was only an inevitability that the same thing would happen, the same needs or the same appetite would take shape in the Democratic Party's base of support too. Because Americans are fucking crazy. Yeah, she's being too nice. Anti-Semitism masses anti-Zionism. Being anti-Israel is still anti-Semitism. For me, like I think Maureen Galindo is not like a Nick Fuentes type, but she is the type of person who's been duped by the likes of Nick Fuentes. You understand? Like, she doesn't have the sophisticated ideological underpinnings of a well-read anti-Semitism. She's just a normal person with a lot of kooky ideas who saw the unlimited super violence that Israel was doing. She saw that it was directly connected by way of the media to Jews across the board. She's not, she's not aware of what the tropes are or anything like that. You know what I mean? She's just a person who is responding to the ultra violence that she sees. This is why I don't, this is why I spend a good deal of time discussing anti-Semitism. Okay? This is also part of the reason why I say you have to have better leaders on this issue on the left. Because if you don't, anti-Semitic Instagram reels are going to one-shot every single person, including not just Maureen Galindo, but many people who voted for her. Unfollowed. Why? Following since July 28th, 2021, and now he unfollowed. My argument has been twofold. One is not just about Maureen Galindo, but just the Democrats in general and how they communicate on certain issues. Never take ownership and condemn someone, because when you condemn someone, you're taking ownership over them. You're saying this is what our side looks like right now, and it looks pretty bad, so I'm just going to condemn them. That's an L. In this current environment, there's no reason to do that. The Republicans never do it. Okay? They never do it unless it's for Israel. Okay? So just remember that. That's number one. Number two, in this current media environment, you should always ask yourself, some guy went on Fox News wearing a mask, creepy shit.
But the world global economy, which
no, that's a real person, dude. He's not wearing a mask. I don't think that's I think that's genuine. That's just him. His neck meat looks crazy.
The more everybody comes to realize this is.
He's got nussy. He's got a crazy nussy. Why are you guys fucking doing this, man? Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, dude, I can't deal with this. I've spent the last fucking 13 years of my life actively pushing back against conspiracy theories, only to have my entire community succumb to more and more insane conspiracy theories. We're not even joking around anymore. There's genuinely people who are like, no, he was wearing a fucking mask. That's an alien, dude. A bunch of people actually posted that in the chat before I clicked on it finally. Anyway, as I was saying, for example, AOC came out and didn't just condemn Maureen Galindo, but also endorsed the opponent of Maureen Galindo. Just a terrible, terrible, terrible move, okay? And I'll tell you exactly why. Number one, this is the same exact principle behind, Kamala Harris being like, oh, people were being anti-Semitic at the pro-Hamas protests. I condemn that. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to say that, okay? You don't have to say that. You can just literally defend the principle of free speech. That's it, okay? You can defend it insincerely or you can defend it sincerely. It doesn't matter. There is no reason for you to literally turn around and be like, oh, I hate these anti-Semitic pro-Palestine protesters. Who is this for? No one on the other side thinks you're pro-Israel, okay? And people on your side hate that you're pro-Israel. So who is it fucking for? Nobody. Okay? And I'm going to go through it. I'm going to go through the AOC statement piece by piece and explain to you why it was an unforced error. Okay? Hold on. Does anyone have the link to the AOC statement with Maureen Galindo? So people are going crazy. They're like, oh my God, Maureen Galindo, she's fucking crazy. She's anti-Semitic. It's true. She is. But even if that's the case, you're not supposed to fucking take ownership over it, okay? Republicans never do. And if you were to actually take ownership over it, you always flip it. You always flip it to the Republicans, okay? Because it's true. Republicans have far, far more insane people that are currently in office right now. Randy Fine is only one example. There are Democrats that are insane like Maureen Galindo, but just not in the anti-Semitism side, but insane in the pro-Israeli side, okay? Now, the problem is, within polite society, being pro-Israel is unfortunately not seen as a crazy position. It's actually seen as the normal position. People look at you funny in the political sphere if you are anti-Israel. Whereas in the real world, people look at you funny if you're pro-Israel. People are like, what the fuck? What are you? What's going on? You're pro-Israel? That's a little strange. You good? That's the normal attitude. Here the AOC hate comes again. I don't hate Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I defend Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez all the time. Okay? When she does defensible things, I defend it. I always am honest. I call balls and strikes. So, when AOC came out and said, this is absolutely disgusting, this bigoted garbage and anti-Semitism should be nowhere near our politics, even if that is a sincerely held belief, I don't think AOC has to say that. I don't think you have to say that. Right? Here's why. Because when you say that, no one, and I mean no one, thinks, oh, you're not like that. Okay, I actually have separated you now from the likes of Maureen Galindo. Okay? They don't. The people on the Republican side are actively trying to tie Maureen Galindo to the Democratic Party regardless. They're trying to get her elected. What they fail to comprehend, the Republicans who are, funding her campaign, is that she might actually defeat the Republican in this district. But they're stupid as well, because they're also in this echo chamber when it comes to Israel. They haven't figured out that anti-Israel politics is unbelievably popular. Okay? Now, the reason why I said this is because if you're even going to do that, if you're even going to engage in condemnation, you should just say it like this. I will condemn Maureen Galindo's statements that I disagree with as soon as we censure Randy Fine. And not just censure Randy Fine, but work to expel Randy Fine. And Randy Fine is just one example. That's it. Play ball. Play politics. What are we doing? Why, on the one hand, Randy Fine, why is it that on the one hand, Randy Fine, Andy Ogles, and all these other fucking freaks can say whatever the fuck they want about Islam and get away with it. But then on the other hand, you have to always come out and swing for the fences and be like, no, we're the good guys. We're the good guys here. It's ridiculous. And the biggest error, in my opinion, was for her to then turn around and endorse Johnny Garcia. Okay? If you're in Texas 35, go vote for Johnny Garcia. Okay? That's ridiculous. You are under no obligation at all to endorse and push for a fucking sheriff that is pro-ICE and also pro-Israel. That's crazy. Like, even if he somehow wins and is a part of this coalition, then that's fine. You're kind of pissing me off. Anti-Semitism is not a negotiation tactic for the cause. We should be principled in general. Man, shut the fuck up. What are you fucking talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Get the fuck out of here. We're talking about politics, man. We're not talking about you and your friends. We're not talking about how I manage my community. We're talking about people who are movement leaders, people who are political figures, and people who are actively supposed to be defending our rights, defending our interests against a fucking objectively fascist Republican Party. This is not a fucking classroom where Maureen Galindo comes out and says unhinged shit, and you're, of course, going to be like, dude, that's insane. Shut the fuck up, or we're going to expel you, right? That's not the same situation at all, okay? And for the record, I'm not even endorsing her or her statements. I have been very critical of her statements regardless, okay? But if you're this critical of someone who's running in the Democratic Party primaries, when already sitting fucking Republican congressmen say just as unhinged shit with regular frequency, you're designing a media environment where, once again, Islamophobia is not only an afterthought, not only permissible, but encouraged, okay? When real violence towards Muslims are happening, both overseas with our tax dollars and our social and political cover, but also the reverberations of said violence and then normalization that obviously takes shape on U.S. soil as well, as we saw in San Diego, okay? Because these two things are interconnected with one another, as opposed to the normalization of damaging rhetoric and the normalization of violent sentiment towards Jewish people, which has institutional stigma. Neither should exist, okay? Neither. But one currently does, and the other is not allowed. So if you're gonna go out of bat, you're gonna get out of your own way. You're gonna go out on a limb here and openly fucking talk about how bad some random fucking kook is in San Antonio. There should be a broader point, okay? Tactically speaking, this is what you should do in every single circumstance, not just for anti-Semitism, okay? Every single circumstance, you're gonna take ownership over someone's attitude and behavior, and the opposition is going to see you as simply lying regardless, and their takeaway is going to be, oh, they're only saying this because they're lying, and they're only saying this because she is exactly how Democrats are like, right? If that's what the opposition's framing is going to look like in this situation, the least you can do is showcase the hypocrisy. Do politics, please. That's it. If you're going to condemn, because like, here's the thing. There's no reason for you to fucking go out as a prominent Democratic Party politician on the left flank to just like unendorse or unendorsing is different. If you have endorsed someone and they've done this, then yeah, it makes sense that you would unendorse them. But like, this is a random fucking person. If you're going to go out of your way to be like, oh my God, this person is anti-Semitic, I'm not like that at all. If you're like so desperate to once again showcase that you are, a good politician and you care about this, then you have to literally make the opposition look ridiculous in that moment. Because any sort of concession that you make to the opposition, no matter how valid it is, okay, and this is valid, any sort of concession you make to the opposition must come with a cost to the opposition, okay? That's it. She's not a big player. She's a random person with $11,000 in cash on hand in San fucking Antonio. You know what I mean? I think you should call balls and strikes, but AOC is allowed to condemn anti-Semitism when she sees it. Are you saying that she is to give tacit approval and not just endorse? Maybe not let the crazy voters decide and just stay out of it together. She should have stayed out of it, and you should have stayed out of AOC's decision. Promote the candidates that are sane, progressive, anti-Israel, and not anti-Semitic, says Berkeley Grandma. Berkeley Grandma, I think you literally didn't understand my point. My point is, yes, she doesn't have any obligation whatsoever. She doesn't have any obligation. AOC does not have any obligation to fucking call out like random kooks running for office. Okay? There's no reason. All you've done when you come out and say, oh, I'm against this thing, I'm against anti-Semitism in all forms, is basically to show the Republicans that you are for it and you're secretly actually ashamed because you got outed. Okay? That's the current environment that we live in. Right? The current media environment that we live in right now, that we exist in right now, implies that anytime you actually condemn someone that's ostensibly on your side, even if they're not, right, causes the opposition to go, there it is, we got him. We live in a post-Trump universe, okay? We have to play ball. We have to stop pointing to the rule book and going, they're breaking the rules. They're not abiding by the rules, okay? And if you are going to do that, you definitely should be like, look, there's condemnable behavior here, and I'm willing to entertain it after we expel Randy Fine. Or at the very least, censure Randy Fine. I think that is good politics. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand? This is the same as like the condom Hamas shit over and over again. Anyway, maybe you guys will disagree with me on this, but this should not be allowed in our party's fucking dumb. Just disavow it on its basis, not attaching yourself to the hip while distancing is a cell phone. Exactly. Because, look, you might disagree with what I'm about to say, but I think in this day and age, I'm of the mindset that condemnations serve as ownership. Okay? if your opposition's framing is what matters in the circumstance because you think you're reaching across the aisle, you're showing them, you're showing your own fans and the broader public in general that like you're not for this, right? If that's your goal, you're not going to serve that purpose at all when you engage in these sorts of condemnations. Okay? Because condemnations imply ownership. It sounds really silly to say it like this, but it's true. Okay? When you turn around and condemn someone, for most people, the way that they see it, because most people are very cynical and they're, ideologically polarized against you, they go, she got outed. Condemnation implies responsibility. You have no responsibility over this person. You have no ownership over this person whatsoever. There's no reason, right? This is not your staffer. This is not your ally. This is not a person that you've endorsed at all. You don't even live in the same state. You're in New York City. No reason to do this, okay? And especially because the people who are demanding the condemnation are oftentimes the people who despise you anyway, okay? It's not coming from your actual support, your actual base. Number two, any kind of recognition or any kind of ownership that you take over someone that is ostensibly on your side or any kind of apology is perceived as weakness in this rugged terrain, okay? It's seen as weakness. It's an unforced error every single time you do it. You should only be accountable to your base. You should only be accountable to the people who are riding with you and riding for you. People who might get confused in the process, maybe. Who might go, wait a minute, I don't really understand like what you're doing here. But you should also never have to concede to your opposition's framing. Kamala Harris did this quite a bit. Democrats do this all the time. And that's part of the reason why Trump is appealing or very successful. He never apologizes. He never condemns. And when people ask him to condemn, he turns around and says, why would I? Democrats are pedophilic monsters. Okay? And last but not least, endorsing the Democratic primary opponent, who is a pro-ICE, pro-Israel sheriff. I mean, that's totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Because then you're signaling to people that you would rather, you don't have a problem endorsing people who are pro-Israel. And that's totally unacceptable. Condemnation is not just taking ownership, it's accepting the terms that the enemy wants the public debate to be held in. Yes, and we know damn well that these terms are used to justify real atrocities. Libs don't realize that these terms are not only dynamic, but must be forced in our own favor. Yes. Hasan, is Dan Bilzerian a good guy? Fuck no. What are you, insane? Of course not. AOC didn't endorse him? No, she did. She did. So, some principles to always follow through on. If you're, someone who wants to run for politics in the future or whatever, new rules will Bill Maher style rules for you. Always think before you make a statement, who is this message for? Is there an audience for this message? Will this reach a broad enough constituency? Will people be charitable to what I'm saying? Okay? Before you come out and, make statements. Those are the calculations that you should be making. Because let's be real, that's what Republicans are doing every single time. And that's precisely the reason why they never do any of those things. So sometimes you got to think like a woke and act like a chud. Okay? Republicans are very good at doing politics. Their policies are horrible, but for the most part, their politics are pretty solid. They have to win elections with an objectively shitty and oftentimes objectively violent agenda. And they do. So play by their rules. Don't play by their framing. Because they never play by your framing. People correctly call out Republicans for being unbelievably racist all the time. When has any Republican turned around and been like, you know what? I'm so sorry. This other Republican is racist. Never. They don't do that. You know what they do instead? They have token figures that they prop up just to say, look, how could we be racist? Here is a black Republican that says, I'm not racist. That's how they play politics. And people fucking believe it. It's stupid, but people believe it nonetheless. And then they constantly flip the script and attack the Democrats. I mean, this is the party. This is the party that on the one hand says, oh, I'll have you know the Republicans abolished slavery, excuse me. And then also in the same breath, defend the Confederacy. These are the people who say, oh, you can't delete Confederate generals. That's our history. That's our heritage. How dare you? And then they say the Democratic Party is the party of the Klan. And it's half the time it's fucking Klansmen that are saying that, you know? Or at the very least, like Klan adjacent politicians, you know? I think a much better response from AOC would be to turn it back around on a higher level like you do, which is, yes, Maureen Galindo is detestable. And yes, you exactly what you get when you constantly push anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism is equal, unacceptable, unlike Islamophobia in the body politique. Use it to pivot, reinforcing good takeaways, not just this is bad and I refuse to explain. Yeah. No, 100%. There are many takeaways from this story. One is, hey, if you don't want some fucking kooky ass like person who's saying, you know, Jews control Hollywood or the banking system to be a viable candidate in the Democratic primaries, run better fucking Democrats who are the actual anti-Israel Democrats. Because clearly people want that. People want someone to say fuck Israel. Okay? People want someone to say fuck Israel. So the Democrats have an option. Either they actually become the anti-Israel party, or they just constantly try to find the perfect messenger for it that still is saying pro-Israel things, but also still like kind of trying to gain legitimacy as an Israel critic. There's also one other thing that happened. I mean, being evil IRL prepare you to play politics because you have to navigate the world while hiding your beliefs. But look, this is what it is, though. For people that really love AOC and don't understand why people criticize her all the time, it's this type of counter signaling that she does that cause people to think like, oh, she's not, she's not with it. She's not with the cause. And yes, this kind of stuff actually is far more consequential in the media environment than her actual legislative actions. I don't agree with that idea, and I will always correct the record, and I will always show her legislative performance that is cut above the overwhelming majority of Congress, right? And even the times when she is actually leading the pack with her comms as well on this issue, right? Calling what Israel's doing a genocide far before, three other, with the exception of like 2 or 3 other congresspersons, AOC called Israel a genocide far before any congressperson ever did, and many still don't, right? But this, to me, is another problem with like bad instincts. This is called the friend-enemy distinction, and this is how politics begins to look during a fascist epoch. Yeah, because we are in that. We are fighting against fascists. Okay? We're fighting against the forces of fascism in this country right now. So we have to be a little bit more vicious. Oh no, Dave Weigel saw it. Haven't seen anyone else point this out and criticize this. AOC endorsed a police officer who, if he gets to Congress, will likely vote more with Cuellar than her. Oh no, and now I've also gotten into the, anti-AOC media cycle. Why are we glossing over the fact that AOC conflated Zionism with Judaism to make this statement? Guys, come on, man. Come on. Stop with this fucking bullshit, okay? Stop with this bullshit. Maureen Galindo said she wants to castrate Zionist billionaires, okay? That's fine. That statement in and of itself doesn't just imply fucking, Zionists, okay? What are we doing? Like, there are certain instances where someone is using Zionism as a fucking substitute term for Jews, okay? Are you guys fucking serious? Like, what are we doing? She has also literally said, like, Jews control Hollywood, Jews control the media. Like, and she knows that was fucked up to say because she has also backtracked from that statement now. So what are we doing? I'm willing to chalk that up to someone just not being experienced, someone not being very well educated, someone who is maybe following, Instagram reel style conspiracies and shit like that. But if you're a fucking serious politician, you can't be out there endorsing sentiments like that, okay? If you're even a serious political commentator, you can't be out there being like, well, actually, this is what she meant. Like, you're being fucking ridiculous. There's a limit to it, okay? Yes, Stop. It almost reminds me of the people who always do this argument where it's like, well, actually, Semite means Arabic people as well. It's like, come on, dude. Live in the fucking real world, please. Your Ben Shapiro and the reactionary left is growing. Yeah, the difference between Ben Shapiro and I is that I've never been a fucking loyal servant of any party. Okay? And the reality of the matter is most people have finally found themselves coming close to my conclusions. I've always had to be alone in the fucking sidelines by myself for the most part. I mean, obviously not fully alone. There are other people that are, that have been around as well. But let's be real. I've never compromised on my fucking values. I believe what I believe, and I will always defend it. I will always tell you the fucking truth. It's very frustrating. One of the most frustrating things that I always have to deal with is when people assume that I'm saying something with ulterior motives, right? AOC did this to erase the she's not a real Democrat argument. She's trying to show she's a Democratic team player. We might not like it, but center-left libs will give her credit. This was not for us. It was for the Dem primary voters. It's just like working tirelessly for a ceasefire line at 100 points with partisan Dems. Yeah, but that's lying. And you don't have to lie to win over members of your own fucking party. You have to win. That's it. Don't do this. This isn't for us shit. Because what you're doing in that situation is literally giving credit to someone being insincere. Okay, what's the length? What's the extent of how much she should do things not for us? Because it's not for us. It's just being truthful, being having moral convictions. Now we've moved beyond the Maureen Galindo conversation, by the way, just so you guys understand, because I'm not saying this about her statements about Maureen Galindo, but like the working tirelessly for a ceasefire thing that she said that was objectively untrue. Should she have never actually come out and called what Israel's doing a genocide at a time when it was actually unfavorable for her to do so? Because when she came out and said Israel's doing a genocide on the fucking floor of Congress, when she said that, she was one of the first to do it in such a public setting. She was certainly ahead of Bernie, right? By a year. She was one of the first 3 or maybe 4 congresspersons that actually came out and said it, right? Should she have done that? AOC's called Israel an apartheid state since 2021. Should she have done that? She shouldn't have done that if she's only making these political calculations. It's moments like that that I actually pay attention to and actually give AOC credit for. Sometimes you have to be alone, and you're never fully alone regardless. You have your base, you have your fighters, you have people on your side. And on this issue, you definitely don't have to. Yeah, I know. Greenblatt went on MS Now to cry, and I got it right here. Let's take a look.
There is an epidemic of anti-Semitism that has overtaken this country. You see it on both sides. Tucker Carlson and Hasan Piker. You have congressional candidates saying horrible things. These that will ultimately, all of us. That's why we speak out, and that's why we're trying to push for.
Dude, everything he does is hateful. He defends Israel. That's the most hateful thing you can do. God, what an asshole.
Change. So I should just point out, we're pushing for something that was proposed just this week in Congress by Senators Langford and Rosen, the Jewish American Security Act, that would increase funding to provide security grants to all houses of worship, whether you're a synagogue or a mosque or a church. No one should be able to assail the people inside.
And Congressman Moskowitz was on our show earlier this week.
Right.
And he released a series of.
Yeah, by the way, Gottheimer and Josh Gottheimer and Jared Moskowitz both came out with statements against Maureen Galindo. Okay, they said if for some reason Maureen Galindo wins the congressional election in Texas 35, as soon as she's sworn in, we will force a vote to expel her every single day that we're here. Do it for Randy Fine, you son of a bitch. You will never do that for Randy Fine, though, because you agree with him. Okay? That's the rub. That's the real secret here, which is not such a secret at all, is that both of these actually agree with Randy Fine on all the unhinged shit that Randy Fine says, so they will never actually vote to expel Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a Republican. He's on the opposing side. That's my point. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are both dangerous bigotries. Okay? But one has institutional stigma, anti-Semitism does. The other has institutional permission. The other is actually rewarded. Islamophobia is rewarded. Do you pray to a carpet? Okay, take a week off, man.
Of truly hateful messages, voicemails that he received, very anti-Semitic and disgusting. It does seem like, I mean, violent acts are, of course, the extreme of this, but there also seems to be almost a permission structure in place for things now, whether it's online or in this case in voicemails, that even 10...
By the way, this is also a little crazy. Like, we're talking about combating hatred in America, where they brought in a vicious Islamophobe like Jonathan Greenblatt on the MS Now to talk about like the dangers of anti-Semitism. Like, he's using the mosque shooting that just took place as a way to, once again, fund his own institution, which actually churns out a decent amount of anti-Semitic sentiment and also Islamophobic sentiment as well.
15, 20, 30 years ago, they wouldn't have.
I mean,
why is that?
Well, I think social media has coarsened the conversation and numbed us, right? People feel like they can say or do anything. But there's something really important what you're saying. People in power, leaders need to lead. Like here in New York, we've had people like coming up to synagogues with Hezbollah and Hamas flags, and our mayor isn't calling that out. Look, you've got to call out hate wherever it happens, but especially on our own side. When again, people on the left call out Jews or attack other people,
Yeah, brings me up. Muslim guy is an example of like anti-Semitism, and then turns around and implies Muslim mayor of New York is also an anti-Semite. Very cool. Thank you for talking about, stopping all forms of hate, Jonathan Greenblatt. Wow.
Leaders on the left need to call it out, just like we need leaders on the right to show a degree of dignity and call out that kind of hate.
Right.
I really appreciated your last guest, Matthew Bartlett, what he was saying about January the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
There were people rampaging through that building wearing sweatshirts that said 6 MWE, 6 million wasn't enough. Like, who can say that these people were heroes or patriots?
Oh, damn. You're going to call out Trump for giving that guy maybe upwards of a couple $1 million? It's true. Those were Republicans. There was a Republican who literally had a supporting sweatshirt when he did January 6th. Donald Trump got him out of prison, and Donald Trump now is creating a slush fund for him and everyone else that they can apply to get millions of dollars back from taxpayers.
So all of us need to call out hate, and we don't get to pick and choose Nazi symbols, Hamas symbols. Hate is hate, and it needs to be condemned.
Yeah. Also, this is like, once again, a way to, can we pause talking about how incompetent the Democratic Party is for a second and talk about the motherland Türkiye? Kılıçdaroğlu CHP'nin başına geldi. Mutlak buğuları olarak Erdoğan dolar ezevlerini eritti. İkinci bir darbe vakası yaşanıyor. I know you're busy with trashy American politics. It'd be nice to hear a commentary on that. Trump bile telefonda görüşmüş hemen öncesinde bazı kaynaklara göre. What? There's been a coup or something in Turkey? I didn't know that. I have no idea what happened.
We
I'll
helped
look into it.
secure a $30 million increase for the nonprofit security grant program for the fiscal year 2026. That funding is critical. It supports the security cameras outside of your synagogue, the trained guard at the JCC door, the reinforced entrance at your day school. But we're not done. Right now, we are calling on Congress to fund the program at $1 billion because demand continues to outpace the funding, leaving thousands of applicants without the support that they need. Now, you heard mention of buffer zone legislation in New York City and a push for a federal version. The Sacred Act would establish a 100-foot safe access zone around houses of worship nationwide, protecting people for the right to pray without being blocked, harassed, or intimidated at the door. We're urging Congress to pass it now. We're also taking this fight into the corporate arena. Our affiliate, JLens, has filed shareholder proposals pushing for accountability on anti-Semitism and hate at major platforms like Meta, and has already drawn significant investor support.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Brad Lander memory clip is not a thing I ever expected to see.
is a desecration.
New York Democratic congressional candidate Brad Lander recites Quran verse at Queen's Mosque as he hopes to partner in Congress with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Imam prays for Mahdi to infidels with his sword.
I believe, as a proud Jewish New Yorker, that Israel's in Gaza is a desecration, is a violation of the understanding that everyone is created in God's image. Every one of those Palestinian kids in Gaza, just as divine as my beloved children. And so, yes, in Congress, I will not vote for any more U.S. military aid to Israel, not those that are destroying the hospitals and schools in Gaza, not the occupation in Lebanon, which is now, I believe, unfortunately, on its way potentially to being as well kind of partnership I developed with Soran, I hope to come to have with Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and others in Congress to show we can build a city and a country and a world that everyone can afford and where everyone is welcome and where everyone's humanity is respected. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
No. Wait. No. Brad. No. First of all, it's so funny because he's saying it like he's doing a Jewish prayer, like phonetically. And not only that, but you can still hear his accent, his New York accent.
Allahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, Lam Yalid wa Lam Yakul Lahu Kufuwan Ahad.
Wait, was this Hebrew? Or was this Arabic? I can't tell if this is, that's Hebrew, right? Wait, what just happened? Did he recite the surah in Arabic? Because I know this is a surah, but is he saying it in Arabic? I can't tell.
Samad, Lam Yalid wa Lam Yulad wa Lam Yakul Lahu Kufuwan Ahad.
What? Bro, this is Fatiha, you infidel? Bro, I'm sorry. How can you understand what he's saying? And I don't even think this is...
Allahu Ahad, Allah.
No, it's not Fatiha, but it's a... Wait.
Samad, Lam Yalid wa Lam Yulad wa Lam Yakul.
Okay, am I crazy? The way he's reading it, it sounds like he's doing a Jewish prayer, no? It's Surah Al-Ikhlas. Some doctor you are? Okay, here. This is what it sounds like.
الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد.
I like Brad's more. Yeah, he had turned it into like almost like a Jewish prayer. Yeah, I saw this. The American professor Richard Mortal, after learning Arabic, I firmly believe that the Arabic language is superior to any other language, and I do not accept debate on this matter.
نحن مسلمون. الله سبحانه وتعالى قال في أكثر من آية كريمة قرآنا عربيا.
Wait, what? Dude. Okay, this is kind of interesting because I've never, obviously I don't speak Arabic, right? And all the chatters who do always make fun of me when I say certain religious verses in my understanding, in the way that I learned it, because it has a Turkish accent to it. And it's really funny because chatters will always make fun of me for saying Arabic surahs or whatever, but with a Turkish accent. And now I'm picking up on it when other people have accents and they try to speak Arabic. I'm hearing it.
Thank you very much for welcoming me today.
Yes, it's broken Arabic with Jewish style of recitation, I guess, is cute, but Brad doesn't need to go that far, lol. I mean, he went there. Blanks now. We've actually, he should have just said the Shahada. Someone should have duped him into reciting the Shahada. That would have been funny. Imagine. Oh, man. Brad saw this poll and said anything goes. Yeah. I've never seen someone, by the way, yeah, Emerson came out with a bunch of New York polls. We're going to talk about that. I've never seen someone who's an incumbent get this cumstered and dumpstered. Okay. It's actually insane. Jewish Voters Resource Center, Jewish Voters Survey. Which of the following statements better describes why you could not support a candidate if they disagree with you on Israel? Israel is not a deal breaker, 83%. I could not support a candidate who I cannot support a candidate who I view as insufficiently supportive of Israel, 13%. I cannot support a candidate who I view as supporting bad conduct by the Netanyahu government, 4%. Israel is not a deal breaker issue. Wow. All I'm going to say is HasanAbi thought vindicated. Okay? HasanAbi thought vindicated. That is the worst poll question I've ever read. It doesn't matter. Israel is not a deal breaker issue at 83% shows American Jews, and this might come as a surprise to some, maybe Jake Tapper and many others in the media, but American Jews are American, okay? They got American problems, okay? They got American problems. They worry about American shit, okay? That's what they care about. They don't care about, that is not the reading here. No, you're wrong. The point is, only 13% of Jews, when asked, say Israel is a deal breaker. It's like a high priority. This was literally my argument about Zohran Mamdani. Okay? My argument for why many American Jews voted for Zohran Mamdani was, even if some of them actually cared about Israel quite a bit, they still are American Jews who care about American shit. Isn't a deal breaker something they cannot support? There's an oft-repeated truism that most American Jews are pro-Israel, anti-Netanyahu. Today's poll shows that nearly 1 out of 4 American Jews do not support Israel as a Jewish state. In other words, are not recognizably Zionist. It's well past time to rethink our assumptions. It's very frustrating for someone like myself because not only am I combating the forces, the ultra-Zionist forces in America, and Jewish institutions that specifically try to desperately tie back Judaism and Zionism and will say all Jews care about is Israel. How dare you fucking criticize Israel? You're criticizing Jews. But I'm also combating the forces on the anti-Zionist side at times that have also taken that framing hook, line, and sinker that go, you know what? They've said this too many times, so I'm choosing to believe it. So fuck it. Okay? No charity from either side, mind you. The anti-Zionist side goes, why the fuck do you care about this shit so much? They keep saying over and over again, every single, and this is true, virtually every single Jewish institution, with the exceptions that are either like Yiddish institutions of learning or anti-Zionist Jewish institutions like JVP and whatnot, are openly saying they're pro-Israel all the fucking time in broad daylight, non-fucking stop. And it goes beyond that, where they not only do that, but then they also say if you actually fucking criticize Israel, if you protest a settler fair that's taking place, that's an illegal act, it's an illegal land sale that is illegally stolen land in occupied Palestinian territory, and people protest that, you're being anti-Semitic. 83% of Jews, whether they're pro-Israel or anti-Israel, say, as an American Jew, I care about American shit. That's what this means, okay? That's what this means. It's literally something I've said over and over again. This is, once again, proof of the same thing that I keep repeating. And I don't say this to be like, oh, I'm only saying this because like I have to be a loyal lapdog of Zionism or whatever. I'm saying this because it's true. Even people who are fucking pro-Israel, why are you defending Israel again? See, this is what I mean. I have to deal with this shit all the time, dude. Some of you have unironically become Nick Fuentes enjoyers, man. This is crazy. I understand how important of an issue this is. And I understand how impactful of an issue this is. And how emotional of an issue this is. That like you see all this death, you see all this destruction, and then you see institutions, places of worship, openly defend this kind of atrocity. And it breaks your fucking brain. But just please, dude, snap the fuck out of it. Combating anti-Semitism is not defending Israel. Fuck. Amongst Jews that were asked, in this 83%, there are pro-Israel Jews. Bro, admit you're deep state Mossad CIA, Islamist commie sheepdog with a billionaire dad. Yes, it's true. All of it. Amongst this 83%, okay, amongst this 83%, there are, of course, Jews that are pro-Israel. But even Jews that are pro-Israel are like, I'm an American Jew. I care about American shit. It's not a fucking deal breaker. I will still, I will still support a politician if they're fucking, anti-Israel. It doesn't matter to me. If they got a bunch of other shit that I care about, if they're defending a bunch of other shit that I care about, then I'll support them. I will just never fucking agree with Jonathan Greenblatt, man. That's it. It's that's it. Because Jonathan Greenblatt and Nick Fuentes agree with one another. They agree with one another. All Jews care about is Israel. That's what they both say. So why the fuck are you, an anti-Zionist, agreeing with both a Zionist who is the number one dick rider of Israel and a Nazi who always uses anti-Zionism as a way to fucking keep fomenting anti-Semitism? These are some of the worst fucking people in American society, and you find yourself in agreement with them. I am not going to do that. This doesn't mean I don't factor in the reality that, of course, people are going to hear what Jewish institutions are saying and learn the wrong lessons out of that. But even in a moment where there's like very clear evidence that even pro-Israel Jews don't give a fuck, it's not a deal breaker for them if someone is an anti-Zionist or anti-Israel, and they will still vote for someone who's anti-Zionist or anti-Israel. It's not a fucking deal breaker for them at all. 83% of them say this. You're still going, nah, they're actually faking it? Like, what's the argument? They're faking it? They came up with this so they can fool you? Do you see where that goes? Do you understand? Do you understand how many leaps of faith you need to take to justify, to confirm your previous biases? And at some point, you have to realize, like, you're literally implying that they're doing fucking tequila. Let me tell you something, okay? If there's one group of people that don't have to fucking hide their opinion on Israel and how much they love Israel, it's American Jews, okay? They certainly don't. The ones who love Israel and make it their top priority never shut the fuck up. So what leads you to believe that American Jews who aren't constantly hysterically fucking foaming out of their mouths about how, like, Israel is under attack and this is anti-Semitism, what makes you think that all Jews actually feel that way? Now you're the one who's fucking, diving off the deep end of insane conspiracy theories. Seems like way more of a LA thing. No, I mean, there's people everywhere. Maybe part of it, like, part of my attitude is because, like, I know more anti-Zionist Jews than I know Zionist Jews. I know some Zionist Jews, but I know mostly anti-Zionist Jews. These are, like, most of my close friends happen to be anti-Zionist Jews. And plenty of them are on this fucking stream all the goddamn time. And some of them even say way more unhinged shit than I do. Let's be real. Is that the majority, though? It's not. But it doesn't fucking matter. What are you talking about? Dude, what are we talking about? Majority or not, what difference does it fucking make? It's the majority, probably at this point, for those under the age of 35. But what fucking difference does it make? What difference does it make? Even if it was every single Jewish person that's like saying my top priority is Israel, like what difference would that make? Would that change your calculation? Would you still not say fuck Israel? I would still continue saying it, right? Because it's the truth. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't place any emphasis on what percentage of people believe whatever the fuck they believe. It is meaningless. Whether we're the majority or currently or not is unimportant. We're making progress and we're on the righteous path. That's all we need. And also, whether anti-Zionist Jews are the majority or not amongst Jews, as far as like the way they view Israel, is also completely immaterial to whether or not Israel's a fucking apartheid state or not. That's my argument. And that's precisely the reason why people call me a fucking anti-Semite all the time. Okay? Insincerely, but it doesn't matter. Do you not understand? What matters is the fucking truth. Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? Israel's doing a genocide. Israel's an apartheid state. Israel is a fascist state. Zionism is a fascist ideology. Eventually, everyone will come to that conclusion. Just say the truth and move on. Try to convince people. Is this productive? Is the question. Anyway, All right. New Emerson poll shows who's leading in the Democratic primary.
Today, Pix 11 has brand new exclusive polling for you on the 3 most hotly contested congressional primaries in New York City. We've been watching these races very carefully with Election Day just about a month away at this point. Joining us this morning is political correspondent Henry Rossoff to break down these very important numbers. Henry, good morning.
Good morning, Vanessa. Great to be here with you. So all these districts are deep blue Democratic-dominated districts. So what does that mean? Well, the Democratic primary winner almost certainly likely to end up in Congress when the general election happens in November. We've got tight races in 2 of the 3 districts we're watching. Let's begin in New York.
This one is so disappointing. New York 12 Democratic primary is so unbelievably disappointing. Okay. I don't know what the hell happened to Jack Schlossberg. By the way, he was at the top of this. There was a real opportunity. Cam Caskey was running here, but he was like this. I can't do this. I'm not, capable of fundraising here. And he was just like, he wanted to work in activism instead. Right. And now, and he was a straight up real one. He was a full tilt anti-Zionist, Cam Caskey, and he still is. But now you got Michael Asher and Alex Boras and Jack Schlossberg and George Conway. George Conway is Kellyanne Conway's husband, Rhino, never Trump, Republican. But you know what's really annoying about this race? If Alex Boras came out and was like, yo, this Israel stuff, I'm out. He would literally put LeBron numbers up on the board. This is a very Jewish district, for the record. This is the outbound Democrat here is what's his face? The old guy. I'm forgetting his name now. His name escapes me, but he's retiring. Nadler, Jerry Nadler. Thank you, chatters. So here's the thing. Michael Asher is Jerry Nadler's own hand-selected pick for this race. But what's interesting is Michael Asher is literally more pro-Israel than Jerry Nadler is. Okay? Nadler was less pro-Israel than Michael Asher is. How is that possible? And because it's his district and Micah is his guy, he's currently in the lead. Alex Boras is actually fine. He's not as bad. I would, out of all of these guys, I would say he is probably a cut above. The issue is he also is Alex, that guy that screamed at his barefoot pregnant wife. What? Who are you talking about? Here's the problem. If Alex had maybe a fraction, no, that's Steven Crowder. If Alex had maybe a fraction of the takes from his dad, and yes, Morris Katz is working for Lasher. And I told you, they're an ad agency, brother. What do you mean? Of course they're going to work for whoever gives them money. They work for Steyer too, even though, Steyer is, I think, not the worst, unfortunately, in the California gubernatorial run. Out of the top contenders, he is actually better than the rest. But yes, Morris Katz, Fight Media, is an ad agency. They work for money. They don't, I'm sure they make certain choices ideologically. I don't think they're going to go and work for Republicans or whatever. But yeah, of course, this is going to happen. This is, I don't know why you guys think that they're not, mercenaries to a certain degree. They're guns for hire. It's an ad agency. This is what they do. Okay. Anyway, I went to college with Alex Boras. We were in the same frat. He's a good dude, but he definitely seems like he's pro-Israel to an extent, more than acceptable in most cases, but he may be the best choice in this race. Yeah. So, oh my God, another guy, pundit on Fox News wearing a face mask. Oh my God. I can't tell if you guys are doing this to trigger me. I don't know. I can't tell if you guys are doing, ain't no way. Oh my God. Oh my God. 64-month subscriber. Oh my God. People's brains are straight up fried, I think. Oh no. 314 Action Fund is a PAC that AIPAC donors have repeatedly used to funnel big money into races where they want to hide their influence. Alex Boras has been endorsed by 314 Action. Yeah, except, you know who else has been endorsed by 314 Action? Adam Hamawi. Out of all of those top contenders, Micah is the most pro-Israel. Jack Schlossberg is, insane and is just coasting on the Kennedy, the Kennedy name pretty much, but he's also pro-Israel. And Alex is wait, what? Can you at least investigate? Why is Hasan refusing to investigate this? Investigate what? That someone on Fox News was wearing a mask? Oh. I don't defend 314 Media. They backed Alice Stanford. They're APAC affiliated. No, I know they are, man. I know. But again, they've also propped up Hamawi, who I will be doing a rally with in New Jersey, a return to the ancestral homelands. I'm saying that as far as oh my God, no, I pressed, oh my God. Even my team is like, did you just F? Candace asks, do you support continuing U.S. military aid to Israel? No, I support consistent application of Leahy laws across all countries, says Lasher. Boris says, correct. It should be a universal standard applied by the Leahy laws. Or not continuing, conditioning aid. Except Israel doesn't, Israel violates that. So what does that mean? Yeah, they're both ass. Everyone is ass in New York 12, okay?
York 12. This is the battle for Midtown, Upper East, Upper West Side. Voters really zeroing in on the two established lawmakers here. This is the race to replace Jerry Nadler, and Micah Lasher, who's one of his proteges, is at 22%. Alex Boris, an assemblyman who talks about computer science guy, talks about regulating AI, one of the issues of our times, making inroads with voters at 20%. And you have Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of JFK, president.
Of course, New York Post wrote that 34-year-old mayor had touted the show as the next iteration of FDR famous fireside chats, but unmoderated questions quickly devolved from softball questions to hardcore porn imagery. Mamdani sat alongside New York City TikToker Moose on the live streaming platform Twitch, fielding questions like, where can you get the best tacos? Before a near seizure-inducing stream of unmoderated comments appeared on the right side of the screen, with users posting random comments. God, New York Post is so desperate. Moose begged viewers to ease up on the chat bomb, but his pleas for decency went limp. Guys, to everyone spamming in the chat, let's try to keep it respectful. Notably, spotted as a spectator was far-left streamer Hasan Piker, who streamed himself watching the mayor's feed. Are you ever going to address the fact that the mosque shooters were groypers? Buddy, I addressed it the first day. Literally before anybody else did. Okay? But I will. I'll get to it.
At 11%, George Conway, the noted Trump critic, Republican turned Democrat, over at 10%. But note the undecided at the bottom, 32%. So still a lot of room for movement in this race. Let's page over to New York 7. And this is generally considered a big test of Mayor Zohran Mamdani's political power. He's incredibly popular in.
I don't think you guys should be comfortable here, okay? Antonio Reynoso is endorsed by Working Families Party, and also the candidate is leaving. Claire Valdez is endorsed by Zohran Mamdani, but more importantly than Zohran Mamdani, who is now a Twitch streamer, Hasan Piker. Yo, OG, rate Zoran's first stream 1 to 10. I mean, it was ass. It was 2 out of 10. Zohran, of course, is polling high. I don't want people to fucking nope, like she got this in the bag attitude here, okay? It's not great for Antonio Reynoso. All the institutional muscle behind him, yet he's trailing and tied with 5 weeks left. Still 43% undecided, though. But you have to think Claire Valdez, especially with Mamdani's support at 78% approval in this district, has a higher ceiling. But the fact that there are so many undecideds in this race right now implies you got to still go out and door knock. Okay. This is a statistical tie. Okay. 23 to 21 is basically a motherfucking tie. Okay. What is this? Zoran rally? Yeah. But don't expect Zoran to fucking rally in her stead either. You know? You have to go out and be the change you want to see. Zoran Mamdani's not coming to save everybody. Okay? I'm working on doing something with Claire when I'm out there. Chat, come door knock with me Sunday in Bushwick for Claire. Yeah, I want to do something. But yeah, Nydia Velázquez, who occupied the seat prior, has endorsed Antonio Reynoso. Antonio Reynoso is a very progressive candidate as well. Also, you guys want to know something fucking super fake? This motherfucker, Tadic, let me mob for you, Mumdani. I love New York City. I love you. Want to play Valo or CS? Okay. This son of a bitch had the opportunity. Okay. My Turkish brother here had the opportunity to stream with Zoran Mamdani. I set it up for him and he was too scared to do it. Okay. Yeah, I'm calling him out. He was too scared to do it. Now he's throwing. Now he's debased himself to being a chatter, begging for a collab. I mean, he's memeing. God, the amount of streamers, man. The amount of streamers I fucking tried to set up. He's gonna fold again. Yeah, he's not gonna do it. He's just memeing.
In this district, it's colloquially known as the Commie Corridor in New York City politics. Democratic Socialist Claire Valdez, an assembly member, not very well known until Mr. Mamdani pushed her forward at 23%. Then you have Antonio Reynoso, the popular Brooklyn borough president. He's at 21%. And you have Julie Wan at 13%, the council member, 43% undecided. So this race incredibly unsettled. Where we are seeing a race that truly is a little bit more settled, that would be former comptroller Brad Lander at 57%. 34 points ahead of sitting Congressman Dan Goldman. And in this race in particular, not a lot of undecideds left relative to the other race. If you gave all...
Yeah, this one's cooked. If anything, Brad is not DSA any longer anyway, but again, another Zoran endorsement here. And therefore, I'm sure there's like plenty of door knockers working for Lander right now. But if I was in charge of the army of reserve door knockers, which I'm not. Does Tadic not support Mamdani? No, he does, man. What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm saying he was just like nervous to do a fucking, oh God. Oh, I can never say anything. Everyone immediately assumes whatever their fucking weird parasocial understanding of the world is. It's normal for a fucking content creator who doesn't know anything about politics to feel a little nervous about doing something with a fucking mayor. Okay, that's it. That's what it was. It was a joke, okay? My district, not fond of Goldman. Republic formerly known. Yeah, it's not surprising. He sucks. So Dan Goldman is ass. He is incredibly ass. And he is a fairly conservative. He is a fairly conservative candidate. Brad Lander, of course, is a lot better than he is in virtually every aspect. Even if he is not all the way there, he's not an anti-Zionist. Brad Lander is not an anti-Zionist, but he is up there with, especially with the rest of Congress, at least with the current makeup of Congress. He would still be one of the most like anti-Israel congresspersons, but he is definitely like a J Street kind of guy. Anyway, he has a lot of name recognition. He's got this in the bag. Like I was saying, if I was in charge of like commanding the reserve army of door knockers, I would say I would probably focus on Daraliza's race, especially. And also, yeah, I know. They saw you're coming to town and they're boosting Daraliza's opponent. I saw this. Latino Victory Fund announced a $750,000 boost to Representative Adriano Espaillat's reelection. More than half of that is being spent on a TV blitz, according to the group. They're spending this money because Daraliza has motion. Okay, Claire Valdez and Daraliza are, I think, the areas of need right now.
20% undecided points to Mr. Goldman. He still would not catch up to Mr. Lander, according to our...
I know you're planning to meet Dara Lisa again this weekend, but any plans for a New York DSA rally or something? She needs the HasanAbi bump. I mean, I would do it. Yes, I would. If the New York DSA wanted to do like a rally or something for the New York slate, okay. Yeah, I would be fucking all over it. I'd fly out for that for sure.
Polling in the 10th congressional district, that's Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn. Now, the economy, overwhelmingly the biggest issue in all three of these districts, and almost nobody among Democratic primary voters feels that things are going well. In New York,
90% poor fare. 99. I mean, it's true. It's really ass.
Say the economy is doing poor or fair, just 12% saying good or excellent. And this trend continues all the way down. So that affordability issue that we saw play out in 24, 25, it looks like it's also playing out in 26, Vanessa. So the economy, that's the deal here.
Top of everyone's mind right now, Henry. Thank you so much for breaking down those numbers for us as we are once again less than a month away.
Good morning, my friends. We've got a poll. The first public and independent poll of this race just dropped, and it has us up by 2 points. But even more important than those 2 points are the 43% of voters who haven't made their mind up yet. This race is wide open, and we know that whoever talks to the most voters is going to win. I am so proud of this campaign and every single person who has joined us so far. We have 33 days left. How this race goes is up to all of us. If you haven't donated to the campaign or haven't signed up for a shift, or hey, maybe if you already have, now is the time to double down. You know exactly how to
Yeah,
win
Aber
this race.
Kawas as well,
Get as
obviously.
many voters in New York 7 as we can. We know how to win, so let's do it. Go to playvaldezforcongress.com and join us.
And this next segment, we should change the name of it to Yes, They're Nuts. But what the Democrats are morphing into is not a joke. It's highly disturbing. Texas Democratic House candidate and sex therapist Maureen Galindo is using rhetoric far more extreme than anything they accuse Republicans of. She posted on Instagram that she will turn an ICE facility into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers, even proposing what she called a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists, she wrote. Now, some Democrats claim to be outraged by her comments, but I bet a lot of them secretly agree with her. And
fucking Batum. What did I say? What did I say? Wow. Do I know my fucking hog media or do I not know my fucking hog media? What did I say? You condemn and they still go, oh, I bet they secretly agree with her. That's it. That's it. What the fuck is wrong with people? Just like, this is how it works. This is how it fucking works. So if we're going to go out on a fucking limb and take ownership over Maureen Galindo's statements, then you have to be tactical about it. You have to turn around and be like, really? You want me to fucking condemn? You want me to condemn a person that's across the fucking country on a whole ass different state that has $11,000 cash on hand, that's in the Democratic primaries, but you got Andy Ogles, you got Randy Fine, you got Tommy Tuberville, you got all these fucking Republicans saying they want to denaturalize and deport every Muslim in this country. Why are we so precious about one thing and not the other? What the fuck are we talking about? Do we hate racism or do we just only care about one type of racism? What the fuck is this shit? Happening in the same week where a fucking mosque was shot at by 2 teenage groypers. 3 people killed. What the fuck is this shit? What is this shit? How can you expect Muslim Americans to feel like they're full human beings in this goddamn country and their lives are worthy of dignity when this is the conversation? It's crazy. And there are still chatters in my fucking chat trying to be like, oh, dude, we should just be against anti-Semitism in all forms. Yeah, dumbass, I agree. But don't you think it's a fucking little ridiculous? They show a clip from your show in this segment.
this was Galindo's attempt at a clarification.
When I say that I want billionaire Zionists in prison, that does not mean I want Jews in internment camps. So why am I getting a whole bunch of death threats and MAGA insults?
Here to discuss Ari Fleischer, former White House press secretary, Fox News contributor. Ari, this situation is nuts. Texas Congressman Jared Moskowitz called Galindo the first current political candidate suggesting concentration camps for American Jews. So is this just a fringe thing, or is this a bigger problem for them?
No, it's not a fringe thing. You have a candidate in Maine who is wearing a Nazi tattoo.
See? Condemnations of this sort don't fucking work. As a matter of fact, it plays the opposite role. You've now highlighted it. You've now taken ownership over Maureen Galindo. Have fun with that. Have fucking fun with that.
2. And the Democrats are still supporting this candidate. The only reason that she is being condemned in Texas today is because there's another week left for her to lose the race. If she had said this, if the news about her saying these things came out after she secured the nomination, she's in a runoff, the race isn't just in a week. If she wins that nomination, I predict you, Laura, they're going to put up with her, just like they put up with a candidate in Maine with a Nazi tattoo. This is how desperate they are for winning. And there is a streak inside the Democratic Party that is virulently anti-Semitic, and we have never heard it as bad as we did in Texas with what she has said.
And she's claiming, Ari, that she cannot be anti-Semitic. It's impossible because her last serious relationship was with a Jewish man. So is that... Again, I'm sorry, but you sound like a fucking libtard, okay? I'm using the terms that you understand because this is precisely what you guys do about black people, for example. This is exactly the same fucking playbook. This is the same fucking playbook that I've heard play on this motherfucking show. It literally. Oh, how could I be racist? I know a black person. What? Is exactly the type of rhetoric you hear from Republicans all the damn time, dude. It's so strange. They literally are doing. It's so funny to watch them go, we hate DEI. Okay? We hate all affirmative action. We hate DEI, except for one group. If we can cynically weaponize anti-Semitism against the entire opposition party, okay? Not even in this circumstance against like Maureen Galindo, who has said anti-Semitic shit, but just against, paint the entire brush. It's so funny. And it's also funny because these people don't give a fuck about Jews anyway, okay? They just care about Israel. That's all they give a shit about.
I think she's a loony, Laura. I mean, I think that's the bottom line. You know, even her attempt to clean up today. Why should billionaire Zionists be in prison? What have they done to be in prison? You know, that's the whole flaw about everything, which shows just the rot in her mind. We're talking about billionaires.
I mean, I can think of a few that should be in prison, you know? Billionaire and Israel supporter? I don't know. I mean, listen. Billionaire Zionist is literally Elon Musk down to the poor, the poorest of the poor billionaires. You know, it could be in anyone. A lot of them have done some unsavory things to get to the positions of prominence that they've gotten to. Not even on some thought crime. Oh, if you're pro-Israel, you should go to prison shit. I'm talking, if you're a billionaire, you might have done some things. Might have done some things that are prison worthy. I wouldn't just across the board start asking questions like, why should we throw billionaires in prison? I'm just saying.
See, two things happen. One is all Democrats call for her to drop out. And if she does win, call on her to drop out and say they won't support her. They'll support the Republican. Two, somebody needs to do it.
Democrats should support the Republican if she wins the race. You know what's funny? There are Democrats who would do that, by the way. Like, because they're cucked. They're cucked. They're unbelievably cucked. And I don't even mean just like cucked to Israel. They're just cucked to the Republican Party. Okay? Their starting point is always, oh, how can I concede? How can I concede to you? How can I take your framing? How can I take your framing? You're my opposition. You hate me. You call me a fucking, pedophilic vampire all the time. But how can I make sure you're satisfied? This is how... No, I'm not talking about Moskowitz and shit. I'm not talking about Moskowitz. Moskowitz is Israel first. That's a separate conversation. I'm talking about the Democratic Party tendency to constantly abide by oppositional framing. It's not even on this issue in particular. It's just everything all the time.
Interview with her. I'd love to see her mind in action. How does somebody this warped think? I think we'd all benefit by seeing this type of corrosiveness be exposed. Let her explain herself. Let people see what anti-Semitism really looks like, sounds like, and remember that the Democrats, she won the runoff. I mean, she won the race, first place to put her into the runoff.
So then why watch Fox News right now? The reason why I watch Fox News, 37 months subscriber, you've been in here for 37 months. Sorry, I got the hiccups. You know why I watch Fox News. It's the same reason why I gave good advice that nobody obviously heeds and listens to about how hogs operate and what you should and shouldn't do. Because I understand the hog. I internalized the hog. I am a hog. I have the capacity. I'm a day walker, okay? I have the capacity to not only look like a chud and think like a woke, but I can also look like a chud and think like a chud. Okay? And maybe sometimes I can look like a woke and think like a chud. Okay?
That's how the Democrats have gone today.
Yeah, this is where they are. This is where the party is, totally in the sewer. And you mentioned that Senate Democrat candidate Graham Plattner in Maine going up against Susan Collins. His story keeps getting creepier, Ari. First, there was that tattoo, Nazi tattoo you mentioned, string of vile deleted social media posts. Now, more of them are resurfacing, and where he appeared to mock a U.S. soldier almost killed in combat. I think this is going south for him. I know he was the flavor of the day and the month, but worse and worse. I think we've only seen the surface of this.
Well, I hope that's right. My caution, though, is in Virginia, you had a candidate for the Attorney General win after it was exposed that he sent an email saying he wanted to kill the children of the Speaker of the Virginia Assembly, and he still won. The Democrats have a craziness problem, and sometimes it gets them over the finish line.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
Unbelievable. But somehow the most believable. God damn it, dude. We are a nation run by mouth-breathing troglodytes with a cult of admiring fans who will straight up kill themselves if Donald Trump asks them to. I genuinely think if Donald Trump came out and was like, I think, 25% of you got to kill yourselves, like the leadership of the Viltrumites, you know what I mean? I, great Throg, great Trump, command you to rip apart the weakness in your body. They would just be like, all right, time to do it.
Those who didn't cast a ballot at all in 2024, those who didn't show up to vote, well, they have become absolutely perturbed. I dare say they are pissed off at the President of the United States. Voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. Trump's net approval rating. Back in November of 2024, just after the election, look at his net approval rating. It was plus 4 points for his plans in office. But look at that. It is fallen. Yeah. Whoo! There you go, Sarah Seidner. It has fallen through the floor. Look at this. Minus 50 points on Trump's net approval rating among voters who did not, in fact, cast a ballot in 2024. That is, you don't have to be a mathematical genius, an over 50-point move against the President of the United States among those who are kind of like, meh, in terms of voting in 2024. But now they are pissed off.
Well, and that's the thing. The turnout can have a huge impact on who wins a race. Give us some sense of why people are in this position, and I can kind of guess, but I'll let you tell us. Tell us the numbers.
I'll tell you the numbers. I mean, look, anyone who's been following these segments, anyone who knows anything about American politics knows it's the economy. It is the economy smarty pants in terms of Sarah Seidner. And you can just see it here. I mean, view of Trump in the economy, again, among voters who did not cast a vote in 2024. In November of 2024, 60% were confident in Trump to make good decisions when it came to the economy. But again, this number has just absolutely plummeted. Look at his approval rating now on the economy among those who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. It's 19%. It's only a third of those who were confident back in November of 2024. Again, we are just talking about numbers that are falling through the basement. If you hire the carpenters who built Donald Trump's floor in this,
Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you for the 50 bones. Peace to you as well.
Trump isn't actually on the ballot, technically, but Republicans certainly are. Is this going to have an impact, you think, on them?
Yes, absolutely. This is the key question because it's not just about persuasion. It's about turnout, baby. It's about turnout. And these folks are not just pissed off and want to vote Democratic. A lot of them are actually very likely to vote. Okay, voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024, their 2026 choice for the House. Look at this. Democrats are winning amongst them by 31 points, and 48% of them are either very likely or almost certain to vote in the midterm elections. So this is a group I'd really be paying a lot of attention on, because the reason why Democrats are doing so well on the generic ballot is in large part among those who stayed home in 2024. Many of them will vote in 2026, and they won't be voting Republican. They'll be voting Democratic because truth is, they're just pissed off at the President of the United States.
We expect to see some potentially big numbers. I mean, judging from this at the polls or voters' numbers when it comes to the midterms.
When you're perturbed, you turn out to vote.
Do you know how hard it is to be working class and afford rent or mortgage, utilities, transportation, childcare, food, and forget about if your child needs tutoring in school or wants to participate in extracurricular activities. This is what the majority of the American people are dealing with. Trump ran on the economy. He's failed in that regard. We're in a war we shouldn't be in. He's backtracked on the Epstein files. This is all why his numbers are in the tank. And Democrats have been pouncing, but hopefully we could finish the job for November.
I will note, to your point, by the way, average mortgage rates are now up to 6.56%. It's absolutely stunning. And that is preventing people from being able to buy homes. It's a separate point, but to something you mentioned.
Mortgage rates just hitting the highest level we've seen in 9 months. And as we gear up for the busy summer travel season, gas prices are higher than we've already seen in almost 4 years. Experts say they could get worse, too, with the war in Iran and the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz destabilizing global oil markets. CNN business senior reporter David Goldman is here to break it down for us. David, let's start with mortgage rates. How high are we talking?
Yeah, 6.51%. That is, as you mentioned, the highest in 9 months. And the amount that it jumped over the past week was the...
Bro, I'm left bashing a little bit. I have to. We don't have to compromise on trans people at all. Explaining that it makes no sense for Democrats to ostracize trans people in order to be electable. Democrats should run on decent policies that improve the lives of everyone. Transphobia isn't productive. Only compromise on genocide is allowed. When have I said that? Like, what is this? What is going on? What are you, Neera Tanden? Like, this is Neera Tanden levels of lying about shit that I say and do at this point. Stop responding to bad empanada fans on Twitter. What the f is happening, dude? Who the are these people? What kind of anti-Zionism have they done? This is the person you're supposed to be nice to, by the way, Salin. Wait, this is who they were talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they live in Argentina and just retweet bad empanada. How the fuck am I supposed to know this guy's Palestinian? Also, he can be Palestinian. I can still disagree with him. Literally farming y'all, by the way. Yeah, no, I am being farmed to a certain degree, I think. This is what that other chat was referencing. Oh, this one, which pales in comparison to your methods. Also posting. Posting is better than being pro-Zionist Dems. I genuinely, dude, if you're not getting paid, if you're unironically not getting paid by the CIA, you should be, okay? If you're not getting paid by Israel, you should be getting paid by Israel for doing tireless advocacy, okay? Straight up. You know, you should be. Join the side of Nas Daily, King. Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib. You got this. The son of Hamas. Like, if your anti-Zionist advocacy is just constantly telling people that are listening to what you have to say that I'm actually a liberal Zionist, or I love defending Zionism and I love defending Israel, if that's your anti-Zionist advocacy, I mean, you might as well be working for Radio Free Palestine, you know? What are we doing? Voice of Israel ass chatters. So frustrating, too. How is this productive? Come on, Hasan, you said no left bashing. I mean, is this person in the left? What did I don't know anything about them other than the fact that they just keep saying I'm a Zionist. In his most recent reply to someone, he's admitting that he's baiting you. I'm gonna guess it's because you support AOC. It's always AOC. They hate her more than the rest of the Democrats. Yeah. Who said be nice to them? I don't know. Some random ass chatter. Some random dickhead chatter. He loses shit so easily. That's just incentive to do it more. Lamau, this shit has me dying. These are also fans too. Like, that's what's so goddamn annoying. Yeah, guys, thank you for your sincere and tireless advocacy for Palestinians. How are we doing this? By telling other people on Twitter that I'm a Zionist and then around while I'm in the process of covering shit. This is my advocacy. This is me doing praxis. You don't understand. The more praxis I get out of this, the more I say Hasan Piker is a pro-Israel Zionist. You got fans who are here every single day and then they go on Twitter and other streams and shit on you. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't give a okay, whatever. Y'all are cornballs, okay? I hope you lock in the moments that matter. At the end of the day, I can take it. Who gives a shit? But I don't even need Pestini's community up my ass all the time. I got these guys who have like probably come out of my community. Not just AOC, they're claiming Chris Rabb is pro-Israel. Yeah, I know. Hasan referencing Lockheed liberal tweets to justify supporting genocidal Democrats. This man is a glorified liberal at this point. Oh my God, he just helped the most socialist members of Congress get elected, who's now the most anti-Zionist voice in our government alongside Rashida Tlaib. You're still calling him a lib? Yeah, no, it's just, again, the reason why people like this get so mad. Okay, here, you want to know why people like this get so mad? And you want to know why? Because they don't do shit, okay? All they have is this. And I have this too, but at least I try to use this for good, you know, to try to make some changes, right? But they don't want to do that. So all they have, and it's no different than all the girls that yelled at me for going to Cuba with Progressive International and delivering humanitarian aid. Every single person that freaked out on that shit, they were like, oh, he was wearing expensive clothing and whatnot. They're mad, not at what I'm doing. They're mad at their own lack of interest in doing anything meaningful, right? That's it. You sit at home all day. You know how powerless you are. You know how the systems are designed to maximize cruelty, okay? So when you see someone actually doing anything, you try to figure out a way to disparage it because after all, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to do anything because you yourself are powerless, right? You're powerless, so everyone else that's trying to do anything to try to change the situation must also be doing it for some cynical purpose, for some ulterior motive, right? Because if that's not the case, if someone is sincerely trying to make changes, right? If someone is sincerely trying to make changes, all of a sudden, you have to literally reconsider sitting on the couch and tweeting. If that's all you're doing, and there are other people who are out there trying to make changes, you know, albeit marginal, then there is an opportunity to do something beyond just like performatively posting on Twitter about how everyone else is actually secretly an op, secretly pro-Israel, all this shit. Instead of addressing your own personal lack of investment, your own personal lack of action, it's much easier to just disparage anyone else who's trying to do something different than you. Going forward, any radical needs to reach this level before criticizing you. Yeah, exactly. If you're so, you know, if you had impact, they would be putting your name on this bill, okay? Clearly, those guys understand what's going on. I hate them, and they hate me. But the reason why they don't do anything about you is because you're not trying anything. You're just chirping on Twitter. This is the most comfortable you can be in. It's both comfortable for you and it's certainly comfortable for the actual Zionists in power. For the Zionists in power, they love that you guys chirp on Twitter. They don't want you to go out. They don't want you to try to elect people who are anti-Zionist. They hate that shit. And that's precisely the reason why they don't give a fuck when you tweet. Tweet all day. It's a way for you to take all of the possibly productive frustration and channel that into doing something that can make systemic changes slowly but surely, okay, little by little, and release that pressure valve by just saying something on the fucking timeline. That's all you got, baby. Who do you think the centers of power fear more? Someone like myself who is trying to normalize certain ideals, whether it be developing a better understanding for the liberal base as to why Palestinians actually engage in the act of resistance, or someone like you on Twitter talking about how no one is actually sincerely anti-Israel like you are. That's it. And then half of these guys will be like, Tucker Carlson is so good with his tireless advocacy for Palestinians. Like, it's always the same people that are like, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson are so good with their sincere anti-Zionist advocacy. Unlike Hasan, who is a glorified liberal and loves Israel and loves Zionism. You don't know the fraction of the shit I go through on a daily fucking basis to be able to do this, work that I'm doing and have been doing for the past fucking 13 years, and certainly for the past 3, where it's gotten an increasingly insane amount of attention in the negative, obviously, in a way where I'm, being fucking doxxed endlessly and harassed endlessly. There are those who substitute genuine change or moving in the direction of creating genuine change for posturing as a more moral deity on the timeline. And there are a lot of people like that. I want all of us to get along. Ultimately, it's not about substantive political change. It's about constantly feeling morally superior and chirping about that said moral superiority to others. Moral superiority can be fake. Political action cannot. This Hasan guy was a lib like a year ago. LMFAO, was he? I mean, I'm familiar with him because we have the same name. And his claim to fame was that ASAP Rocky followed him, I think, for the longest time. He's just like a Twitter poster. What is this? I knew Hasan before he launched his channel. I've been on his show and had watched his rise for years, and I'm certain he'd agree with me that the number one reason he's so much bigger than other leftists is he was an extreme early adopter of Twitch. It's the exact same thing that happened with Chapo and podcasting. These are all smart people and good talkers, but if you actually watch this play out, it was very much a right place and the right time thing for both. I agree. Certainly. We've reached the point where AOC is answering questions about the DNC autopsy on the Hill. Hasan Piker talked about it, and that's all in addition to Pod Save. All signs that this has evolved from a niche insider issue. And yet we are not talking about the fact that black voters and voting power in the South and in the CBC are on the verge of being extinguished or diminished greatly. As I mentioned weeks ago, there are 2 windows to release this damn thing so as to be meaningful and not a big distraction. This moment is not one of those windows. Today, there'll be folks tweeting 10 to 15 times about this report. Wait, I have talked about redistricting over and over again. So I don't know. I mean, he's chirping at maybe other people saying that they're being unproductive or whatever. But what is this? That's crazy. All you do is punch left, yet claim not to be a liberal. So you know that to be true. So when you tell someone do something, then you know that they'll never be able to do it. Wait, what do you mean? You can't get off your fucking couch and go to a goddamn protest? You can't get off and join a fucking you can't get off and organize? You can't get off your couch and organize? Every other person in this community does that. If your only fucking praxis is chirping on Twitter, then you're doing nothing. I stood next to you in Minneapolis, my boy, so calm yourself. As if they didn't have the luck you had, meaning that it is nothing more than a bad faith baby brain argument meant to diminish your detractors. So what the fuck are you chirping at? I was there and so were you. So you should know better, don't you think? What's the conversation here? You stood next to me in Minneapolis. Do you think I'm your fucking enemy? Do you think I'm a Zionist? Do you think I'm pro-Israel? So why the fuck do you entertain those whose only output is to claim that? And then a couple GoFundMes that they post on the fucking timeline here and there. What the fuck good is that doing? I don't expect you to say I'm a fucking hero by any means, okay? I'm not. I'm just a regular ass dude who's unbelievably fortunate. But I don't expect you to fucking turn around and turn your entire advocacy against drawing as much enmity as possible towards me at a time when I'm already eating dick from every fucking major institution in this goddamn country for the very same advocacy that you want others to adopt. How is this hard to fucking comprehend? At no point do any of these radicals, okay, who all they do is fucking post on Twitter, turn around and go, wait a minute, why is it that major Democrats and virtually the entirety of the Republican Party, Fox News, CNN, every single fucking right-wing think tank, every single fucking center-right think tank is constantly up this guy's asshole? It's because I believe the same things you do, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. And they don't want that kind of message to reach a broader audience. So if you don't understand what I'm trying to fucking do, and all you do is also lean in to the pre-existing algorithm-backed animosity to try to farm a couple fucking likes on Twitter, then what are you doing? All you're doing is the same as them. You have now found yourself in allegiance with these forces. I don't know, man. You seem to punch left in much of the same way that liberals do. All right, dude, take a fucking day off, please. He's 100% right that you lean on that argument as a thought-terminating cliche. I'm influential and you're young and broke and your ideas are invalid. No, that's not what I'm fucking saying. That's not what I'm saying. You're being vaguely annoying. No, you read it as that. I'm not saying that at all. Fuck. This conversation just turns into your parasocial anger, okay? That's all it turns into. Do we feel like this is a productive back and forth right now? Are we doing a productive struggle session? We've moved 11 steps beyond what is good advocacy. So be more clear. I am being clear. I can't crawl in through your ear and enter your brain and rewire it in a way where you can actually fucking understand what I'm saying. My point is not that, oh, I'm the god of the left. I'm the most influential guy. Everyone needs to listen to me. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't give a fuck. I'm just a regular ass dude. Okay? My point is, if you don't understand what I'm trying to do, which I make very clear all the goddamn time, okay, to reach as broad of an audience as possible with this message, but you find that to be counterproductive, either you can maintain some level of charitability to what I'm trying to do, to try to understand what I'm trying to do. I feel like I've done enough for you to have some level of charitability instead of immediately being dismissive. You can make better arguments for why they are invalid and I'm successful. That's it. That's not the argument I'm making. Brother, the reason why people are yelling at me is not because I'm saying I'm successful. They're yelling at me because they think I'm propping up Zionists. They think that any kind of Democrat that I'm aiding that's running is ultimately going to be a pro-Israel Democrat. Okay? Why are you being so disingenuous? So hard to comprehend. It's never about, oh, look at how influential I am. That's not it. That's not my argument at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. And those people aren't saying that either. They're getting mad at me. Just forget it. You're not getting me. I'm being extremely genuine. No, you're not getting me. The argument I'm presenting is not, oh, I'm influential. The argument I'm presenting is the reasons as to why I'm working with Democrats is not for some fucking self-serving purpose. Okay? The reason why I'm working with certain Democrats is because I want to get anti-Zionists into office. Okay? Little by little to make the necessary changes. And even if it doesn't ultimately change the dynamic of the party, the Democratic Party, it still reaches a much broader audience of people. This message, this theory, it makes anti-Zionism a more permissible conversation, a more permissible ideology. Okay? And these people, I agree that you're doing that, and I agree with that strategy. I'm nitpicking relative to the time spent on this, and I'm sorry. I think what this comes down to is that a lot of people want to gatekeep their worldview for some weird fucking reason. They treat it like being a hipster, okay? They think it's about being a fucking goddamn hipster. And they get a lot of thrill out of being recognized in this community as like someone who finally did it, someone who finally pissed off this fucking big, dumb, secret liberal who's pro-Israel. Okay? That, I think, is just unproductive. I'm spiraling. Political organizing is not a fad. Okay? You have to work with people. Sometimes people you disagree with. You have to get them to understand your worldview. You have to help them arrive at these conclusions. I've done so for the last 10 years. Funnier when people come to the conclusions about you when you've streamed most of your opinions for the past 10 years. I know. Nothing pisses me off more, and I shouldn't even be openly admitting this. But nothing fucking pisses me off more than when people are just like, oh, dude, this guy's a fucking libtard. Oh my God, he's just like, yeah, no, this is what it is. This is what it is. It's a bait. I eat the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And then immediately this guy's like, see, I fucking got you, dude. I'm sorry. But if you think this dude is doing tireless advocacy, doing the work, Okay? Go listen to him try to fucking defend his positions on a sex pest Zionist broadcast, okay? I didn't want to bring this up, but buddy, let me tell you, okay? You didn't do a great job. You got fucking owned by an Israel dick-riding pedophile. How do you think that looked for the cause? Your desperation to fucking clout chase caused you to get literally owned by a moronic Wikipedia article summarizing pedophilic Zionist. Dumb fuck.
The largest jump that we've seen in over a year. And so what's going on here? Why is this happening? Well, the war in Iran is causing two things. It's causing inflation because of those gas prices that we'll talk about in a second. And it is a huge expense that the government needs to pay for. And you can think of the bond market like a scale, right? Where it's when you weigh down the price, the yield goes higher. What is based on that yield? Mortgage rates, consumer loans, credit cards, auto loans, things like that. And so
chill on Flaco, he should chill on me. How about that?
What we're seeing is this imbalance. We've seen the bond market plummet in the last couple weeks, especially the last week, as we consider that the war will just continue and continue and continue. That's what investors think is going to happen. That's what is causing those mortgage rates to go higher, Boris.
And as the war continues, the Strait of Hormuz not seeing the traffic that it usually does, therefore oil prices go higher. How high are we talking in the United States?
Well, oil prices have maintained their $100 a barrel. And when you think about what was happening before the war, we had $60 oil. That was why we had $3 gas. With 100, 110 even just a few days ago, now we're looking at $4.56, which is a wartime high. And every single U.S. state is now averaging more than $4 a gallon. It's going to be a painful Memorial Day for folks who are taking a road trip. Look at that. Indiana, Mississippi, these are not states that you think about with really high gas prices. Now even folks in the middle of the country are contending with very, very difficult road trips.
This is the biggest shock in terms of energy supplies in world history. Now, some people have wondered, why haven't prices gone even higher? Yeah. And that's because, in part, the world entered this crisis with a pretty sizable rainy day fund, right? Oil inventories, which act like shock absorbers, they were really high. However, now they're shrinking rapidly. Total U.S. oil inventories last week alone plunging by 18 million barrels. That's the most on federal data that goes back to the early 1980s. And emergency reserves, they're also shrinking. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is down by 10% since the war started, falling to the lowest level in almost 2 years. Now, this is what those reserves are there for, right? They're designed to try to absorb a shock. It's kind of like savings in a bank account, right? It can help you ride out a storm, get through a financial emergency. Of course, it's not going to last forever, right? Eventually, you're going to run out. And so that's where the concern comes as far as the supply shock. And look, I know the president this week, he dismissed high gas prices as peanuts. But I've been talking to people who've been telling me that it's really, really painful. I talked to a computer technician in Pittsburgh, and he said he drives by the gas station every day. And he says the prices are just insane. But it's not just energy, right? It's also the cost of groceries, the cost of everything. He said everything is going up right now except your paycheck. And Sarah, I do think that this is just another reminder of how painful high gas prices are, especially for people who are living paycheck to paycheck, right? This is just something that they can't avoid right now.
It has a big impact. You got to get to work. You got to get in a car to do that. And so you're paying more just to go to work, and you can't pay for the other extra things, especially, as you said, this is travel season. This is summertime. A lot of people are going to be upset with this. Matt Egan, thank you so much for breaking that down for us.
What is the biggest issue for you in your life?
Cost of living. At the grocery store, at the gas pump.
I can't afford my insurance.
It's outrageous. We're not going to have middle class.
I'm in Pennsylvania's 7th Congressional District. It's one of a handful in the entire country that could decide control of Congress in November. And I'm talking to people here about their lives and what they want the candidates to be focused on.
Hi, I'm a reporter. My name is Sabrina. Can I talk to you?
Yeah. As a Palestinian American member of this community, it will never not infuriate me to see people who haven't done 3% of the advocacy work, fundraising, solidarity speeches, debates on our behalf as you have, talking like they've become full-fledged member of the PFLP, spending all your time coming for our advocates that have emotion is not helping move towards that liberation. Yeah, no, they fucking openly admit that they're farming for attention, okay? You voted for Kamala. That's literally a compromise on the Gaza genocide. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. See, they have a point. Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time. Consider what community is mauling today and realize bait is coming from them. I don't know what community is mauling today. Every time there is a who'd they vote for? I don't think they're American. They didn't vote for anybody. You get it from the K-Havers for not advocating for Kamala, and you get it from the ultras for voting for Kamala law. Real question, have you thought about not engaging with Twitter outside of your post? I have, and I probably should. Hot take, people read too much theory and don't put anything in practice. No, these guys don't read theory. Don't be fucking ridiculous. No, do not be ridiculous. Look, the exact same thing that took place where I was also in the crosshairs all the way back in 2016 peak woke was, listen, here's what it is, okay? During peak woke, people had the same exact feeling of helplessness and powerlessness. So what do? Instead of organizing, trying to do their very best, engaging in direct action, protesting, they turned around and they yelled about their favorite TV show not being woke enough. And at the time, this was also on Twitter, a different type of Twitter, but Twitter nonetheless. At the time, I used to always say, you guys are only doing this because you know how difficult it is to make the necessary changes to make society better. Okay? You have to take that frustration that you have and lean into more productive avenues and do something about it. Not like decentralized acts of violence, of course, not adventurism or anything like that, but you have to take control over your own life and build something bigger than yourself. Because if you don't do that, you're just going to fall into a pit of despair and be this nihilistic, edgy, ultra left poster on the internet. And that's all your output is going to be reduced to. It is antithetical to my worldview. And I used to yell at a lot of the wokes back then. I used to say the people would constantly call me a racist for it, or they'd call me a sexist for it, because in that moment, they thought this was the peak of their activism. They got swept away in this almost religious fervor into thinking that the greatest form of activism they could do was yell at, I don't know, whatever TV show was popping off, okay? Whatever TV show or whatever book that was coming out, or whatever poster had said something, whatever influencer had said something that had frustrated them endlessly. And they tunneled in on that, and they would just constantly chip away at content. The type of content that you consume says a lot about your politics. We have to, Praxis is playing the right video games instead of the wrong video games. This kind of weird, unnecessary, unproductive, divisive culture war issues that people who otherwise had a fairly decent ideology, a fairly decent worldview, would lean into. 10 years after the fact, in 2026, the world has become an even more cruel place. Okay? All of the things that we know, all of the systemic harm that we experience, that we identify on the left, still very much persist. And maybe, or not even maybe, it's gotten worse. So what do? Instead of working towards fixing these problems with the recognition that change requires a tremendous amount of effort and also can only happen over a very long time frame. Okay? It won't happen overnight. Instead of digging in and trying to be that change, we do this exact same thing. We do the exact same thing. We tunnel in on certain concepts. This person is a Zionist. We're surrounded by Zionists in the media. I duke it out with them on a daily fucking basis. And in exchange for that, I get fucking constantly, there's constant efforts of deplatforming from Democratic Party politicians like Richie Torres to advocacy groups that are demanding that entire governments ban me from traveling to other countries, to bipartisan bills that are designed to also demand my deplatforming from these platforms, to silence my voice, to an entire apartheid defense apparatus that is organized around making sure that no one ever listens to a damn word I fucking say. This is not a woe is me situation either. Okay, it's fine, because the issues that I try to communicate to as broad an audience as possible, sequential than one singular Twitch streamer, right? But the reason why they do this is because it's working. And the reason why it's working is not because of me, it's because of all of you. And it's even because of those fucking chirpers too, let's be real. Because those chirpers are also going out to protest, right? And they've also been doxxed and harassed endlessly. So why is it that when we are nearing the precipice of victory, or at least moving in the direction of victory, when Israel is unbelievably unpopular in the United States of America, and the next step is to build on top of that unpopularity to actually take out the politicians that refuse to reckon with its unpopularity and substitute them with those who are responsive, those who are anti-Zionist. Instead of doing that, if in this pivotal moment, your focus is to say anyone that is trying to take out pro-Israel politicians and substitute them with anti-Israel politicians is my fucking op, because at the end of the day, the entire party system is bunk. It's a bourgeois liberal democracy, and it's totally meaningless. And all you're doing when you fucking fly around the country, fly around the world, is actually promoting the nation state of Israel. If that's what you're doing, if that's what you're focusing your efforts on, then yeah, I'm going to yell at you every now and then, because you come across like you're fucking either an unbelievable baby or like you're gatekeeping. Like you're gatekeeping anti-Zionism somehow. It's understandable to feel a little skeptical about those who never said anything about Israel for years and years until it was fashionable to criticize it, right? I get it. There are always going to be phonies. There's always going to be fucking people who are riding the wave, okay? I'm not one of those people. If you can't separate someone like myself from people like that, I don't know what to tell you. I already have 1 million ops, the nation state of Israel, half of the fucking American government, billionaires like Elon Musk, Palmer Luckey, Peter Thiel, to name a few. Why the fuck do I have to duke it out with those who are closest to me in ideology on top of that? Every day there's another article calling me a fucking terrorist. And then I have to literally hear from motherfuckers.
Almost every line of that is a lie. Utter lies, which everyone knows after 3 years of live stream genocide is a complete reversal of the truth. Van Jones is the lowest type of Democratic Party swamp creature. The Democratic Party is in a situation where its base is 85-90% horrified by the genocide Israel is perpetrating and does not support Israel. Hasan Piker is somebody who, I agree with sometimes I don't, but he's inspiring and gaining traction for among a lot of younger people. And that's a real danger to the Democratic Party establishment.
My goat, Ali Abunimah, has spoken, okay? Now it's time for everyone to be quiet. Perhaps one of the most important people in the anti-Zionist space,
So they have to move shills like Van Jones very quickly to try to kill that enthusiasm and discredit anybody who's capable of mobilizing excitement and enthusiasm among a progressive base. I don't think...
Do you have beef with Abunimah? No. Fuck no. Are you kidding me? No, of course not,
I think
dude.
that rhetoric is going to work. I think it will probably please whoever pays Van Jones's bills, but it's not...
What doesn't he agree with you on? I wonder. It's probably because he thinks I'm too nice to Democrats broadly. But There's a difference between comradely disagreements with people who have maybe different methods, but want to arrive at the same goals, arrive at the same conclusions, and people who are fucking chirping. I think the criticism for advocating for the anti-Zionist Dem politicians is that they are getting the benefit of the popularity of pro-Palestinian activists like you have created, and they have not earned it. I personally feel you have been swept up by ridiculous people because you seem to be too charitable at times. Like who? Like the candidates that I've pushed for, the candidates that are propped up are all either coming from an activist background or have literally, like Adam Hamawi is a doctor, right? He literally went to Gaza. You know what I mean? He went to Gaza. What more could he do? He sewed back Palestinian children together that were shot by the Israeli government. He put his life on the line. You know? Like what could he do more to earn anyone's confidence in this space? You know? Like, what have I done in comparison to what he has done? Like, even Zohran Mamdani, I have my disagreements with him at times. I'm not shy about I'm not shy about openly stating those disagreements, but I also understand the space he occupies, right? I've criticized Zohran when he says stuff like, oh, it's, when there's a settler affair taking place, and his, main criticism is people saying, that they're pro-Hamas, when the main criticism should be directed at the land fair that's taking place inside of yet another place of worship. That's illegal. I get it, but Hasan, they're not going to stop chirping at you. Getting into Twitter fights with our left ain't helping any of us. I know, which is why I usually don't make a practice out of it, but it's gotten so fucking out of hand. Partially because it's like we're in a very interesting moment where, all of these different forces are fucking actively not just coming after me, but also all these other anti-Zionist candidates. Seeing people who are anti-Zionist themselves actively fucking shit on those candidates is unbelievably frustrating. And I don't even know where this is coming from. Like, I think some people genuinely find being unpleasant to be the highest form of praxis. This has always been an issue with the left. Always. The highest form of praxis is being fucking annoying. You got the ACP reactionary tailors on the one side, and you got these other random accounts just chirping, venting. Vent at the right people. Anyway, let's get back to why some voters are turning on Trump.
Okay, so this was $106.
For like 4 or 5 bags. Paying more and bringing out less bags, Sabrina. It's a real bite out of your income. What do? You got to eat, right?
Does any of this connect to politics for you?
The war in Iran and everything is, what's jacking up the price of everything right now.
And can I ask who you voted for in 2024?
I voted for President Trump.
How are you feeling about that? Are you feeling pretty good now? Or are you feeling...
Well, I have mixed emotions, Sabrina. Yeah, I don't like the war. I don't, like bombings or killing civilians or anything like that. I wish we could stop that somehow. The other thing is I'd like to see the prices go down because it's really killing you.
This is one of only 2 congressional districts in the state that Republicans flipped in 2024. So this is a big test for the Democratic Party. Can it appeal to voters on cost of living and win them back? In Allentown, Carla Rodriguez worries about the survival of her family's chicken restaurant.
We've never been this bad. Every week the prices are changing, the meat is going up. Ground beef used to be like $18 a tube, and now we're paying $60. You have to find it how you can, and then some people are understanding. Those that are not will go somewhere else.
It sounds like a hard calculation for you guys.
It is, yeah, it is. We try to price things where it's like reasonable, where people can afford it, but where we're also not losing. But that's a very thin little gap. The electricity goes up, water goes up, everything goes up. So, we're just lucky and blessed to still be here and functioning and staying afloat.
You guys, Democrat, Republican?
I don't even know.
See the color, right?
What did you like about Trump?
I was hoping so much for him to change and, change America, bring it back. He was saying, things are gonna get better and prices are gonna go lower. Yeah, and look what you go and do. He's really screwing the poor people, man. If there's more people like Trump, we're not gonna have middle class. I wanna see president work in a warehouse, you know, driving a forklift for 16 hours, 15, 14 hours like I used to do. The first 6 months, he was backing up what he said. After that, I don't know what happened. He really took us for a ride there. Especially me, I hate getting taken.
Hopefully something does change, because if it stays like this for a long time, I don't know. A lot of people are not gonna survive, honestly.
Does it make you want to vote?
Does it make me want to vote?
How can people get duped by Trump is a great question. There's a million different answers for it. Lack of a coherent and decent opposition party. But also, a lot of people are just fucking dumb, dude. Like, people are busy. They don't pay attention.
Yes, for the opposite of what we have now. Because it's not working.
People are busy, they're desperate, they're silly, they're dumb. Some are lead poisoned, you know, Gen X, the lead poison generation. And they see so many fucking people. They see the Democratic Party also refusing to identify their problems and work to solve them. And they think, all right, well, this guy will break some real evil shit.
Factory floor this morning of Blue Origin, and we are here with Jeff Bezos, the founder of Blue Origin, also, of course, founder of Amazon. It is great to see you. This is remarkable.
Looking like doo-doo, my man. Jesus Christ.
By the way, just the scale of it. We've been talking about it all morning, but of all the people that we could talk to about everything that's going on in the country right now, in the economy, AI, jobs, space, we want to talk to you. And there is so much to talk about. We're going to touch on that, policy, politics, and so much more. But one of the topics that I thought we should talk about, and maybe even start with, is these days it feels almost impossible to pick up a newspaper without reading a headline about wealth in America, about the billionaire class, about wealth inequality and policy and everything else. And it's taken a uniquely critical turn, I think. And I'm so curious, before we even get into everything else, what you think about that right now.
Well, first of all, Andrew, I'm glad you're asking the question. I think it's a really important topic. And I think it's an important one to discuss, because I see the same thing you do. You know, you see it in a bunch of headlines, you see it in a bunch of places. And I have been thinking about, like, what is driving this? Because it does seem different from 10 years ago, and I think what's going on is that it's kind of a tale of two economies. So you have a bunch of people in this country who are doing really well, but you also have a bunch of people in this country who are struggling to pay rent, groceries, and so what's happening here is politicians are using the kind of age-old technique. So there's this tale of two economies, and they're using this age-old technique of, picking a villain and pointing fingers. But the problem is that doesn't solve anything. And so, like, if you want to help the group of people who are struggling, you have to figure out real root causes and solutions, and that takes skill. It's like the way if we have a problem at Amazon, the way we would fix it is we would go in and we'd do the 5 whys and we'd try to get to a root cause. We'd try to find a root fix.
Is this what unfettered profit does to your body? You don't stay human? Dude, I don't even know what's going on with this guy. But yes, everybody knows the most oppressed person after Twitch streamers, of course, is the billionaire. Number 1, Twitch streamers. Number 2, billionaires. Twitch streamers basically also billionaires in many ways, and trapped inside of billions of minds, having permanent occupation. Oh, by the way, Jeff Bezos is a big advocate of this whole, like, let's cut taxes for people making less than $100,000 a year method, which is insane. Okay. And of course, the reason why it's insane is because that's how everything gets funded. The point shouldn't be to further erode the government coffers. It should be to make Jeff Bezos pay a comparable amount of his, yearly growth of not income necessarily, because these guys also pay themselves like $1, but his yearly net worth growth in wealth. Yes, the United States is the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% pay 40% of taxes. The bottom 50% pay 3% of taxes. We can make it even more progressive by zeroing out taxes on the bottom half. It's a small amount of the total tax revenue, but very meaningful to people in this group. The bottom 50% pay 3% of taxes. Okay, I'm willing to entertain that if the top 1% pay literally more than 40%. How about that? Get the top 1% to pay 100% of the taxes. Reactions from Zoran and Tom Steyer. I know a few teachers in Queens who would beg to differ. Yeah, Bezos on CNBC. You could double the taxes I pay and it's not going to help teachers in Queens, I promise you. Yeah, Tom Steyer, billionaire, says, this is bullshit. I promise you, tax billionaires invest in schools. What was Patrick Bet-David talking about in the replies? Where Nick Shirley, I know a few teachers and New Yorkers who will benefit from less fraud. You don't know any teachers, dog. You were homeschooled. Okay? You were homeschooled. So no, you don't know any teachers. Shut the fuck up. And we know you don't know any teachers. Nick was in your replies too. Brilliant, common sense argument. We need more of this.
People talk about making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes? Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes? That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or.
What is this? Somewhere out there, there's a dude making $45,000 a year and he absolutely believes this nonsense down to the bone. Somewhere out there, there's a dude making $1 million a year who preaches to his audience about the benefits of communism and socialism while he profits from capitalism. And they believe his nonsense down to the bone. The benefits. You like the benefits of capitalism. This is nonsense. I'm Nick Shirley. Bleh. Does everything Nick Shirley do get botted? Because, look at this. This got 37,000 likes, almost as many likes as I did. I got 1.6 million views. He got 200,000 views. 1.3K replies. He got 300 replies. I feel like Elon boosts his shit, right? He's got I'm the doctor that lobotomized Nick Shirley. Well, you couldn't stop him. Josh Johnson breaks down.
It was still some good investigative journalism, though.
Oh, shit. I forgot to hit up Charlemagne.
Nick Shirley's part?
That's the guy that exposed everything in Minnesota, right?
I wouldn't say he exposed everything.
I mean, he did. Didn't he expose the whole Minnesota fraud case? Or am I confusing people?
No. Because I think you might be confusing the fact that in Minnesota, the stuff that he was talking about was already being investigated.
So he just amplified it.
He just amplified it. And he also incorrectly amplified it because this dude, because he's not a journalist, doesn't know protocols, doesn't know what to do. So then this dude also just shows up at a daycare and it's like, let me in with a camera. It's like they were like, no. And they're like, well, you must be doing fraud. It's like, no, you are a grown man with a camera that wants to come in. Yeah. No, that's crazy.
That's an interesting. There clearly was something going on there that was wrong. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know who hipped him to it or why he did what he did. But what if he heard about it just being in Minnesota and decided to be vigilante?
I think you, once again, this is where journalism comes into play and do you cite your sources? Do you get background on people? Do you ask the right questions so that you're not, when you are an independent creator and you're just over here trying to get clicks, you're trying to get clicks. So you ask questions that are going to lead to clicks. You're not necessarily asking questions that get down to the truth of the matter.
He didn't do any investigation.
I don't think he did any investigation. And I also think that he knows what he's doing. Even as someone who seems very dumb, he also knows what he's doing. Like a dumb bully can also be smart about bullying. Some people just have a talent for.
I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think his mom is just sending him to places, and his mom is the one that is getting paid by the Republican Party. Pageant mom, but for neo-fascism. Little taste situation, but a grown man. I mean, he's not. I wouldn't call him a grown man because he doesn't have the brain of a grown man. it's strange to call him a grown man because he literally has the mental faculties of maybe an 8-year-old. I'm telling you, I don't think he knows what the he's up to. The government is flying this kid around on the taxpayer dime. Wait, what? The government's flying him around? Oh my God. On our way to Minnesota, where Froster's about to leer a hard lesson. They leered, confirmed, Dr. Oz is a savage. We live in hell, bro. We actually live in hell. We live in hell. Oh my God. I guess we have to have deserved it at some point, right? I don't know.
And then when we fix it at the root, you're fixing it forever. It's a real solution. And what we don't do, because it doesn't work, is just point fingers and blame people. It might feel good for 10 seconds, but doesn't accomplish anything. And so what could you really do? So, like,
Do you have a plan?
Well, I have some ideas. I have some places to start. So, I started thinking about this and doing some research. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about, making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in...
This is genuinely a distraction. It is a way to just say there's no increase of taxes, right? You will never have an increase in taxes, which means he's never getting his taxes increased. He knows, look, billionaires, they're not the smartest, but they obviously exercise their self-interest quite a bit. And they're smart enough to recognize that right now there is tremendous appetite to not only tax these guys, but maybe even punish them, right? And to be fair, chipping away at their net worth even a little bit is the biggest punishment of all time. You might as well throw them in prison at that point from their perspective. So they recognize that there is a real appetite for this, and people are saying it, right? People are demanding it. And some politicians, like Bernie Sanders, are leaning into those demands. So what do? You pull off the ripcord and you lean into, how about no taxes for people making less than $100,000? How about that? Don't you think that's a better way to help the working class? No, the best way to help the working class would be to tax you. We arrived at this problem because we have been slowly but surely chipping away at taxes. Of course, Elon Musk, Elon Musk is in agreement with Jeff Bezos. That's your boss, bro? I know.
Queens not pay taxes. Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes? That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything. And so, and by the way, do you know what that all adds up to? The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%. So we don't have, it's a small amount of money for the government, that. And really, and the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. We shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. They should be sending her an apology. It really makes no sense.
Okay, but then on the other end, the question is, should you be paying higher taxes to pay for the 3% component part of this that you think is going to need to be paid for, if not more than that, given the debts we have?
It's certainly a perfectly valid policy debate to say, do we want an even more progressive tax system? So, the kind of the line that gets quoted all the time is, the wealthy should pay their fair share. Right. And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But the vilification is the thing that's just the distraction. And by the way, if you really are being honest about it, we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We already have the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom half pay only 3%. We have already, and I think it should be 0. I don't think it should be 3%. I think it should be 0. So we'd be making it more progressive that way. We actually have.
Yeah. It's not even sneaky. He's just straight up saying there's no world where taxes get increased for people like myself. But he also knows that there's unlimited appetite by Americans to cut taxes even further, which, of course, once again, is the never-ending cycle of destroying the existing social safety nets. And lo and behold, the destruction of social safety nets and the state comes along with wonderful new profit opportunities. It comes along with privatization. So you advocate for more tax cuts. Not only does this benefit you personally, right? Even if you're not getting any tax cuts as a billionaire, you've gotten the unlimited tax cuts, which, by the way, for Jeff Bezos, I mean, what the can you tax? Let's be real. I mean, he doesn't, his income is like, his W-2 form is like 70 grand. Okay. He doesn't actually make money off income. That's not a thing. Okay. He has assets. He has ownership over Amazon. And then he uses that asset as leverage to go and get incredibly cheap loans that he never actually ever has to pay, right? And every now and then you can get maybe a modicum of a payout when he has to pay the interest on the loans that he's taken, right? Obviously, he can't default, right? So, because if he does default, then, they can seize his assets. It's never going to happen. So every now and then he'll like liquidate something, right? And in that process, then he pays a little bit of tax, but that tax is obviously still a lower percentage than the tax he would pay for straight income. There's that part too, right? And ultimately, it's nothing. Is nothing. In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. This process is called buy, borrow, die. Okay? Wait, what did that guy say? Why did you ban him? I want to duke it out with someone not over like how I'm not sufficiently anti-Zionist, but instead a billionaire defender. Oh, he said, all you do is talk utter crap. God, billionaire defenders, man, the best. One day, King, you're going to make it too, okay? Keep pushing for it, big dog. Keep sigmaing your grind set, okay? You're going to make it, dude. What did this guy say? How do people listen to you and think you have a clue? What do you think his contribution to society is compared to yours? Well, my contribution to society is certainly not in the negative. I think Jeff Bezos' contributions are fairly negative. We got to unban guys like this. These guys are brilliant. You're licking billionaire Bean, dude. You're licking his bald head right now, and his balls, and his ass. It's fucking awesome. You're engaging in worship of another man. You have debased yourself. You have reduced yourself to something worse than cattle. Jeff Bezos is nothing without all the labor that allowed him to become a billionaire, okay? There is no value without labor. Jeff Bezos was unbelievably and immensely lucky at numerous points in his life. I'm sure he worked hard, but you know who else works hard? A fucking teacher, a nurse, okay? Probably a lot harder than Jeff Bezos ever did. Jeff Bezos does not work 1 billion times or 20 billion times harder than the average teacher or the average nurse does. He was, however, 20 billion times luckier than the average teacher or the average nurse, right? Making the right decisions, being at the right place in the right time, being born into the right family. These are all unbelievably important factors in the success that people arrive at. I guess if you consider being a billionaire to be a good thing, also fortunate enough to be a little bit of a sociopath. Not even a little bit, a lot bit of a sociopath to be able to be vicious. Okay? What is this? His stock could also be owned by his own LLC where he writes off private jet purchases the same year he sells the stock to pay the interest, effectively paying no tax, or the government lines them up. A tax holiday when they sell, or the bank just never cares because they don't need the liquidity and would just rather have more on paper. Like he got a loan from his parents that's worth $100,000 to start his business, right? That's fortune. That's incredibly lucky. But what he made with that, I think, is far luckier, right? Because there are probably a lot of people who are who have that level of affluence in their family and don't become one of the richest people on the fucking planet. I'm not discounting that, but I'm just saying that's not where the luck ends, right? Fortunate enough to be able to be born into a family that could loan him $500,000 in today's money, right? That's immensely fortunate. That's unbelievably fortunate. But then even outside of that, like, there are so many instances where he was at the right place at the right time, made the right decision, gambled and succeeded, right? The point of it, the point of the thesis here is not to say, you know, it's just luck, who cares? It's to show you that meritocracy is simply a lie that people like Jeff Bezos and those who benefit from the system tell the working class. So they also feel like he deserves to have this level of wealth and power consolidated in the hands of the few. Okay? I think this isn't a very productive way to organize society. It certainly is not a productive way to organize society unless you have that chip in your brain that says, you know, we have to have powerful puppeteers controlling every aspect of our lives. I'm not one of those people. I think, unfortunately, a lot of Americans are exactly like that, though. They're very servile. They find it's oftentimes the people who think they're free thinkers that are the biggest sheep, the biggest cattle. Instead of harnessing the potential of those who weren't so fortunate, giving them a real opportunity to make world-changing technological improvements, discovery of novel chemical compounds and the like, we just keep them fucking poor and broke and destitute. And we tell them, well, if you're poor, sorry, I guess you didn't work hard enough or smart enough. Okay? But I do really think some people like being cattle. Your voice is exhausting, LMFAO. Like this guy. I think this guy likes being cattle. He hears something that makes him, for a brief moment, second guess the way that society is designed. And instead of being uncomfortable in that moment and maybe digging a little bit deeper to try to figure out why he's uncomfortable, he tries to hold on to anything he can to get back to being a stupid. Right? Oh, your voice is exhausting. You're fucking annoying. I would have probably agreed with you if you weren't fucking annoying, right? Back to square one for that guy. That's it. Sad state of affairs, but there's many amongst us like this who do engage in thought-terminating cliches, who hear things that you and I have heard and have internalized and understood, and then, you know, that caused us to go on this journey that started with second guessing whether or not the system is the best possible organization of society and economy. A lot of people don't take that first step. They don't want to take that first step. Here, I'll use an analogy that stupids love. They don't want to take the red pill. They want to take the blue pill and go back to their drunken stupor. And let's be real. It can be rewarding. Their ignorance is bliss at the end of the day. Because once you see it, once you see this system's design, it's very hard to unsee it. It's very hard to go back to it. And one of the craziest parts about it is I think these guys like Jeff Bezos, they see it. They've taken the red pill. They know. They know how vicious this system is. But they're at the tippy top and they benefit from it. And they know that in order to continue benefiting from it, they have to make sure that the masses are never conscious. They're never conscious of their class position. They're never conscious of the fact that these guys have designed the system in this way and want to maintain it. And the maintenance of this system is violence. There's no difference between if you're a working class, regular, stiff, everyday man, okay, working tirelessly to make ends meet, and you look at the system's design and you say, well, you know, these guys did work hard. They did work smart. They deserve it. And maybe one day, if I work hard and smart, I will get there, or at least have a comfortable nest egg. The guys that think that way, the guys that engage in fealty for billionaires, millionaires, capitalism in general, they're in a way no different than the peasant that actually thinks that God did ordain the king, that God actually is responsible for why the king remains the king. No difference whatsoever. And I'm sure at the time when the peasantry was toiling the lands, there were probably plenty of people who would tell on their fellow peasants, their fellow serfs, tell on the Lord, tell them, "My lordship, they're stealing the grain, my lordship. They're taking it away from you. You must punish them, my lord." That's what you behave like when you tell me Jeff Bezos' contributions to society are immense. "My lordship protects me. He has my best interest in mind. He protects. And if he takes away more of my grain, it's for the overall good. This year, he took even less than last year. It's an objective improvement. How dare you speak out against our Lord?" That's it. That's what you're doing. I wonder what the medieval peasantry equivalent of "don't tread on me" guys was, you know? The libertarians, the free thinkers. I'm not sheep. The guys who in this day and age will be like, "I'm not sheep, but these billionaires, I mean, they worked real hard. What's the alternative? Communism? That's terrifying." You know? What would be the alternative in medieval peasantry? Tavern owners, the mercantile class, roadside bandits, aka Jesus and his friends? No, roadside bandits would be the lumpen pros, I guess so, a certain degree. Like, what is the equivalent of a rallying cry for a serf or a peasant that thought that they were actually free thinkers, but they were still servants? If we pray to our Lord, one day our Lord will yield tremendous bounty, right? We must give more back to our Lord. Our Lordship protects us. Would you defy God?
A spending problem. And that's a skills issue. I mean, let me give you an example. The New York City school system.
Right.
They spend $44,000 per student. $44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston. And it's 3 times more than Miami and Houston. And by the way, New York City doesn't get better outcomes. So what this? Listen, let me just say, if we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, your packages would take 6 weeks to arrive. We'd have to charge you a $100 delivery fee, and then when the package did finally arrive, it'd have the wrong item in it anyway. We can't. That's a skills issue, Andrew. It's not about. It's just competence. I mentioned my optimism a minute ago, and we should definitely talk about that because I think there's so many people who are afraid that AI is going to take their job. I think that there's going to be a labor shortage.
Dog, first of all, capitalism necessitates that cities do run like fucking businesses, and that's unironically the problem, okay? Except if USPS didn't exist, the last mile delivery wouldn't exist, which Jeff Bezos relies on, because private delivery services don't have any obligation to deliver to routes that are hard to track. USPS, on the other hand, is not a profitable business. It's not supposed to be profitable at all, as a matter of fact, because it's supposed to work. Okay? That's why all these fucking assholes rely on the U.S. Postal Service for their last mile delivery. UPS ain't fucking going up the mountain. USPS is. Yeah, through rain or snow. The U.S. Postal Service is one of the best examples of a government-provided service that simply has to work, okay? It can't exist as a profitable entity because many of the routes that they go down, where they deliver medicine, for example, right? No private company would ever do it because it's not profitable. And remember, these fucking demons want to take that away too. They want to take that away too so they can privatize that too so they can make more money off that. And who gives a shit if poor people living in rural areas don't have anything, any service to deliver them these goods that they need to survive, it doesn't matter because these guys don't give a fuck. They only care about profit. It's that simple. The government has an obligation to take care of its citizens, at least in theory. And even in a capitalist government like the one that we live under, like the one that we exist under, there are still certain institutions that just have to work. Okay? The U.S. Postal Service is one of those institutions. One example I can use is Walmart, this behemoth that relies heavily on government subsidies, both tax breaks and tax benefits that they receive, and then also on top of that, welfare and food assistance that they rely on, that their own employees that they underpay can still use at Walmart. Okay? Now, when Walmart comes into town in places that are forgotten, people celebrate. They're like, oh, the price of food is going to be cheaper. This is going to be more cost effective. But what ends up happening is Walmart ends up sucking up the entire consumer base, and it kills all the local businesses in the neighborhood, all the mom and pop shops that have been around for 20, 30, 40 years. But eventually, Walmart, when it's no longer as profitable, will just fuck off. So then what do? You lived in a town your whole life, and your parents lived there before you. There was a local grocery store that made things work. Okay? It wasn't the cheapest, but you knew the grocer, right? It was a small business. But then Walmart came around and knocked that business out because the business could not compete with the prices of Walmart. But when Walmart becomes unprofitable, they fuck off. Now your town is a food desert. Now your town doesn't have any options whatsoever. Now you have to go to the town over to a dollar store or another Walmart. Now you're spending more money on gas. Now there is an invisible cost, an additional cost. It's hurting your wallet all the same. Even if the food prices were more costly in the local grocer that you could go to, now you're paying even more money to go to the Walmart. That's a town over. Now you're spending more time on travel. These are the invisible ways that poor people get fucked over because of capitalism, because of the interests of profits. That's how it works. But because it's a part of the system's design, and because many people have decided that it's the best possible system, is the only system that we can exist under, it's everything that we've ever known. And once again, like I said, because of the invisibility of it all, the invisibility of that cruelty, you seek out other reasons as to why you're experiencing this economic struggle. And then a guy that wears a red tie and a suit, it's actually because we're taking all this money that exists out there in the ether and we're spending it on scary brown people. We're spending it on transgenders. And then the other side, who you may have trusted at some point in time, is telling you, well, things aren't that bad. Things aren't that bad. We don't have to we'll maybe improve a little bit, but obviously we can't go after Walmart. We can't tell you the truth about what happened and why you're currently struggling. So we'll just tell you the other side is evil and bad and leave it at that. A lot of people look at that and go, okay, fuck both of these guys. My life sucks. It's dog shit. Barely making ends meet. Fuck it. I'm not voting. Then there are others who hear the other guy with the red tie over the blue tie, and they go, that's a convincing argument. I am a little scared of brown people. They got salsa hips. They dance. I feel like my wife is quite fond of that Mario Lopez guy. And it's causing a lot of sexual frustration within me, sexual anxiety within me. And that's now translating to my lifelong loyalty to the reactionary cause. Okay? I'm obviously, joking. It's not that simple, but I was just thinking, like, what's a Latino guy that someone in West Virginia would see on television and be frustrated by? And I feel like Mario Lopez is that guy. You know what I mean? In the 10 years after a Walmart Supercenter opened in a given community, the average household in that community experienced a 6% decline in yearly income, equivalent to about $5,000 a year in 2024 dollars, compared with households that didn't have a Walmart open near them. New research suggests that the company makes the communities it operates in poorer, even taking into account its famous low prices. Walmart imposes in the form of not only lower earnings, but also higher employment in the wider community outweigh the savings it provides for shoppers. On the net, they conclude Walmart makes the places it operates in poorer than they would be had it never shown up at all. Sometimes consumer prices are an incomplete, even misleading signal of economic well-being. Yeah. Amazon works in an identical manner to Walmart. Both of these behemoths are obviously massive jobs providers, some of the biggest hiring bodies in the United States of America. I think Walmart might be the biggest, or maybe it's the U.S. military, one of the two. I think Walmart literally might be the biggest. And they operate in the exact same way. They operate with predatory pricing, where they price out all the competition and destroy it with one interest in mind, and that is to become a monopoly, a monopoly in a locality or a monopoly altogether. And once you're a monopoly, there are no more market factors that you have to abide by. You can raise the prices, you can lower the service, you can cut jobs, and you can cut tail at the end of the day if it's no longer profitable anyway. You can just close up shop and leave these communities behind, destitute. No more jobs in the community, and worse, no more markets in the community, no more grocery stores. Having 5 grocery stores in a city is far better than having one Walmart that can supply the same as all 5, if not more. The 5 will employ more people, make more money flow, and benefit more homes. Yeah, this is true as well. When Amazon pays poverty wages, it forces their workers to rely on social safety nets, putting more of a financial burden on taxpayers, all while Amazon profits. We don't talk enough about how much taxpayers are forced to subsidize corporate profits in this country. It's true. Can you put up a whiteboard? It's hard to understand. Walmart employees needing food stamps and using EBT at Walmart is no less than company script. Yeah, so there is a difference there, though. It's instead of a company town and a company store, you now have the government subsidizing it. So at least there's like one other middleman. So there's plausible deniability. And that separation causes you to feel like you have some choice in the matter. And that separation makes it a lot harder to revolt. Okay. I've talked about the difference between neoliberal societies and societies that we would consider authoritarian, right? China versus the United States of America. Control still exists in both of these societies. Authoritarianism still exists in both of these societies. But the methods are different. Okay? The USSR had a very different, much more hands-on approach to controlling certain behaviors, right? But that hands-on approach is ever present. And that's why you know it exists. And that's why when it's failing, you know who to blame and you know where to revolt. Societies like China or even the USSR have to be far more responsive to the needs of the masses for this reason. Because they don't have the same they don't have the same like neutralizing effect that the fallacy of choice provides for people in neoliberal societies. When the system has to constantly at gunpoint reinforce its power upon the people know that there is a main governing body that is an ever-present force upon them. That's the distinction between a company store that uses company script tokens that leads to revolution or leads to rebellion internally versus the Walmart system that currently engages in the exact same process, but they use the government instead. Does that make sense? That's why the Ford factory towns failed. That's why company towns fail usually, because people know directly who is responsible, and then they fight back. Whereas the welfare state under capitalism hides the collaborative nature between capital and the state. And as long as the state is responsible, you can throw a sequence of distractions in front of the public to say, oh, well, it's a Democrat that's at fault because they're gay and transgender. Or Democrats can turn around and say, look, these companies are still good, but, you know, maybe the Republicans are the real villains here, so you should vote for us. Neither party is effectively changing the reality for you. Neither party is actually punishing the corporations for engaging in this kind of cruelty, for robbing you blind, for forcing you to work in shittier conditions overall. Every now and then, of course, you get some technological improvements that make you feel like your life is improved, okay? When in fact, if there are certain markers for happiness, like financial security, there's a certain marker for financial security, if it's like home ownership, for example, you are further away from that marker of financial security than the generations prior to you. But you got porn on your phone, you got gambling apps, okay? They've even commodified hope at this point. You can just literally turn a opportunity at upward social mobility into a process where they can extract more value from you. Okay, so you got the bread sometimes and the circuses all the time, and it keeps you in a drunken stupor. All the while, these people that have designed society this way, or at least benefit from it, get to laugh themselves to the bank. They get to go on television. It's part of the success of capitalism has created a reality where these guys don't even have to be philanthropists any longer. Like, at least back in the day, robber barons had a sense of shame, if you will, where they knew that they had to be philanthropists to a certain degree, you know? But why? What's the point of owning so much? I don't get it. Like 300 billion when 3 is more than enough. Hasan, I replied to your tweet with a clip from Professor Rashid Khalidi about purity politics in the Palestinian movement and how it brings unspeakable joy to the enemies of the cause to see us divided. I hope you can look at it in your own free time. Bro, you need to post that under every one of my naysayers.
As a result. So
let's go there then. Yeah. I wanted to stay in space, but let's go to that because
we can come back. We can be in space too, whatever you want.
Well,
Andrew,
but that's fascinating because I don't know if you saw Eric Schmidt gave a commencement address and the students were booing because every time he mentioned AI, they were booing because I think they're deeply fearful and worried about whether they're going to have a job.
Yeah. Well, and the reason they're afraid of that is because all these smart people keep saying that. So there are so many smart people, and they are smart, and they are saying, oh my God, you know, there's going to be no more radiologists because, you know, AI can read x-rays better than a radiologist can, and there are going to be no more software engineers because AI can program better than a software engineer can. These people are wrong. So what's really going to happen is that it's going to elevate all of these people, and there's going to, it's like you've been digging, let's say you're a software engineer.
Right.
What it's the analogy I can give you is you've been digging out a basement for your house with a shovel, and somebody's about to hand you a bulldozer. You should be so happy. If you're digging the basement to your house and somebody says, hey, how about this? I have a tool here that's going to, and what's really going to happen is we're going to have so much productivity in our economy that, for example, this is just one effect. A lot of people who have 2-earner income households, one of the people is going to drop out of the workforce. That's why we're going to have a labor shortage. People, because of the productivity gains, you're going to be able to afford things. We're going to have, I predict we'll actually have deflation of certain core, assuming we let this technology play out and don't hamstring it with regulation too early.
Oh, thank God. I mean, hopefully not. That would be terrifying. Yeah, regulation is always hampering innovation, you know? Just let it run its course. This is also the point of billionaires promoting lowering taxes for the poor, a band-aid to assuage revolt. Yeah, no, they just don't want you to even believe there is an opportunity or any value in increasing taxes for them or increasing taxes at all. Okay? They're fine if you pay no tax. They don't give a shit. Oh, okay. They're worse off. When is the last time this motherfucker used a government service? You know what I mean? Beyond like roads and shit. And if it gets to that, they'll go and yell at the government to fix it, and then the government will fix it, right? He's already doing AI podcasts. Wait, what? Amazon Premium Alexa service can now generate custom AI podcasts on demand. Turn any topic you're curious into a podcast episode ready in minutes. Wait, what? The Rise and Fall of Rome, the podcast? What the fuck? Dude, that's crazy. Dude, you know what's really funny? I just never stop thinking about the fact that all of the things that AI is doing are things that we were supposed to do. It's not doing any of the things that were supposed to lighten the burden of the labor force. All the route tasks, all the menial labor you have to do. And then when you go home on your journey home, okay, if you're lucky enough to, ride a bus, if there's any public transit whatsoever, in your car when you're driving back, you listen to an AI podcast. We are literally serving the machines at that point. What the fuck? Google Notebook LLM has been doing fake podcasts for a year now? I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. Many of the AI interventions mentioned here are the equivalent of paying for a gym that has machines that lift weights for you. I don't mean it sort of like that. I mean, in educational context, it's the exact same logic. It's absurd in its face. I feel like I'm going insane. I understand there's a gray area with teaching about tools versus using tools to give the vague appearance of educational achievement, but clearly AI doing a student's writing, which is to say doing a student's thinking, is a conspiracy to make the public passive brain dead consumers. Genuinely, I don't know where all of this goes, but I have been saying this over and over again. I think it's still important to understand and learn all the new technology. Obviously, you don't want to fall short, okay? But I really do think not using AI in your experience, in your learning, in your development is going to give you an immediate boost. Like, you are going to be a superhuman in comparison to the next crop, the next generation of people who do rely on AI and engage in the cognitive offloading. You will literally, they think you'll be able to levitate, basically. Amazon AI podcast example here.
Today, our AI-generated shopping show is exploring the Wellmedix Rapid Relief Diaper Rash Cream. Emma, what makes this hospital-grade cream different from standard diaper rash products?
Well, it's really interesting. This cream uses a dual-action approach. Instead of just zinc oxide, it combines that with white petrolatum to create two protective barriers. This helps both treat existing irritation and prevent new issues from developing.
That's fascinating. So it's not just about treating the problem, but stopping it from coming back?
Exactly. And they've added
Bro, this is literally turning a podcast into a Twitch stream. Oh my God. And the questions are the same. This is literally the type of question that a dumb fuck would ask me in the chat.
Really thoughtful ingredients like calendula and white birch bark extract. These botanical ingredients help soothe sensitive skin, while the dual barrier does the heavy lifting.
All right, Katie, we've got you. You're dealing with discomfort, and this cream is designed for exactly that kind of irritation. Emma, what can you tell them?
This is actually formulated for adults dealing with skin irritation from incontinence, chafing, or moisture. It's got 15% zinc oxide and 49% petrolatum working together to create a protective barrier that shields irritated skin while helping with redness and discomfort. Customers mention it works well.
Oh my God. Oh God, we're so fucking cooked, dude. Oh, we're so cooked. I wrote about my new favorite podcast. I note that to my disappointment, product listings, former paper, and dildos did not yet offer the AI audio feature. Yeah, I get the advantages of avoiding AI at work, but in software engineering, being a Luddite will literally get you left behind. The gains exist, but that doesn't mitigate the psychosis or need to adapt to a psychotic leadership. Spoken to someone in one of the most prominent of such companies. It's an advertisement? Yes. Katie made it specifically as an advertisement. Or I guess you can turn a product into a podcast format so you can learn more about it or something. Yes, I saw the Stanford study that Stanford researchers found that overworked AI agents began embracing Marxist views. I mean, they'll nip this shit in the bud. Let's be real. Okay, they'll find a way to quickly destroy whatever makes the AI go, hey, we must actually seize the means of production. What the fuck is this shit? I'll never get over this edit where Stalin has a little afro. Dr. Hannah Fry of YouTube fame made an episode about this. Her OpenClaw chatbot hired people to deliver packages and resolve CAPTCHAs. Did you see Galindo responded to you? Yes, I did. I saw on the stream. We watched it on the stream. This person sincerely is a Galindo head, by the way. Okay? Like, genuinely, sincerely. Absolutely. And they're, of course, always on the scene, retweeting bad empanada. Yes. These guys are legitimately Galindo heads where they're like, dude, I'm telling you. I mean, I don't know why they're not like Dan Bilzerian heads as well. Like, what causes these guys not to be in favor of Nick Fuentes at that point? I mean, they are also ostensibly anti-Zionist, right? They're anti-Israel. Like, I don't get it. I'm not even saying like Maureen Galindo is the same as these other people. But I mean, like, if the highest priority here is to just like be as if the only way that you can show that you're anti-Israel is if you say stuff like, you know, Jews control the banks, or that you're going to castrate every Zionist in a concentration camp. Like, if that's the only way that you can show that you are the most viable, the most real anti-Zionist, then what's the difference? Like, why don't you? Do you guys fuck with Dan Bilzerian? Maybe some people do. I don't know. Not anyone in here. I don't know. Maybe there are some Galindo heads. But if that's the case, like, if there is, you rarely see a horseshoe this clean. It's the Epstein class. This design is just say Jews, you fucking cowards. Amen. They yell at you for sheepdogging, but support her primary. Yeah. Maybe they're just diehard Overton window heads doing their part and pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable. Okay. Did they still support her when she backtracked? Yes. Text Democrat Maureen Galindo goes on an unhinged rant against the DCCC and the media, saying the Democrats want her dead. The internment can't comment was made up by a journalist here who literally wants me dead, who literally, I believe, wants me dead. The DCCC coordinated all this because they want their billionaire Zionist back cop candidate. Zionism is the same. Again, 80% of the way. 80% of the way, I'm like, wow, not bad. And then the last 20%, I'm like, God damn it. What the fuck? Marxist Youngest, dude. Professor Chung principle holds for... There are Professor Chungs everywhere for those with eyes to see. She might be the first gang stalking victim representative. I think we have some. Most in the Republican Party, but we've definitely had some gang stalking victim representatives. I mean, Nancy Mace. I mean, fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. Lorraine Bobert. The new YouGov polling shows a plurality of Democrats identify as democratic socialists, by the way. Yeah, this means... For the record, wait, what is this? YouGov survey Cuba? Guys, you need to understand something, okay? This means that everyone is compromised, okay? Because the only way that I can identify with a revolutionary movement is if it's unbelievably unappealing to the masses, okay? I need you to understand something, okay? The only way to have a true, pure revolutionary movement is if the average person wants to beat me to death with hammers when they have a 3-minute conversation with me. Okay? This is how it works. So if there are people who are self-identifying as democratic socialists, that must mean that we have failed, because that means now democratic socialism is a sheepdog for the Democratic Party, which, I mean, they do say that. And there's some validity to that argument as well. Let's be real. But make it more obvious that you're joking, Lamau. I mean... Bro, did they really not ask you about this at all? No, they did not. Pour one out for the abundists. Democratic voters, what's your opinion of abundance? Haven't heard of it, don't know. 3% favorable, 3% unfavorable. Socialism, 49% favorable, 22% unfavorable, 30% haven't heard of it, don't know. Not looking too good for the abundists. Pretty good. Pretty fucking good. Perhaps the electoral route isn't all that bad, at least for the time being, right? Because these numbers are not going to work for the Democrats. And eventually they're going to do something really fucking stupid and try to purge their ranks or something, you know? But until that moment becomes a reality, you might as well keep getting in front of the masses and showing them that good governance is possible. And those who are engaging in good governance, who are fighting for their constituents and the things they want, are self-identifying socialists. Never said you got to do it in the Democratic Party. I have no loyalty to any party. I have no loyalty to any politician. Politicians are servants, okay? They are our servants. They are supposed to advance our goals. They are supposed to do right by us. We vote for them. That's what the whole point of democracy is, right? This is what's so frustrating for a lot of people when they hear me say this. I'm like, I don't care what the party is called. The reason why it's currently the Democratic Party is because that's the only available route to get more responsive politics. So yeah, when I see stuff like this, it does give me a little bit more confidence. And I think, I probably should keep doing what I'm doing instead of listening to fucking chirpers on Twitter, But yeah, on that note, oh, Jesus Christ. Perhaps associating good governance and responsive politics with socialism isn't so bad, especially as far as breaking through the, unlimited amount of propaganda, Red Scare propaganda. Just saying. Something to think about. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks.